It's the return of a league so amazing, so cool, and so spectacular, John Spector is scared to invest in it. 8 teams battled it out, putting their skills to the test.
By now, I believe.
Good grab for focus. Oh my god, it's a 5K from Torchinator with a pulse bomb!
Which resulted in inspirational gameplay.
He didn't play the Angs. There wasn't very much
he definitely didn't get the Angs.
No, the urgency wasn't there on that EMP, but we'll see if he can get a much better one here. Joffrey with the grab as well. Coalescence being caught by Tech Knight. And into the grab too. 5 kills right off the bat. Death Blossom grab combo.
Get the D-Mech onto focus as well.
In the streets of Kings Row, main tanks would show their prowess.
There's just 30 seconds left and already
Big shatter.
Huge shatter from Illuminous. Is this the opening they need? Is this the opportunity they get 2 kills? And they're going in with that cold word on a Ninja Monkey.
Making sure to show off their main tank difference. A league where one tricks could show off their other heroes.
Be a bit 2 picks, 3 picks, and yeah, that's just
Lovelihood. That's a full piece of recurve. Easily done.
Many teams thought that they could win it all.
Yeah.
Farming, and this could be the end of MTD. This is the end of MTD right here.
But in the end, Legacy became the Season 1 champions, winning the grand finals while their captain Alwyn was asleep.
That's it. Legacy are your Season 1 BPL champions.
Get settled in, grab your nearest silver DPS friend, and get ready for Bad Patchy Mario League Season 2.
Hello everybody, and welcome to day 1 of season 2 of the Bad Patchy Mario League. Let's get some Komodo hypes. We're here. I'm with the very handsome Invictus as always.
Hello everyone, welcome. You know, a long day today, very excited for today. We're starting, it's happening. BPL Season 2, it's here. And you know, just a great video by Joshin. You know, just want to shout out.
Just an encounter there.
Yeah, very inspirational. But yeah, hope you guys are excited for a fun day of Overwatch. Hopefully you see some good Overwatch, some fun moments.
Yeah, welcome to season 2. We have 16 teams in our A League, and we're going to see 8 of them today, 8 of them tomorrow. I'm very excited. We've got a bunch of content today. We've got opening videos, we've got roster reveals, and we're starting with 2 of the most beloved teams with a lot of stories behind them. This is NightDrive versus Sovereign. These are the rosters. In fact, let's have a look at some of their roster reveals. Let's have a look first at NightDrive, who are playing first.
We strive for nothing but perfection. But it's hard to get any better than this. coming for the season, one win at a time.
Oh, look at that. That's a beautiful introduction video from NightDrive there. And let's have a look at the opposition, which has quite a different theme in Sovereign. So there is there is Sovereign. Your first two teams that are matching up today in the A League. What a video! Rendered on an N64, I think.
I mean, you say that, but they put in the effort. They got the green screen done. They're like, you know what? We're gonna scuff it up to stay on brand. That's what's important. But that's a very good video from both teams. NightDrive with the graphics and actual production,
custom music,
value.
And then Sovereign with just Scotland. Let's just talk about, before we get into our first match, let's talk about how BPL works, because it's a little different from season 1 in that we now have 16 A-League teams. Look at all of them. Look at how long the standings look, because we have 16 teams. It's insane. We're going to have 6 weeks of regular season matches, where it's regular season Swiss matches, which means this first week is completely random. And from next week, we will have closer matches, because winners will face winners, losers will face losers, and so on. After week 3 of regular season, we then have a mid-season tournament, which will have the top 14 A-League and top 2 B-League. A nice little bracket, so you can see some more competition. And then we'll have a big playoffs. And honestly, I don't even want to think about playoffs now. It's so far away. And we've got so much Overwatch to get through before then.
Indeed. And a lot of games to go, and we are doing Swiss format, like Solomon said. It's going to be very exciting, because it'll be very close matches as opposed to last season. We'll see a lot of hopefully we'll see a lot of 2-1s and some competition as opposed to it being just 2-0s. So very excited to see that. We'll be starting shortly with our first game, which will be Sovereign versus NightDrive. And both of these teams are looking very strong. Sovereign kind of lost one of their players to a certain game called Valorant. You can't, as alluded to in the video, it happens. Sometimes you just lose a player. But they still they're looking. They have a very strong roster with Mahir and Protein Shake on DPS. Looking like they can do some good things. And on the other hand, NightDrive. also very, you know, NightDrive. The thing about NightDrive is they have more staff than anyone else on the team.
Probably more
So,
staff
you know,
than players, to be honest.
They actually have more staff than players, yeah. So, you know, they have all the support they need. So they have no excuses to not do well. You know, you can't be like, oh, you know, we didn't have a coach. You know, they have 3 of them. So we'll see how they perform. Solomon, who do you think will be our first winner?
I honestly, it could go either way. I've heard nothing of either team, even though we watched the Sovereign game, but obviously they've had a lot of problems. They have Panther ringing for them today, so that might help them out with a bit more consistency in the tank line. But I think we should get our very first match of BPL Season 2 A-League started. I'm going to hand it over now to our wonderful casters, Dryad and Rizza.
Hello everyone and welcome to BPL Season 2. I'm so excited to be here actually. I feel like the expectations for all the teams and the teams that we keep seeing more and more also keep getting higher, and I'm so excited to be starting this out with Risa. Hey, what's up, Risa? How are you?
I'm good today. I just noticed the dripped out Reiner in your background. Sorry, I lost it a
He's
little
chilling.
bit. I'm
chilling.
Pretty new to BPL, so I'm not very familiar with a lot of these players, but I'm excited to see what happens today. So, yeah.
Yeah. I like the system of BPL, especially because everyone gets to play with everyone and kind of just had the sense of community that I like so much. That's why I love casting this. And then, yeah, I'm so excited. We're gonna start off with NightDrive against Sovereign. You guys saw the videos that they had, very different. But also, I mean, very interesting. A lot of expectations with this videos that I feel like one of the main reasons why right at the beginning there's a few teams that have fans is especially because of that, because of those hype videos, and they make people excited. So
Absolutely.
and yeah, it just seems like, I don't know, we have to wait a few seconds. What do you think we're gonna see? I mean, like, is there any heroes that you want to see? Maybe like like for this patch, all the tanks are absolutely terrible. So what do you think would be most likely, or what do you want to see here?
It's been a minute since I've looked at Overwatch, but I'm really a hero I'm always fond of, and I like seeing in organized play is Hog. Typically not with Orisa because Orisa's lame, but I would be really excited to see some Hog, maybe some like Kree or Widow. Honestly, probably not the case because I just don't think Overwatch will have a meta where it does revival, so we're probably going to see Sigma and Ball or something.
Yeah, we can dream. I want to see. Okay, I hate Wrecking Ball. I hate Wrecking Ball players. Don't tell Wrecking Ball players that, but I wish we could not see that. But yeah, as expected, it's gonna be the Wrecking Ball, the Sigma coming through ideally. Obviously, Echo, I think, if there's one hero that everyone knows is strong right now, it has to be Echo. So there are really high expectations that we have for Thea and for Matt here on their teams to really go into the backline and see exactly what they can do with it.
Yeah, we're probably going to see a lot of aggressive play, especially coming out from Sovereign with that D.Va in the ball. You're going to see a lot of that D.Va trying to protect the ball, get value out of power drives and whatnot, and making sure you can escape.
Attackers incoming.
Yeah. Okay. Seems like we have a pause actually, or not? Right now? Wait. What's going on? Okay, it seems like we don't have it. Anyways, yeah, one of the things about the D.Va is that just being able to dive a little bit the Echo, try to counter it, but it's not easy, right? So in the meantime, we're gonna see the Pillar just moving a little bit, Sovereign just trying to take as much space as possible with the D.Va, like we were mentioning, and more of a dive style that they're trying to run for both sides. And it's all of that poke damage coming through, but the real fight is going to come after they pass this corner, and then in the meantime, just maintaining the high ground for NightDrive is what's benefiting them.
Yeah, and we see the cart pushing along here. They're just kind of chilling on cart. The ball comes in. But for the most part, you see NightDrive kind of sitting back and just waiting for their ball to get something going for them.
Yeah, they're just waiting a little bit. They're playing this very slow, but already the first pick, and that means that Sovereign's going to be able to push a little bit more. Everyone's just trying to take that positioning before being able to do anything else. Yeah, coming in the meantime for NightDrive also putting some damage, but it's slowly Sovereign taking the picks, and just like that, finally will be able to move the payload a little bit more. The action hasn't stopped just yet as NightDrive still trying to stay alive, as the Sigma is still trying to do anything, but it's not going to be possible. That echo like we were talking about, so strong every single time, and it's all kills coming through for the side of Sovereign. NightDrive hasn't gotten anything yet.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's where you really see the value of the D.Va shine, and where Sigma kind of lacks, is how that fight started was the ball dying. You don't have that kind of peel potential and mobility that you get with D.Va, so that's where you really see how it shines through for Sovereign here.
Yeah, the peel is always so important. That's why when we think about peel, we always think about D.Va just being in the back lane as well as being in the front line, so a lot of pressure that this tank has. And Sovereign, in the meantime, ultimate economy looking pretty good for them. So it's just NightDrive that has to regroup, but the high ground is already going for the side of Sovereign. Bob is going to be ready. They're going to throw into the high ground, pushing everyone away.
With the Bob going down, it looks like, honestly, Sovereign can kind of just chill here, take a lot of space, control that as much as they can.
Yeah.
That echo, though, is always so potent, especially when it's ball, because you always got to watch out for that minefield, you know. When you're trying to take space and control space, it's very, very hard to manage when there's, you know, 2 balls on the field, so.
Yeah, it doesn't make it easier, but NightDrive, at least the ultimate economy is benefiting them a little bit more. They're just waiting a few extra seconds. The duplicate from Maher hasn't been used just yet, so a big opportunity for them if they want to keep pushing, though. Even though he gets taken down, also it seems like the pulse ball got taken down, and just with as much, that's like holding a little bit more of control. What it seems like for the payload, not moving for a few seconds, the Riley's going to be ready for the next fight, and that might benefit NightDrive.
Yeah, we see V walking back. Sovereign can potentially get a push out here, but Wada with a nice pile drive and some, you know, a lot of control over that payload. They kind of slowing down Sovereign a lot.
Yeah, they just having a hard time trying to take control of the high ground, like we know it's so important here. Dorado, the Transcendence is used for a few seconds, just finally being able to move the payload a little bit. 3 minutes and 13 seconds that they have, but the action has to stop. It seems like NightDrive just was forced to go a little bit back. They do have their rally. They want to use it here for the last fight of second point before it's way too late, but as I say that, Rick gets taken down.
Wow. That's a very crucial pick for Sovereign, because as you see, if you look at the ults here, they're very, very lacking in the ult economy, whereas you have Rally, Trans, Gravitic Flux, and Copy coming up, which again are so potent.
Yeah, and the main kills are coming through for Sovereign again, and the minefield as well. That's going to help them clear a little bit more space. They're Riley finally coming through, but it seems like it might be a little bit too late. Silverstruck as well going to the backline, but Transcendence is going to be ready for them as well. Sovereign doing anything, using any ability that they can to maintain control, but it's not looking close. All the hell that ball has is making it a little bit harder for them. The kill is coming through. Nobody actually gets to the Sigma, giving the side of NightDrive a chance, and they are finally maintaining control again. A few changes that we see at the end. Pandemonium changing over and over again. At the end, decides to go with the Mercy, but it's control once again for NightDrive.
Yeah, and right at the end there, that copy for NightDrive was just really what sealed the deal. When you get such a powerful ability with you know, another tank, it's just really game changing. When you have 1 against 3, it's just pretty much a nail in the coffin for Sovereign.
Yeah, they've been doing a really good job. They have 1 minute 45 seconds, and the defense has been able to maintain control over and over again for the side of NightDrive. They do have the pulse one, but it's going to be a little bit harder to land, and especially because the Transcendence is going to be ready for the side of Protein Shake, and they're going to push the first kill. Zeke takes down the Ash. The rest is there, but in the meantime, more kills are coming through for Sovereign. They don't have as much time, about 2-3 fights maybe if they make it fast, but Sovereign once again taking control. Really good rotation that they're having right now, taking the high ground. Now they're able to push. They have to get those final kills, so the Tracer still alive with the duplicate. It's making it a little bit harder for them, and the ball once again, Wrecking Ball always trying to stay in the point for a little bit longer, but that's doesn't seem like it's going to be possible. They get to second point now. They have 2 minutes 33 for the next one.
And definitely not going to forget to mention, Protein Shake and Jax are really maintaining their positions and always peeling for each other. You don't see them die too much, so
yeah,
that's very crucial for Sovereign.
Yeah, and it seems like the post one was going to go into ideally one of the Zenyatta, but it didn't happen, so they are able to keep the Transcendence for a little bit longer now. Duplicate now turning into their wrecking ball. Now, so when you see the Transcendence coming through, there's some 2 minefields. In the meantime, they don't want to let the payload keep moving, but is NightDrive once again taking the advantage here? The Mercy gets taken down, and that means that the fight is already won for the side of NightDrive. They lose the support one by one. Sovereign doesn't have anything to use. They only had the self-destruct, but that's not going to be enough to win here.
Yeah, it was a very good trans by Protein Shake, but it just wasn't enough against those 2 minefields.
It's just very lucky. If one minefield is already bad enough, then you just get 2. There's nothing they can do. They did use a few ultimates, but they're going to have, once again, the Valkyrie to initiate next fight for NightDrive. Once again, they also have the Transcendence to try to counter a little bit of the damage that's going to come through for them, but they have to use it very carefully. This could be one fight territory if they're not played this carefully. They haven't been in the picks yet, but the Wrecking Ball being a little bit more distracted in the backline. The Diva's there to kill, like we were talking about. In 2 kills, this is 5-5 in the meantime, but the ones that are taking control of this space is NightDrive again. The self-destruct coming into the high ground doesn't get any picks. There's the rest. Once again, Ash hasn't given up just yet. They're ready for another fight. And there you go, the Transcendence finally coming through for the side of NightDrive, trying to keep everyone alive, trying to back up a little bit as well. The rest also for Echo, and as long as it gets alive, but doesn't seem like it's going to last too long. Jax does get the kill at the end. Sovereign, in the meantime, finally getting the momentum that they were waiting for. This is going to be definitely one last fight territory. 33 seconds remaining. It's just the respawns coming through now.
That was an excellent recovery coming out from Sovereign. You saw them very, very spread out. You know, it was very close that Protein Shake almost got caught out in the front line. But they really started supporting each other and kind of converging back as a team, which is the difference maker there. So props to them.
Now, once again, those minefields being really annoying, not really allowing them to get to the end of the point. 10 seconds. It seems like it's going to overtime. Duplicate it once again. Not really getting any value this time. Sovereign, they might be able to get to the 3 points that they need, but Pandemonium on the Lucy making it a little bit difficult for them. Staying alive and finally getting the kills coming through. NightDrive. 2 kills for D on the Echo, and this is going to guarantee the defense right at the end.
Just before 3, and a lot of things, something that people forget a lot is there's a very big difference between getting it, you know, to very close to 3 and getting it to 3. Especially on that little hill there, it's very hard to overcome with those close spawns. So we'll see what NightDrive can do here.
Yeah, and it seemed like Sovereign was doing really good. They had the initial picks, but it was the respawn that happens every single time that allowed NightDrive to take the advantage at the end. The getting 2. He has been so far a player that we mentioned on BPL. We mentioned it on the sub-tourney as well. Just getting those kills when no one is expecting puts a lot of pressure, but as Echo, you're able to do so. And so far, this player has done an amazing job. Now they have an opportunity, but it's going to be the other way around. We're going to see Sovereign trying to hold the defense, and from what we see so far for the composition, that might be beneficial, taking Ash, also taking Mercy into the high ground.
Yeah, with the double hit scan here, you see a lot of high ground control, especially with that Diva as well, and of course Wrecking Ball. He's always, you know, on the prowl, kind of on his own, trying to make something happen. So you're going to see a lot of high ground control, and you know, that Mercy's always going to be right next to the hit scans, so it's going to be very dangerous for NightDrive to deal with. We're going to see how they kind of diffuse that situation.
Yeah, they do have the extra support from the damage coming through for Mercy as well, so already an advantage, and just passing this part is the most important thing. Seeing the dive, how it's going to be executed by NightDrive is going to be essential to see how much time is going to be consumed by them. And in the meantime, the pill is going to keep moving. They want to play this very carefully for this side of Sovereign. They don't want to get picked very early on, but it's a Wrecking Ball already making it a little bit distracting for them to keep shooting and to maintain the high ground. They're forced to go all the way back, but they once again are able to stay alive. Sovereign looking really strong, and now it's a Wrecking Ball for the side of Sovereign once again. Is now he's the one being more distracting. Finally some control for the high ground. The Zenyatta does get taken down, but the rest is there to keep both supports alive for the side of this team. They're just trying to hold the defense, doing anything they can. Stay once again coming with the kill. Granted does get taken down, and the payload is going to keep moving.
That was a bit of an irresponsible pile drive, going into the back with such low health, getting punished for it by NightDrive.
Yeah. They're just trying to stay in point. They're trying to delay the push, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be as easy as they want to, as it keeps moving, is a wrecking ball. And now you hear the duplicate once again. But it can be another double minefield. We see the rest trying to come through, actually gets it. Punkrook has another opportunity here, but now as the kill's coming for Sovereign, that Transcendence, and yet flying. I don't know what that happened. At least put him on point. They have to a little bit more control. That I don't know what happened. I do want to see the replay of that, but the minefield once again coming through for the side of Sovereign. It doesn't seem like it's going to be enough. They do have a control of the space, but they don't have control of the heal field because it's going for the side of NightDrive. They have another opportunity, and now, so was it the minefield that made Zenyatta fly like that?
Could not tell you. I didn't see a bomb go down. Maybe I don't think it was a D.Va bomb, so it had to have been the minefield. I mean, that's what airborne transcendence will do to you. You know, when the transcendence is out of commission for that long, it's only a matter of seconds to when that'll lose you the fight. So, quite a silly occurrence, but it really is kind of important.
I mean, I think it worked out at the end because they were able to get 2 points. So, good thing, I guess. Now, the bomb is going to be thrown into point, trying to delay the push, but it's taken down immediately as a wrecking ball as well. But that's not really going to side NightDrive. They're going to keep pushing with the Valkyrie, with the self-destruct as well. Going to the backline does take down the Zenyatta. Didn't have the Transcendence as well to stay alive. They're very even in the meantime for this fight, but they're just poking damage. They're trying to create the space that they need. It's duplicate again with another self-destruct. That's not going to get anything, but what at least they do have the space to keep pushing. They are doing so much better on this attack than what we saw Sovereign do right at the beginning, but they did use quite a lot of ultimates there. They still have the minefield, but might not be enough if Sovereign knows how to play around it.
And we got that intense pressure that NightDrive put on, and it's just now that Sovereign begins to reclaim the point, but right as I say that, the minefield comes in.
Yeah, there you go. The minefield just trying to delay, and now there you have the Transcendence. Protein Shake doesn't have it quite yet. Now it's going to be ready for the next fight. There you go. You see it using finally some control of Sovereign's able to get, and they are using every single ultimate ability that they can to stay on the field, but it might not be enough. NightDrive is a little bit intimidated. It seems like they're going to push back. They're going to wait a few extra seconds, but he does get the pick into Panther, so that might be the signal that they were waiting for. They're going to play more aggressive. They have to take out Zenyatta. There you go. They take them down, but the kills coming through for both sides. NightDrive is trying to do anything that they can to finally get the kill, and the payload gets moved by a little bit more. The rest seems like it's going to connect, and it is, but Mercy is the one getting taken. That might be a crucial mistake for the fight. NightDrive doing anything that they can to stay on the field. The D.Va, it gets the mech. They no longer have the mech, but still that's going to be enough to delay a little bit more of the push. Even though the kills coming through for Sovereign, this is a really long fight, and it's finally going to go for the side of NightDrive.
Yeah, you see them staggering in, but that pressure coming out from NightDrive was very, very, you know, integral to their attack there, because you see that Sovereign lost so much time just kind of trying to push themselves back into the fight with that intense pressure. But so NightDrive comes out on top there, taking the second point.
And they definitely have more time than we saw them getting before. 3 minutes 25 seconds for the set of NightDrive on the attack. It's looking pretty good with the ultimate economy as well. They do have that Transcendence. They have 5 ultimate abilities, but it seems like they want to use them all at once. Both of the sports we do see trying to play this a little bit more carefully. 2 kills in the meantime. Protein Shake with the Zenyatta doing anything to stay alive. We do see the self-destruct actually gets 3, and a 4th one with a duplicate. So that's 4 kills with the self-destruct. That's definitely going to guarantee the win for NightDrive. They're going to keep pushing, and it doesn't seem like there's anything for Sovereign that they can do now. They're going to get taken down. The spot advantage is not going to benefit them enough.
They need a miracle right now, and we got minefield and bomb up, so maybe we can see something like that happen. The trance goes up, the bomb goes down, but they hold steady right now, Sovereign.
Yeah, they're so close to getting that point, but they just have to get the spin of kills. It's Distortion in the meantime trying to come back, but their revenge for Zenyatta gets 2. That's definitely going to guarantee the kills that they need, but they have to happen soon before more time is consumed. This is definitely going for the side of the attack. 2 kills. In the meantime, though, D.Va gets 2, and Sovereign trying to regain some control. They might be able to do it. Wrecking Ball trying to go all the way back. Realizes a little bit too late. They still have more opportunities here. That was a really good hold from Sovereign.
And I guess that miracle happened. They
What's
somehow
going
recovered the
on?
point. You know, still NightDrive kind of on the offensive with that ultimate economy. Got the bomb, the Echo Ult, and the minefield coming up. But you know, no signs of Sovereign backing down here. They swapped to the Hog. Well, that's a very interesting pick. We'll see how that works out for them.
Yeah, NightDrive needs to use those Illuminate abilities before Sovereign gets the ones of their own. The first kill, the Wrecking Ball gets taken down, and there is a lot of action going on. They just are trying to do anything, finally taking a little bit of an advantage, but it's a 4v4 in the meantime, and the respawn advantage coming through. Another self-destruct, but the duplicate gets 2D. Really putting their face up there, just trying to take the advantage, really trying to get the wins for the team. It seems like it's going to be possible. They have to take the Tracer down, but in the meantime, D.Va came back. It's ready for the fight from the side of Sovereign. They lose their mech, but is it going to be enough this time? NightDrive now, they still have the Transcendence to use at any point if the things get a little bit more difficult for the team. Three more if in case that wasn't enough, in case the self-destructs weren't enough. Now it's going to be the Lucian point. The respawns keep coming, but now for this time, it's not going to be a miracle. This is going to be a win now for NightDrive.
Yeah, they just had him on the back foot that entire game. If you really looked at it, the ult economy was always in the favor of NightDrive, and they always controlled space. So ultimately, that's why you see them come out on top. And I must say, these performances on Echo, all those Echo ults, all the beams, they were just so good.
Yeah, those two self-destructs that they got at the end, they were really good. I don't know how planned it was, the positioning of where they wanted to throw them, but it worked perfectly. They got 3, and then on the other side, they got 1 with the duplicate. That just guaranteed the win for them. One thing, though, that we do have to mention is how good we saw Sovereign at holding the defense in those situations where it seems like there was absolutely nothing else they could have done. They came in, they got a few picks, they took control again, but it was just a lot of time that NightDrive had that made it impossible for them to just not take the victory with the ultimate economy.
Yeah, an excellent performance from both teams, but just seems Sovereign couldn't hold on. But of course, very impressive from both teams. Managing that hold where there was, as I said, a miracle was really impressive. So I'm excited to see these next games.
And I think the best decision that Sovereign can make here is try to choose a map that will benefit more the defense, because they were doing better at those clutch situations. They had the ultimate economy, just wasn't quite there at the time, like I mentioned. So if they can choose a map that's going to benefit that defense more, then they can take the advantage. They can take it to a 1-1, because NightDrive was just unstoppable throughout the entire attack that they had.
Yeah, and I'm kind of unsure of the map pool. If somebody in chat could sauce me the map pool, I would probably be able to make some. Next is Eichenwald. Okay, so Eichenwald, I think we're going to see on first, probably I would assume that I would see Ball Sigma to kind of secure first, something pretty, bread and butter. But then second point, I think we're going to see a lot of those more kind of wacky picks. We could see a lot of Ashe. We'll definitely, I think there's a very good chance we'll see some D.Va. So, yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely one of the things that we can see. One of the picks that we are going to for sure see, unfortunately for me, is going to be the Wrecking Ball, because, just being distracted in the back line, just putting the pressure in the back line for the enemy team is going to be good enough for your own team to keep pushing while the supporters are distracted and the D.Va is trying to peel and all those things are going on. So the Wrecking Ball is going to be a must pick for both of the teams, whether they're attacking or defending. They can even go for a little bit more of a Sigma, like you mentioned, or a D.Va. But I think, like you said, for the first time, you want to have the protection with the shield. You want to have Sigma. Sigma doesn't seem as strong right now. You have to be smarter about how you use your shield. But still, you can get a lot of value with it. You can still block Echo like no other tanks really can do. Even if you're diving, that beam with Echo just completely destroys you. So if you're able to just block a little bit of that damage coming through with your Sigma, that's how you take the advantage. And also a big opportunity if you want to counter Thief that has been doing so good in Echo.
Yeah, and another thing I'm very interested in seeing is what they either team rolls out on third point. If we see a third point, it's very enclosed space. You can always see some very interesting things. I'm not sure how Ryan is. I don't know what the supremacy of Ryan is. Yeah, about as I expected. But yeah. Hopefully Winston's okay. Is that he good? Sorry, it's been a while since I actually played the game, so.
Basically, every tank is terrible. You can get away with Wrecking Ball. Everything else is bad. I think the worst ones would definitely be Reinhardt and Winston. Like, they just cannot do anything and get taken down. They can try though. I mean, why not? They
Isn't
can
that what it's all
try.
about? You know, it's just about.
Yeah.
It's all about is just an A for effort. That's all that matters.
And then, you know, I feel like for these teams, one of the best things that we can see is when they decide to run whatever composition they feel comfortable in. So if there's a Reinhardt main, then bring the Reinhardt. It's fine. What could possibly go wrong, guys? There's nothing. There's nothing that could happen that could, you know, really affect your team if you're playing Reinhardt and inting and, you know, charging to backline. It's fine.
I think comfort picks are something that even especially at a, you know, when you're very, very familiar with that character, can actually trump the kind of you know, the more traditional comps. When you see somebody who's kind of mastered a character, they can definitely defy some odds. So
yeah, I play Zarya in 2021, so I'm not gonna say if it works or not, because you can probably predict how that goes, but the point is that you can play whatever you feel comfortable in, and I think sometimes it can work, sometimes it can really surprise the enemy team. We've seen players that only play Genji and come with kills that no one was expecting, getting that out of Blade, being really, really effective. So again, playing to the comfort picks, and we might see Reinhardt actually from Sovereign on the defense. Okay. You know, I like this, especially on first point. You do have more protection of your shield, making sure that, you know, just don't ever charge or do anything else besides holding your shield, or that's going to affect your team.
I feel like we are going to as well. I have good faith.
Yeah.
And I'm very excited. So, Ryan with a soldier, that's kind of a...
Yeah.
A bit odd. We're going to see a double hit scan. We're going to see Soldier and McCree rolling out with Ryan, Diva, Lucio, Moira. Lucio Moira is very, you know, always kind of appears in more brawly comps, so I'm very interested to see how Soldier plays into that. I could see maybe McCree, but
yeah.
We'll see how this pans out.
And even looking at the other side, they is not going to be running the Pharah, but they're playing a Pharah against a double hit scan, so that might be a little bit more difficult to run that pharmacy. But in the meantime, they haven't had any kills just yet. They're just trying to poke some damages, trying to break those shields, trying to be around her shields and playing this very carefully. Ryan has to wait a little more for those shields before having the shield back up again. And it's just a really, really slow attack that NightDrive is trying to get. They're really countering the pharmacy to get this kills, to break and to push everyone away. But in the meantime, it's going to be Sovereign really takes advantage. He gets taken down. The Mercy's still on the field, so making sure that the res doesn't come through. Doesn't exactly what they're going to do. NightDrive going to the back. Seems like they still want to commit. No, there you go. Now there's a little bit of a change. See, now going back to the Echo. Definitely the better Pharah. And this is going to be a good opportunity for Sovereign to take the space that they need to get a few more extra kills to delay the next push.
My ultimate is almost
Potentially Sovereign saw this coming. You see that double hit scan is, you know, it's quite impossible for Pharah to get through that. But, you know, Echo, you're going to see a lot more opportunity to still kind of brute force your way through with that copy. They're going to continue to roll out. Let's see. We got that Valken Transcendence coming up. That's gonna be very, very big. You see two support ults ready for Sovereign, but
yeah, they're playing this very carefully. No picks have even happened with those ultimates that are coming through. The Valkyrie trying to keep NightDrive alive for the push. The push never even happened. Now they're trying to go in, but it might be a little bit too late, at least for that ultimate. We do hear the visor. Also the shatter trying to come through, and once again Sovereign taking the advantage here. Really good use of those ultimate ecologists inside the game, keeping everyone alive and also putting the pressure necessary for those that were still alive from the side of NightDrive. This is going to be a reset for them, and it's only been 2 fights, but they've already wasted a lot of time from the side of the attack. 145. That's not a lot of time. They're not going to be feeling very comfortable here.
Yeah, the clock ticks faster, and you see the D.Va brutal stagger as always. But again, NightDrive is going to come back with that copy and the trance. Very, very, very potent. And that beat's ready for Sovereign though, so they could definitely, you know, gear up and kind of just defend against that. We'll see what happens. Then that Ryan, I'm always, it's you gotta be very careful when playing Ryan. It's like, you know, defusing a bomb, one wrong move and you're done, so.
But the duplicate though, as a Reinhardt, that might be a little bit more effective. That's all the shot going to the backline, doesn't get any picks, and is a duplicate trying to get any value. But the shatter doesn't really actually gets blocked. Once again, a little bit more control for Sovereign. They do have the high noon in case they want to create a little bit more space, but that doesn't even seem like it's going to be necessary as they're just getting those picks with a neutral. A few more kills coming for NightDrive though, a really good opportunity for them. They do have the spot advantage after all, but as it coalesces, getting 2, guaranteeing a little bit more control for this side of the defense against Sovereign. They did lose 2 players. They have to wait a few extra seconds, but they do have that mobility to come through. The D.Va already flying, trying to come back. The Visor, the minute the Sovereign gets back, then this is the best opportunity that they have to make a full hold.
Yeah, and you see Sovereign kind of regrouping there, and as I said, I guess this does work out in you know, semi-brawly style. We get a big shatter coming out from Panther.
Yeah.
It's incredible for Sovereign.
Yeah, it was in the backline? What happened? How did the shatter even connect? But I mean,
mission complete, I guess.
It worked out. Guys, Reinhardt is playable. I can confirm. We saw it here. We all saw it here. So that just, you know, you can go back to playing Reinhardt in your competitive matches. There's nothing that could possibly go wrong. Has been now proven by the defense, and I don't know what I just witnessed. Was that Sweater actually going into the back line? What?
Yeah, it looked like he was just, you know, just let himself in and then shattered 3 people. So, yeah, I guess I'm a bit of a prophet saying, I know we're going to see some pins, and I'm surprised that there were pins that worked, let me be honest. So, Panther just came up huge there.
It was good positioning that we saw from the Reinhardt. Like, all jokes aside, it was really good protecting the team, but also making sure that he was in a position where he couldn't go back or get any kills. So that's what benefited him at the end of the day. Now, it's going to be now the opposite, and holding this defense doesn't look very good for the side of NightDrive. Everyone that was feeling very comfortable after seeing them on that first map, maybe doubting a little bit what's going to happen. Is it going to be a long defense? They are also going to play the Reinhardt and Zarya, so more of a brawl style coming through, especially with the Reaper. I'm excited to see how this is going to work out.
Yeah, we're going to have a little bit of a Ryan Zarya Ditto matchup. The real question is who will just have who will get that first pick? That's really all that matters. With ball out of the equation, it changes a lot. So it's an entirely different game we're gonna witness here.
Yeah, they're going to speed it up for this side of the attack with that Lucy, especially, you know, an anti-nade connecting really well. They have to wait a few extra seconds before being able to push it, but that's not even going to be necessary. Sovereign gets 3, gets 4 now. This is definitely going to guarantee the win for them. There's nothing NightDrive can do. Doesn't matter what change they want to make. It's going to be too late. And just like that, hey, look at that. We do see Sovereign taking the victory here.
Yeah, dominant performance coming out from Sovereign, and we're going to go to map 3. So
yeah,
with that momentum that Sovereign just kind of paved, it's really up in the air of who's going to get this.
And you know what? I'm very, very happy to see, you know, my prediction coming to life. I wanted to see. I noticed the good defense that they had, and I was like, you know what? Run something that's going to benefit your defense, and that's exactly what they did. That's how they took the victory. And just having that momentum going for the side of when they went into the attacking side was all they did. They just got 1 pick, and then the rest just came through immediately. They are doing really good. So 1-1 into a point where anyone can win is really going to be defined on, you know, we know two things. We know NightDrive is good at attacking, sort of, depending on what they decide to run. Sovereign is really good at defending, so it's got to be a map that's going to be in the middle, and that's going to really define who is going to win the first match here of BPL.
Yeah, and I must comment on the last fight of Eichenwald, that last defense. That's what happens when ball's out of the equation. You know, one fight and it's won. It's never really that, again, that miracle factor that I mentioned in map 1. It's just kind of out of the equation. It's one and done. So hopefully, you know, we see ball back into the equation for both of these teams if they really want to take this home.
Yeah, that's definitely a possibility, because it's just like playing Breaking Ball can be a little bit of a risky play. But at this point, it's just a must for any team, guaranteeing that you're able to be a little bit distracting, but also being able to run away alive. Because when we see other heroes trying to do the same thing, just trying to create the spacing going back, for them, it's too late. We can see a D.Va taking a positioning that's a little bit risky. You can see a Winston trying to dive, but they get taken down immediately. Wrecking Ball is the one that's able to stay alive for a little bit longer. So any team really has to take advantage of the situation. For the last map that we're going to see, then it's going to be the defining factor of who's going to win.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just to that. Who do you think is gonna win here? Just predictions here.
See, I'm a firm believer in momentum, and after seeing Sovereign's performance there, I just don't exactly see NightDrive coming back from this. That was just a very brutal attack, and might I say, just a very clean defense. You didn't really see any holes in their defense at all. They kind of just always kept him at bay. So honestly, just the dominance that Sovereign is showing is kind of telling me that they're going to take this map 3.
Yeah, they definitely do have that momentum to keep going, but for the side of NightDrive, you have and if this player decides to go Echo, then it's going to be a hard time for Sovereign. So honestly, it's very even, definitely more even than people were expecting, than we were expecting after we saw that first match. But they're looking closer and closer. It's definitely going to be divided a control map. I think it's going to be Lijiang, if I'm right. Yeah, Lijiang. And then in this map, then you can bring the Reinhardt. Then you can bring a little bit of that Brawl style, depending on the sub map that you're going to, of course. Or even Dive. So there's a lot of possibilities. Even if they don't want to run their Wrecking Ball, they can be very smart about how they want to play whatever composition. They can teleport, they can play a little bit more aggressive, they can play a dive. And this is truly the point where they just have to play to their strength.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I think what you see at Lijiang is there's a lot of kind of variance in the maps. You see Control Center is a very brawl-oriented map. You see Gardens like full-on dive. You know, that's the dive map. But then when you see when you see Market, it's just kind of like a hybrid of the two. So I'm just very interested to see how they kind of adjust.
Yeah, there's a lot of possibilities depending on the sub map, and that's just going to benefit them. It seems like it's going to be Night Market. And here's when we see the teleporter coming through. Whoever gets to point first really taking the advantage, and it then forces the enemy team to push all the way back to wait a few seconds before the next attack. Pretty much, if your first teleporter isn't effective and you don't get to the point before the enemy team, then that's just already an indication to try to play another character. Another DPS is going to break the shields. So we do see the Brawl coming through for the side of NightDrive. Same thing for the side of Sovereign. They're trying to play this very, very smart in the meantime, but the teleporter is coming through. It seems like it's NightDrive they want to take the advantage here.
And this first fight is going to indicate a lot, you know. Koth is a lot about who takes the point first, but I think that reigns true more than any other map right here in Night Market. And NightDrive coming out with a bang with that sim.
Yeah,
they're already on the back foot.
Sovereign is not going to be able to take control here. That's what you see, like the matter of the teleporters coming through first. Now it's going to be Sovereign really deciding how they want to push here. Definitely the teleporter into the high ground is not going to be beneficial. It's something that NightDrive is going to be expecting. That's why they're also holding the defense a little bit more in point.
Entry to the point is going to be very tough, especially with the sim. You know, attacking with sim against another sim, it's a weird situation dealing with those turrets, the lack of mobility, and just it's going to be very interesting. They're going to need to coordinate a really nice play with a speed boost probably to be able to execute. But, wow.
Yo, but with the shatter, that's not going to be possible. Panther gets 2. That's going to guarantee the fight. Already 1 for this other Sovereign. A few kills coming through here and there, but once again, few. A really good change. I don't think anyone was expecting the shatter to even be ready, but really good control once again. NightDrive does have the Southern Barrier to use with Symmetra. Really having that initiation to create the space and to make a Sovereign's lives a little bit more difficult here. They just have to be smart about those ultimates.
Yeah, and you know, I'm not gonna be the one to say MTD, but I will absolutely say Sovereign are, you know, they're supporting their ride so well, enabling Panther to get those huge plays. But right as I say that, you see Awada come in very hard with Dilby.
Yeah, it's all a matter of the initiations, especially with the compositions that both of the teams decide to play. Seems like we do have a pause, but I mean, it gives me time to really say what I was thinking. Is yeah, just like the initiation when you're playing that brawl is going to define who's going to take the advantage. So Sovereign was doing really good with the shatter. They came through, they took control of the point, but NightDrive, they came in faster than Sovereign was expecting. Just like that, they take the advantage. This might be going on over and over again until it gets to that 80% to that 90%, but it gets a little bit more difficult with the ultimate economy. But I think Sovereign, if they have an opportunity to come back, they have to figure out really how they want to maintain it.
Yeah, so again, I just see every single time those Rhine shatters, as long, you know, you see them get kind of countered by the immortality field, but it makes just, you know, whoever gets the better shatter, it's leaps and bounds of, you know, who takes the advantage there. And we always see Panther come in and deliver with a big shatter. So I'm eager to see more of those.
And even with the ultimate economy Sovereign had, they did lose the fight, but they have next fight already won because NightDrive pretty much used everything they had into the last fight to guarantee that they were able to take the point back. So they do pass at 50%. They're going to be able to get to at least that 70% probably, but Sovereign does have the ultimate for the next fight, so they have to really take control of it and also ensure that they're not using every single ultimate at once, because that's one of the mistakes that I see happening for both of the teams. They are really overcommitting those ultimates, and that's how for the next fight doesn't seem like it's really benefiting them.
Yeah, and I'm unsure where Alwyn was for his ultimate, but again, that it's these little like micro you know, occurrences that really stack up. So hopefully that's not too detrimental to Sovereign in this you know, attempt to retake.
Yeah, for NightDrive, they just have to be really smart about how they want to play this. They might have a little bit of an advantage because it seems like Alwyn disconnected from the side of Sovereign, so when that happens, they do lose the ult charge that they have. So, but not ideal, but still a few ultimates that they can work with. They just have to, you know, be very smart about it.
Yeah, and D's coming up on that Blizzard. That's going to be a huge win condition alone. You know, they don't have too much to deal with it. Hopefully, Jax is able to save that amp to get out of it. But otherwise, it's going to be very, very scary for NightDrive. Maybe an immortality field could help, but there it is. May's out of the question. The Blizzard goes down. Interesting TP on the point, but no dice.
It's definitely interesting. That's one way to describe it. And NightDrive does take control of the situation, is going to pass on 90%. This is going to be one fight territory if Sovereign is not able to make that comeback. They made a few changes. They're going to have the Gravity Surge here teas very early on, and they also have the Sound Barrier to stay alive for a little bit longer. But NightDrive has the exact same things, and also the Shatter, and not a lot of protection. There you go, the Shatter going to the backline. The Sound Barrier also trying to keep everyone alive. It's also going to be that Mortality Field going to change into the He's trying to benefit them. Both of the Mortality Fields have been used already, and the kills are finally coming here for this side of NightDrive. They have to take the advantage here. They are already doing so, and it's going to be so much harder for Sovereign to try to do anything. This is just a cleanup for them.
Yep, they clean up, and just, again, that lack of an ult just really made a huge difference, unfortunately, for Sovereign.
No, not having this ultimate just... It's going to not really affect them, but even more of that is who is able to use those ultimates first, and for this case, it was NightDrive playing it very, very aggressively. Even before Sovereign was able to touch point, they were already using those ultimates, using that shatter and delaying the push a little bit more, that barrier as well from Symmetra. That's a really guarantee NightDrive to take the advantage here. They need one more sub-map here to try to take the victory into the first match, like we mentioned before. But Sovereign, I know they haven't gotten up just yet. They're going to play a little bit of a different strategy here. The dive is going to come through.
We're going to see very, very, very similar style of comp coming from both teams. Looks like it's a mirror. You see Wada go very close to point already, kind of scoping out the area, looking for a pile drive.
No.
And here it goes onto the bridge.
Yeah, Panther. Sometimes Panther has a really good moment. Sometimes he gets taken down first, and definitely not benefiting their team too much. But in the meantime, it's just more of a poke phase that both of the teams are trying to phase before being able to capture the point. NightDrive already trying to touch, trying to take a little bit of advantage. They will be taking the point first, but Sovereign really try touching with the Wrecking Ball. Seems like it's going to be a little bit too late for them. They have to really try to initiate another engagement, and there you go. That's the first step, is taking down the Echo.
Yeah, Sovereign starts, you know, walking onto point. There comes the pile drive. And, you know, as we speak, Minefield is creeping up on Sovereign, so...
Yeah, the kills are just now coming through Panther and against you. There you go. That's what we were talking about this main tank really taking the advantage, but it's also Z gets Stu, gets the Echo, gets the Mercy, and a little bit more control that Sovereign is able to get, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be for way too long. The kills are benefiting NightDrive once again. Panther trying to do anything to stay alive, to try to delay the control of the point going to NightDrive, but unfortunately for this player, it's not going to be enough. They have another opportunity here, but Sovereign has to initiate with the Valkyrie this time.
Yeah, and D always shining through with that Echo. Every time he gets that, Coffee gets a tank, and he's always picking up kills. That's just the big difference maker here. We're gonna need to see, you know, Mahir and Alwyn kind of step it up here and see what they can deliver for Sovereign.
Yeah, it could be the last opportunity that they have. Taking control of this point is not very easy, especially to initiate it, but this is a really good step. Pandemonium does get taken down, and having Mercy the first step into trying to take the victory. That's exactly what Sovereign is going to do. They're also using the Valkyrie to try to stay alive. A few more kills coming through for this side of NightDrive, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be enough. It's just a minefield, making it a little bit more difficult for them to push in. But now, there you have it. It's going to be the Selfish Shot, also trying to keep them alive, and actually does get the kill into Spookout. Really good initiation again at the point. That is exactly what they're expecting from the side of NightDrive. Everyone trying to touch, trying to delay the control from the side of Sovereign. Even if they don't get it at the end, it's going to pass at 90%. Sovereign, in the meantime, the plus one does connect with Oliver. And in the meantime, we do see NightDrive gets 3, gets 4, and that's gonna get to the 100%.
Yeah, just the maintenance of their own tanks, and NightDrive kind of just keeping them up as long as possible. You know, while they're focusing those tanks, you see Pandemonium kind of sneak in with the res, and that's just... Now, I don't know what's happening on point. I'm just going to be completely transparent.
Okay, there's a minefield and, you know, like 3 Wrecking Balls and like 2 Divas. Yeah, this is going well. In the meantime, NightDrive does have the advantage. You have to get to the 100%. Doesn't seem like, even if the kills come through for Sovereign, it doesn't seem like it's going to be enough. NightDrive will be the ones coming up on top. No one else is able to touch. And there you go. There you have it. The first champions of the first matchup we see is going to be NightDrive against 2-1. And a very, very close matchup.
Yeah, you see, you know, Sovereign on that last map, they took... You know, whenever they took 1 step forward, it was always 2 steps back after. You know, you're just as you think that it's going well for Sovereign, NightDrive always just kind of picks himself up by the bootstraps and just takes the win. So good for them for always kind of bringing that clutch factor.
Yeah, the Reinhardts though, that play of the game also. It's Reinhardts were definitely a surprise that we saw for both teams. Coming with the charges that actually connected and they were able to stay alive, and also when we saw that shatter coming through and them being able to have the support from their team is something definitely not expected. But you know, NightDrive does have the momentum going. They are definitely going to be ready for the future matches. And Sovereign, they were looking so close. It was just a few mistakes here and there in trying to take control of the point at the end, which made it impossible for them.
Yeah, they really looked good on that second map, but kind of surprising. They, you know, no shade to Sovereign, but they looked a lot weaker than I'm sure they are. They're definitely like a, as we saw on map 2, we see what they're capable of, and on map 3 it just didn't really show. It's a shame.
Wait, what?
Who do you think's your MVP? I pretty much already have mine.
For sure.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, for sure. There's no way. Those echo kills, those self-destructs, just like really guaranteeing control over it over again. There's like a lot of things that you can do with echo and a lot of different ways that you can play it out. But the aggression that we had was something that no one else had. Definitely just MVP. Everyone else also was doing an amazing job trying to keep the echo alive, trying to create the space for the echo to stay alive and from the side of the tanks. But it was just, echoes are so good in this patch as well. It's just, it works.
Yeah.
It works out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yo, it's me. Hi.
Hello. So, okay, tell us a little bit about how you prepared for this match, how close you thought it was going to be, just all of your expectations before the match.
We prepared. We've pretty much scrimmed every day, but except one. We've odd reviewed quite a bit. We played a lot of different comps trying to figure out what worked. We didn't expect to drop the second map, but we decided to throw for content because we're just like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it works out at the end, right? So, okay, I do have another question for you, and it's, was there anything that Sovereign brought that you maybe weren't expecting? You said that you were practicing a lot, you were doing a lot of water reviews, really trying to figure out the meta as well, I imagine. So for Sovereign, at the point where they decided to play Reinhardt, was it something that you were expecting? Was it something that you guys tried preparing for? Or was that completely unexpected?
We really didn't expect like the Soldier McCree comp. The double hit scan was something we're kind of new to, I guess. The Ryan Diva, kind of weird as well. We kind of just played it badly. But it was unexpected. We didn't expect anyone to run a comp that isn't considered very good, so yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know, Risa, do you have any questions for the?
Not exactly. I wish I did.
That's fine. Okay, then I have one more question for you, Thea. What is one team that you're really looking forward to go into Magic?
I want to really play Research. There's lots of fellow Frogger mode players on that team. I want to bully Ahi as much as possible. That's my goal.
Okay. Definitely good luck with that and with all your future matches. It was really fun to see what you guys have to bring it. I want to keep seeing that. Keep bringing it.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I don't know what the plan is now. Wait. We do have another match, but that's not yet, right? So okay. Okay then. Okay, we're gonna throw it to a break and then we'll be right back for the next match. So that's going to be Majesty against, I can't read that, sorry. Yeah, Sydney Surfers, there you go.
No one ever sees me, I'm losing every battle. No one ever sees me, I'm losing every battle. No one ever sees me, I'm losing every battle. Can somebody save me, I'm losing every battle.
Okay, welcome back. Now we're going into our second match. It's going to be Sydney Surfers against Majesty. Another really good match, it seems like. Majesty, I know Mac Tackle. I saw a lot of people when I was watching the to see whoever was going to each team. I saw a lot of people trying to get Mac Tackle into their team. Definitely a good tank. So very high expectations that I have for Majesty and for Sydney Surfers as well. Mars, one of the players that we heard about before. And it just, I'm just very curious to see how the synergy for both of the teams is going to work out. That's going to be what's really going to define the one who's going to come up on top here. Because if we're going to see that Wrecking Ball coming through, if you're going to see the Sigma, the main thing is really communicating where the Wrecking Ball is going, where the Sigma is going. And obviously those transcendences coming through to make sure that your team is stay alive. So that's, I think, the winning condition for both of them. Just having that synergy, having that communication, having that momentum going for them as well.
Yeah, and we're going to see some very interesting icon combos coming out in the lobby. I think this is really going to play through very, very well for the match.
I don't even know.
We got the... I wish I had more to say because I'm not super familiar with a lot of these people, but yeah, I just want to see, I don't know, I just want to see some like interesting plays. I want some people to put it all on the line. I want to see some risk take, and I want to see what Panther did last match. I want that. Yeah,
just bring in something else and seeing how it's gonna work. And like you guys heard Theo in the interview, they weren't really expecting to see that composition, to see that Ryan Sario. And that's exactly why they lost the match. It was something that they weren't expecting. It was something they didn't prepare for. So I think Majesty are going to be the ones in a little bit of advantage coming into this match. So if 70 Surfers decides to also bring something unexpected to play to their strengths, also big opportunity for them to take the advantage. We just have to wait. I think we were talking about the Wrecking Ball, we were talking about the Sigma, and so far Sydney Surfers bring a composition a little bit different. Is going to be another Reinhardt. Let's go.
A Reinhardt and a Sigma. Very interesting considering what I have heard about this patch and what I have witnessed about with this patch. So another pretty interesting healer comp, Lucio Bap.
Everything's
Honestly,
interesting.
Yeah, it's pretty. I'm just kind of. This is very kind of ragtag. I'm very interested to see how they're gonna be able to use that, utilize that BAP.
Yeah.
And they're going right to the spawn door, so.
They're just going to try to delay here. It seems like it's very interesting to not see the Zarya coming through with the Reinhardt. When we see them try to hold spawn, but really Hayden gets taken out. Not going very well. In the meantime, for the defensive Sydney Surfers, they have to regroup. They have to go again. A few of their members are still alive, but this doesn't seem like it's going to benefit them in the long run by the time they get taken down. And is actually the Widowmaker getting 2 for the side of Majesty, giving them the initiation that they were waiting for, gets 4 at the end of the day after getting those initial ones, and now a little bit more of that payload.
Yeah, Yamcha absolutely popping off there. It really seems like Majesty kind of foresaw Sydney's method in the beginning there, so props to them for switching to that Widow and letting Yamcha just absolutely pop off.
I mean, seeing the Widowmaker coming through on this map is always so beneficial when you have that hit scan that's going to help your team. This is exactly the case that's going on for Majesty. The snipers are really good at controlling space, and Sydney Surfers are trying to come out, but there aren't really a lot of protections they can have to make sure that he's staying alive. This Widowmaker just taking everyone down.
Yeah, and that's the thing about First Point Havana. There are angles of plenty for Yamcha to take advantage of, whereas on the defense, it's just you're a lot more enclosed. So it's just, you know, that's basically why they're on the back foot that entire time.
It is a little bit of a different situation now for the team for Majesty that's trying to attack, because it was actually, we saw the tanks on the payload while it was the Widowmaker trying to take the high ground. Finally, the Widowmaker gets taken down by Jax, so that's the opportunity that Sydney Surfers were waiting for. They have a lot of time to defend here, 4 minutes and 35 seconds. That is more than enough. They really have to get those ultimates happening very early on. They're doing a really good job for Sydney Surfers, trying to take the high ground, and finally some kills coming through for both sides. The Widowmaker did come back and was ready to get the kill into Mara. Once again, Minefield as well, delaying a little bit of the push for the payload, but it's Majesty that keeps getting the kills, keeps guaranteeing that the payload is not going to stop moving.
Yeah, Quantum really just getting in there, getting kind of stuck in, getting that trance. And we're going to keep on seeing these Tracers just kind of sneak around trying to gen that bomb. No dice with the bombs so far, but as long as they get that kind of distraction and that space created, it's just so beneficial for both teams.
Yeah, they're going to keep pushing, and it's going to be the flaws coming through, the Transcendence being there to counter, to make sure that everyone from the side of the attackers are able to stay alive for a few seconds. A good momentum that pulls them once again. Now it's going to be the Transcendence that's not going to be available for the side of Sydney Surfers, and that momentum once again going for the side of Majesty. They have to clean it up. The Transcendence finally is going to be ready. They're going to pull it out, but it might be too late. Sydney Surfers trying to stay alive. We see the Sigma, we also see the Zenyatta, but they're losing so much health. It doesn't seem like it's going to be possible. As they say that though, Sydney Surfers came back, getting 3 kills, trying to guarantee a little bit more space. 3 minutes already, 2 minutes have been consumed so far for the side of Majesty. Jack getting 2 more with the Wrecking Ball and really putting it in place.
Yeah, and on the side of Sydney Surfers, I personally am pretty surprised that they came out winning that, because, you know, with the Echo pick on Sydney Surfers, you really expect these copies of tanks, but then Texas kind of came out with the copy of Widow, and you just can't be doing that. You can't be copying these DPS. You know, support, you know, you can manage with the support, but those tanks just make such a difference. It looks like they come out clean though, so good for them.
Yeah, Sydney Surfers get the pick into Mars, and yeah, they just have to regroup again. The fight didn't even start, but they already tried to go back. They have to wait for the tanks to be ready to go again. Really good control once again from the side of Sydney Surfers. They're going to be having their rally for next fight, and that might be enough for them to win. Just delaying to push a little bit more than they can push with the duplicate for the side of Texas Bunny Jr., and it might be exactly what they were waiting for. Majesty is the one that has to try to use this ultimates first. Is exactly that Minefield coming through. They're going to create the space, but it's not going to let them move the payload too much.
Yeah, and they're just kind of at a standstill here by the mini pack, and again, that swap to McCree, pretty interesting. they're realizing that they can't take nearly as much space, so they're trying to take advantage of, you know, maybe a stray flash to get that first pick and find an opening, but just Sydney Surfers are not letting it happen.
Majesty is having a hard time to really figure out what they want to do. Even with that first initiation of Mag Tackle using the minefield, it wasn't enough. They should have gone into the high ground, just completely denying the high ground positioning that Sydney Surfers has and keeps having over and over again. If it was thrown into the payload, it's not really going to be able to move unless they get the kill first. So that's something that definitely affects them for a few seconds now. It's going to be the minefield actually going into the high ground port side of Sydney Surfers, and once again delaying that push a little bit more, but the kills haven't come through just yet. Sydney Surfers still do have the tendency to use at any point, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be even necessary. Only a minute remaining, less than a minute, and the kills just Sydney Surfers are coming through. This is a very tough map to complete, but Jack on the Wrecking Ball doing an amazing job along with the Echo, just diving, just making sure that no one from Majesty is able to stay alive.
Yeah, and Majesty's always on that top left high ground, very enclosed space, and that's just where Sydney Surfers thrive with the ball and the Sigma getting that constant kind of, you know, poke damage. And then right as they rotate to the right high ground, it's just too late. So they have another chance at life here. So let's see what they can do with this sudden swap to Doomfist.
I don't like it. I don't like seeing Doomfist. It's such a risky play. You can get taken down immediately. You don't even have, you know, a Starry to have the bubble to protect you a little bit longer. But as I say that, though, takes down Jack. That was caught in a bad positioning. Gives the opening the Majesty was expecting and waiting for. Marco gets two. The Transcendence for both sides coming through, trying to stay on point, trying to also destroy that minefield for both teams. The Riley as well, giving a little bit of extra health, extra armor to Sydney Surfers, and they are the ones taking advantage of Mara. Might have just given the team another chance to stay alive, but sticking out at the end. That's everything they could have done. Mears does get the kill into the Zenyatta. The kills keep coming through for both sides, but finally the ones that are coming up on top seem to be Majesty, at least for a few seconds. The Fox coming through. Doesn't seem like it's connecting quite enough. Wrecking Ball has 1 health, just trying to do anything to stay on point. Majesty seems like they are enough. How is this happening? This is going on for so long. This finally, over time, they managed to get into second point.
And that fight should have been so much shorter, but I'm not sure if you noticed, but the Brig, Meester, was fluxed up on top of the tanks. So he just got out scot-free. Very lucked out there, but eventually you see Majesty take the point. So.
And that was very, very unfortunate for Mara as well. Gets two with the pulse bomb. They get to another one, but wasn't able to do anything else just for that fight. So now Majesty has another opportunity. They don't have a lot of time remaining though. This is a very complicated map to complete, and now we're seeing it happen. And Mars does have that ultimate to any point, and once again is going to be the minefield, delaying a little bit of that push happening. They have to figure out a way to pass this very, very open field, and as the kills coming through once again for Majesty, they're doing a really good job. The DPS in the front. Mars does get taken down in the meantime by Mirrors, but the payload, as long as they pass the corner, they do have an opportunity.
And this is what you were saying earlier. Doom is a very risky pick. There's that looming threat of Sigma and Brig, and you know, Doom's main goal here is to kind of just get these stray picks like he did with Zen. But right as he does, he just gets punished so hard. So.
Yeah, it is going to be really hard switching to the last fight. They only have 3 seconds, and this is going to overtime. It's going to be the Sigma still poking a little bit of damage. They're trying to get the long freeze out of Majesty to give the team another chance, but Sydney Surfers in the meantime come back. They surround them completely. They're going to take down Majesty. There's a Flux, gets 3, but the Transcendence is there to keep the team alive, and Sydney Surfers with a really good defense, seems like they're finally able to take control. No one else from Majesty is able to touch, and because of that, only 2 points that Majesty was able to get.
Yeah, this is a very back and forth map we're having here, and Sydney Surfers a lot of these times kind of just hanging on by a thread. Others completely dominating. Like on second point, we saw that a lot. Sydney Surfers just couldn't, or Majesty just couldn't really adjust. Until right towards the end with that Doomfist pick. We'll see if they can have a little more of a steady, have some more steady play here.
and it's just seeing Doomfist is like we were talking about, such a risky play, but you can definitely get value out of it. It's anytime we see Doomfist being meta, it's not only the fact that Doomfist is meta and you can pretty much one-shot anyone from the backline, but it's all depending on the support that you're able to get, and that lose you to speed boost you out of the fight, out of the position that you're in, to also have the support to stay alive, to maybe have a Zarya bubble on you to be able to engage. All those factors are what make Doomfist viable, and if this doesn't happen, that makes the situation a little bit more difficult. But it seems like no more Doomfist, at least for now. Majesty is going to be probably going for the same approach. You're playing this very carefully. They're going to go to the spawners again. Now for the other side, it might be a little bit more effective, but they're playing the same composition. Is at least they don't have any Widowmaker coming from Sydney servers.
Yeah, but at any second we could see that swap coming out from Sydney Surfers. A lot less shaky than Majesty's go at this, because Surfers go at this, because Majesty instantly with Yamcha kind of eliminating everybody. They stay a little longer, but not too big of an outcome. Not too different of an outcome, it looks like.
A few more kills that keep coming though for Majesty, and they're taking control. Finally, they're forced to go the way back, but that was a really good delay, at least for the push. About 40 seconds that were wasted for the side of Sydney Surfers. At least the ultimate economy benefiting them a little bit more, but the Echo's still alive. Gets Jack. The DPS seems to be alive still. Get a few more picks, but finally Pele is able to move.
Yeah, and that's what it's all about. 40 seconds off the clock really adds up here. With the Hanzo here, you're gonna see him take advantage of a lot of angles with that Mercy Pocket as well. Just keep on tacking on that damage. Easily could find one of the DPS, either Echo or McCree. We're gonna see this slam onto the high ground. They drop.
It seems like they're just having difficulty finishing those kills. The Sigma is one. Okay, he gets taken down by Mac Taco now on the Reinhardt, coming up on top, and more control finally for the defense. This is something that we didn't see last round, where Sydney Servers completely lost that first point right at the beginning. It was only one fight that guaranteed that. A few changes coming for Majesty benefiting them. That Shatter for Mac Taco is going to be ready.
And clock ticks down to 2 minutes as Sydney Surfers have the copy, the minefield, and the dragon coming up here. All we're seeing with Majesty is the Shatter, Hydran of Valk. So we'll really see how that goes. Again, Meester coming up with the Valk, but we have Yamcha with that looming threat of the High Noon, so we'll see how they kind of handle that.
And it's 2 kills in the meantime coming for the Echo. The Shatter in the meantime connecting really well. Now they just have to finish out those kills. At least created a lead. A little bit of space for Majesty. And Mars getting another kill. Falls Wars falls. And it's just a fight for this Echo. It's really saying who's able to get more kills is going to be Texas Money Jr. getting 2 more. And guaranteeing that Sydney Surfers is able to get this first checkpoint. But they have a long way to go still.
Yeah, 346, as much as it seems like a decent amount of time, just second point, this could be a real thorn in their side, so hopefully they can pluck it out before it's too late.
The Echo gets taken down for Sydney Surfers. The defense is going to take that positioning that they want, that's going to benefit them. A little bit of the Sigma in the off angle and the high ground, protecting the DPS as well. Even with the nerf of the shield, still having that protection is going to be very beneficial for Majesty. And that's exactly what they're doing. The payload for a few seconds not moving. Sydney Surface trying to take a little bit of a rotations here. The Flux is going to be ready in the meantime for follow swords, so they have to use it early on. And the duplicate in the meantime, you have 2 Sigmas going against the side of Sydney Surface. This is going to be a little more difficult, but Texas Money in the meantime really able to maintain the team alive, at least for a few seconds. The payload still hasn't moved, even though there's so much action going on this side. Majesty playing this ultimate economy very well.
And again, you're always going to see the Wrecking Balls coming to the backline, trying to pick up whatever they can. You saw that with Jack earlier, picking up that kill onto Hayden. So
the payload gets to move at least a little bit more, but the kills is just, they're going to completely deny the possibility of the payload at least passing this corner. It has to be a regroup coming through for the side of Sydney Surfers. They do have the Valkyrie to initiate the X-Fight, and they also have the Minefield, so it seems like they are going to be benefited here.
And they're rolling back on the Tracer here. Echo, they're trying to challenge him on the top right high ground. I think this is really pretty risky for Majesty, as, you know, it's just way too close to Sydney Surfers. They could just get right in their face, especially with that Wrecking Ball. But ultimately, it looks like Sydney Surfers handled this well.
Yeah, it was a little bit of the high noon trying to create the space, but finally duplicate ends, and Hayden gets 2 at the end with the Zenyatta. I really like seeing those highlights of the supports getting few kills themselves, and Sydney Surfers finally able to push. This could be one more fight that they need to get into second point, and a big opportunity to also take the victory of this map if they keep progressing the way that they're doing. Majesty does have, once again, the duplicate to use. They have the Flux. They're going to initiate, but this Flux trying to stay alive, and really good combination. Gets 2 with a high noon. Both supports get shot down immediately. No opportunities for them to use anything to try to stay alive. And with that, just the rest coming through for Majesty, more control that they're able to get. They only have 1 minute for Sydney Surfers on this attack.
Yeah, it's just looking kind of grim for Sydney Surfers here, as Majesty with the ult economy, they have the copy, the minefield, they just got that res off. They were so efficient with that Gravitic Flux high noon. Just, it looks like they're just ultimately handling their ult economy like much better, so.
Yeah, the final win condition for Majesty is definitely going to be trying to get that Transcendence before the Flux come through for the side of Spall's Horse. If that happens, and they also have the opportunity to stay alive and then use those ultimates that you mentioned, that duplicate, that minefield also creating the space, and doesn't quite happen, so no Transcendence to try to stay alive, and because of that, the Stigma from the side of Majesty does get taken down. Big opening the Sydney Surface was waiting for. Now this is just a matter of a cleanup. It's going to be a 6v4, and the kills keep coming through for the side of the attackers. Finally, they have another opportunity here. Even the minefield was used just to guarantee that they were able to get the space. They get it, almost get into that overtime, but 1 minute 25 where anyone can win. Majesty didn't get to that third checkpoint, so it's only passing a little bit more of the half part of this third part of the map.
Yeah, they aren't done yet. Majesty hopefully gonna look for some stray little potentially some boosts from Mac Tackle that where they can take advantage. Interesting pick, swapping to Hawk here. With the bridge on third point, you could take a lot of advantage of just the open space. You could take a lot of different angles, so maybe we're going to see that come out from Majesty. But this is looking... Well, I eat my words. Great res coming out from PSPY, but... And
yeah, what a messy fight. I don't even know what's going on as the high noon takes down the Mercy. Now a little bit more control the Sydney Surface is able to get, but it's going to be 35 seconds remaining. The payload has to keep moving, but finally guaranteeing a little bit more of control with Sydney Surfer. They're doing really good so far, but the minefield now with the duplicate coming through, going to delay a little bit more of the push with the payload. Roadhog is back into the fight, connecting really well with that Wrecking Ball. Wasn't able to finish it off, but that might be enough to just be able to contest the point a little bit longer for Majesty. Mars now going to the Junkrat. That's going to be dangerous if Mars is able to come back into the fight, and the kills that keep coming through is going to be 5 seconds remaining. The Flux connecting really well, delaying a little bit more of that push coming through for Sydney Surfers, where anything can happen. Tomorrow is the one that's going to come up on top, gets the kills, gets 2. The Meepsters gets 2 more, and finally Sydney Surfers, when no one else was expecting, they are able to get control of the last fight. They take control of this first map.
And that's where the Hog really falls flat, is, you know, the Gravitic Flux comes out, but Mac Tackle's hooking the Wrecking Ball, and we know Wrecking Ball. It's very, very hard to kill on your own, and the Hog's you know, a very solo-oriented character. You want to single out some squishies, you want to get a stray pick, but just can't get that with, you know, hooking these tanks, especially the very, very strong ones, so... I
think Mac Tackle was going for to try to hook someone else from the back line. Definitely not the Wrecking Ball, because like you said, it's so hard to get any, like, an actual pick of the Wrecking Ball, but only Roadhog. Just that mobility that Wrecking Ball has is going to benefit them so much more. And Sydney Surfers, because of that, they take the advantage. To be fair, this is a very hard map to complete, and it was very close for both of the teams, but
yeah, easily I would say top 2 like maps, top 2 hardest maps to complete in the game. It's a very, very tough map. You know, each checkpoint has their own kind of unique setbacks and, you know, perks for either side, but yeah,
it's just an open field at the end also that makes it so hard, because you can play anything and still get taken down. Even walking for the defense is going to be benefited so much, and that's exactly what we saw at the end. Sydney Surfers really taking the advantage, and Majesty has to figure out what to do. It seems like they're playing a lot of different heroes. They played their Wrecking Ball, their Reinhardt. We saw a little bit of that Roadhog at the end that we were talking about. But they couldn't really define one single composition that they wanted to run and that was really beneficial against Sydney Surfers. They were getting really good kills with a Widowmaker for a few seconds, but it just didn't last long enough.
Yeah, I think if they were more decisive, as you described, that would definitely be a big difference maker. But it just seems that decisiveness did not come out on Havana. Hopefully we see it this map though, because I definitely have faith in this team. I saw the way they were managing their ultimates, you know, despite the indecisiveness and the swaps that they made. And I really do think they can come out with potentially a win on this map too.
I don't think this is going to be a 2-0 for the side of Sydney Surfers. So next map, Majesty should definitely take advantage. I'm just a little bit depending on all these players that we've seen. They're very flexible into what they can play. So now it's a matter of really defining what composition they benefits the entire team overall. It's the biggest question mark that Majesty has. The initiations aren't quite there. They're trying to engage when not the entire team is ready for that engagement. So that's what's affecting them. But next map, very interesting, is going to be Hollywood.
Yeah, and as you said, along with that kind of flexibility that comes with a lot of these players, that does beg the question what they can play or what they want to play. You know, the question of comfort picks up again. I think a lot of these players kind of specialize. You saw Alwyn come out with a soldier on Eichenwald like last series. And if these indicate anything about the final comps we're going to see, right as I say that, you see a Hog, Orisa, Torb, Sim, you know, absolute clown fiesta coming out from Sydney Surfers potentially. If I see Orisa Winston, I'm going to hurl. But yeah.
At least we know already the composition that the defense is going to run is going to be pretty much a standard that we were expecting. The Wrecking Ball, the Sigma also, and that positioning like so much as well. I don't think many teams decide to play into this small high ground just because of how risky it can be and because of how much space you're already giving to the side of the attack. But a really good indication that Majesty feels comfortable for them to be able to make those rotations happen into touch point when it really matters. Sydney Surfers, though, with the double bubble composition, decided to go with. I don't know how that's going to work out for them.
Yeah, honestly, I don't see the Winston pick really working out. I think the biggest win condition here is enabling Echo, and you know, right as I say that, Yamcha coming out with a big pick, but again, that Echo is just so important, taking out Mac Tackle, you know, quite literally the biggest threat on the enemy team.
Yeah, just like when Genji was meta, the entire composition was enabling Genji for victory. In this case, it's going to be enabling your Echo for victory, creating the space necessary and being able to push with your Echo to guarantee this final blow. So that's exactly what the defense is trying to do in the meantime, playing this very carefully. And the Echo just having a more difficulty being able to push in, especially with the composition that Winston trying to jump in, gets taken down, at least for a few seconds. 61 Junior gets taken down as well. Jack now no longer in the Wrecking Ball like we were talking about. It's going to be the Winston, and comes up effective at least for a few seconds with the kill into that Zenyatta. And now it's going to be those final blows. Everyone from the side of Majesty is trying to touch a point before it's too late. They haven't even lost a tick, and it's going to be Bob, making it a little bit more difficult for them, but Sydney Surfers coming on top with the kills. Also used Rally to guarantee that they're able to start moving the payload.
Yeah, and you know, with Kree Ash and then that BAP, of course. Honestly, just Majesty's comp just has a lot of damage output. But as we saw with Sydney Surfers, just that, you know, that kind of methodical way of going about it, trying to create that space and just, you know, make way for your team, just really shine through.
Yeah, they do have the possibility, but Sydney Surfers do have the momentum. They also have the Ultimate Academy. Even though they did use Riley late into the fight, they couldn't get as much value as they wanted out of it. They have 4 more ultimates. They have both of the tank ultimates here to push up to create the space that they need into the high ground. They're doing so in a really good way. Majesty, in the meantime, Mac Tackle trying to make the support line have a little bit more trouble with those heals, but in the meantime, the kills haven't really come through. Sydney Surfers are doing really good job. Them not really connecting in the meantime, but the payload already halfway through the second checkpoint.
Yeah, and you really can't be playing around as ball here against that Ana Brig. You know, both those stuns come through, you get them down to half health, that Echo will just, you know, tell them goodbye. So it's just very, it's a delicate situation that Mac Tackle has to take care of here.
It's just those engagements. It doesn't seem like Majesty is as connected to their team as they would want to. Sydney Surfers, in the meantime, they're just working well together, and now it's going to be more risky. They did just use 4 ultimate abilities. They're going to be having the rally again, so that might just be enough. We know the state of Brig and still being as strong, going to at least enable a little bit more of the space that they need. Mara gets another kill, and Sydney Surfers are just rolling past this point. Bob on point, still laying a little bit of that push, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be enough for Majesty to come back. They're wrecking ball once again. Mac Tackle going into this hero, trying to delay, trying to touch, but everyone from the rest of the team gets taken down. Majesty not really able to capitalize out of any of this ultimates that they just used, and Sydney Surfers with 4 minutes into this third part of the map.
Yeah, against all odds, with such a weak ult economy, they really pulled through there, kind of brute force. Door opens for his 3rd point, and we're gonna see a Gravitic Flux coming up for next fight, and again, a hog swap. Very interesting. Potentially we're gonna just see, you know, Mac Tackle probably just roaming on high ground, looking for a hook, or maybe on low ground. Let's just hope he doesn't get caught out for this.
It might get a little bit more difficult to get value out of this rotor, and it seems like Mac Tackle just switching between a bunch of heroes, trying to see what works at the end of the day. Sydney Surfers, in the meantime, does get this kill into Bing Bong, and the momentum going for this team as well. A bit more control. The Majesty gets 3, one of them starting off with the high noon. The Ana gets taken down. This is the first time that I see Majesty fully winning a fight here. They have some time to breathe here in 3 minutes for Sydney Surfers.
Yeah, and that was a pretty even playing field, if not definitely in favor for Sydney Surfers, and Majesty, all of them just showed up for that fight. You can definitely tell. And they're
yeah.
No, you go, sorry.
No, you go.
We're gonna see the copy to the Roadhog go on to point. Mac Tackle's definitely just gonna, well, he's feeding a lot of bolt charge to the Echo. The Echo copy goes down, whips it onto the Grav. High noon comes up, and oh my, Bob onto point, but really it's just looking kind of grim for Majesty right now. Sydney Surfers at every turn is kind of countering their every move.
Yeah, the Bob is able to get 1 kill, and Mac Tackle was able to get another one right at the end, but well, at least they do have this fun advantage here to come through. They might be able to come back in time, but Sydney Surfers seems like they are aiming for a regroup for them to happen, especially when they just lost Mirror. So 2 minutes still, they're pretty confident that they can make it in time. And Majesty, they just have to build those ultimates. It might be, you know, that rally coming through, but even then, sometimes it's not enough.
Yeah, I really don't think that, well, we have, both the teams have rally and kind of lacking in the ult department. Majesty, definitely closer. So we definitely might see that Bob come out. That's going to be a huge win condition for Majesty here, the difference maker, really.
They're playing this very carefully, but Sydney Surfers are the ones finally, once again, being able to win the fight. If Pico's coming through, Jack does get taken down, but the rest of the team is having that momentum going on for them. They are able to move the payload, and it's only a matter of Majesty if they're able to touch a point. The Brig immediately getting taken down. and 1 minute 23 seconds remaining. This is a really good time, at least for Hollywood. Really good momentum that we saw from Sydney Surfers. Now is the time for Majesty.
Yeah, they just clutch it out before that Bob comes into play. Good for them. So we're gonna see that on the attack with a time make of 123 after capping all 3. So very curious to see what they roll out on.
They were doing really good, especially at the beginning, but it's into that third part of the map where things get more difficult for the start of the attack. They have to be very smart about the ultimate economy. It cost them a few fights before they were able to get those initial picks. So Sydney Surfers definitely taking the advantage here, having time remaining in case we go to a third round. They have the confidence of knowing that they can still win, at least take 1 check mark, but without even going too far, Majesty has to be really smart about their attack first. They want to have more time remaining, and they've swapped a bunch of different heroes.
Wow, so Majesty come with a very interesting comp. We don't know if that's final yet, but Sydney with the Winston. Again, seeing that Winston again is just very, very interesting, especially on the defense here, because, you know, defense, there's not much space to make. It's definitely more relies on the attackers to kind of control how that goes. You know, this kind of territory war that goes on between both teams. And, you know, on defense, I'm just very interested to see how they employ Winston's abilities.
Yeah, the Winston and also the Zarya, they just play in a very unique way. So it's a little bit risky, but in the meantime, Chance immediately gets taken down from the side of Sydney Surfers. Not a good sign if you're defending this point and if you don't have the spawn advantage. Now, the rotations are going to be the most important thing to try to stay alive, and it seems like Majesty are doing it so well. Quantum gets 2, gets Mara, gets Jack, and a little bit more of the breathing room the Majesty was waiting for. They're going to get 2 ticks here. That's going to guarantee that the payload is going to start moving. Majesty has decided to win here.
Yeah, with Majesty, you see that this is where that hog pick shines, because you see Jack and on that double bubble composition, you see the spam of Hanzo, you see the spam of Zen, you see Hog. All of that comes through, and then once you get a hook, that they're done. And when you're on the attacking side, you're just really sealing the deal.
This is already a difference in positioning as well for the side of Sydney Surfers. Majesty, when they were defending, they didn't all try to hold the high ground, but this is something the Sydney Surfers is trying to do. They know the advantage that this high ground is going to bring the team, and because of that, Majesty is just trying to poke damage to them from the low ground, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be easy. Yeah, the payload can move, but now as when the engagement starts, Jack jumps down, gets taken down immediately, and just because of that, it forces the rest of Sydney Surfers to also jump down. Definitely a big mistake for them. They didn't wait enough to have the ultimate abilities to push in, and Bing Bong, along with Mac Tackle with tank lineup, just having the confidence again.
Yeah, Sydney Surfers, looks like there must have been some sort of miscommunication where, you know, Jack fell down and they were just, you know, you see Majesty win that team fight mostly because of that, and it's just very unfortunate to see. They were so coordinated in the start. They got that hook up on high ground, but ultimately it falls apart and cost them an entire checkpoint.
Sydney Surfers couldn't even touch the point at the end. They couldn't even have that recontest that they wanted to, and because of that, Majesty has a huge time bank along with a huge ultimate economy to work with for the last part of the map. They're going to have 5 ultimates. Mac Taco is the only one who doesn't have it. Everyone else is ready for the fight. Sydney Surfers, they have to play this very smart. They have to be the ones initiating with the rally if they really want to keep pushing, if they want to create the space that they need, because this part of the map can turn into only 1 or 2 fights if they don't play this carefully enough.
Yeah, Majesty, if there's any time to not be on the back foot, it's now. I'd rather see them, you know, in with their lives than on the back foot, and this is what we're seeing right now. They're on the offensive. We love that high noon, taking all that space, kind of slowing them down, and that's just what they needed. Hopefully they can close this out.
Yeah, they do have the momentum at least. They do get the pick into Jack, but it's going to come back really soon. The Flux also connecting really well in the meantime, but not going to be enough. Sydney Surfers gets 3, now make it 4, and because of that, they do finally have control of the payload. They will be pushing forward, making sure that they're able to get those final kills. Majesty has to go again. That ultimate economy that they had before is not there anymore.
it is not there anymore, but it's definitely looking better than before. You see, you know, they do still have the minefield coming up and the dragon, but it's so much better than before. Because before, it was like 6-1, and they've definitely reduced that by a lot. So this is looking a lot better for Majesty.
They are able to push a little bit more. Majesty does have a lot of time remaining, and that's a really good initiation. The Dragon's also trying to create the space that they need for inside of Sydney's surface, but don't really get any picks. The ones that are getting the kills, just Majesty finally just figuring out a way to push in. They get the pick into Jag, and finally that means that their rotation into the payload is going to be ready for them. They are so close into taking the advantage here. This final kills coming through is going to be the Diva, is going to be the Zenyatta, still on point, still trying to make their lives a little bit more difficult. But even with the minefield team that they come through, they just have Sydney Surfers. The protection is there, and Majesty able to get 3 points with a lot more time remaining than we saw the enemy team.
Yeah, with Majesty here, you just saw a constant push forward, and they really didn't waver. You saw on first point, they took it pretty dominantly. On second, it only cost like 1 hog until they got that second checkpoint. And as much as Sydney Surfers, you know, pushed back a little bit, Majesty just kept on going. Again, they did not waver one bit.
And now it's just a matter of the time being such a key factor into, you know, giving the advantage to Majesty 3 minutes 38 seconds into what could possibly be exactly what they need to win. Even if they're swapping heroes a match, even if they don't have the best synergy so far, the time is going to give them more opportunities to go again. Only 1:23 seconds for Sydney Surfers means that not only they're going to start attacking again, but that they only have about 2 fights. If they don't have the speed, if they don't have the mobility, something like Mirrors will be going into that Lucio, but even then, only 2 fights is the most that you can expect from this team, and then it's going to be just overtime.
Yeah, it looks like they were on the hog initially, but it looks like they swap off. Again, as you're saying, that timing is so important. They're sacrificing that, you know, that potential efficiency with some mobility, you know, being able to pin back from spawn, as well as now a very brawl-style composition. We haven't seen this yet from Sydney Surfers, so let's see how they handle that. They have the hog on high ground along with that Zen spam, the Hanzo spam. Very, very good for Majesty, so...
Yeah, playing this very carefully in those rotations once again for the defense that are the key part into guaranteeing that they're able to hold it for a little bit longer. P kills coming through for both sides. Mirrors does get the pick into the Zenyatta, and there's a lot of action going on. Sydney Surfers are getting taken down. The defense is able to hold for a little bit longer, and as expected, 45 seconds remaining. 1 less fight territory for Majesty. They have to do something. They don't have the ultimate economy. They might have the whole hog coming through for Mag Tackle. But even then, they just have to make sure that it connects really well to pushes everyone up from the point. Sydney Surface ready to engage here. Now they do have the speed. They do have the Reinhardt.
Yeah, and another thing, Yamcha here, you consistently see him getting kills, and if not, a lot more.
Nice.
That star factor that he has with again with last fight, he got like 4 or 5 people, and on Habana, he definitely displayed that with his Widow. And that's not to discount Mars, as you just see the 3K coming out with him on Tracer, and it just looks, you know, Majesties are really delivering on this defense.
Yeah, just the final kills. They were able to touch to take it to overtime, but now it's just Majesty finally getting those kills, getting that momentum. Mars has been popping off, gets 4 at the end. Actually, well, gets taken out at the end, but we ignore that. That's good enough, at least for the team. Really good defense. Majesty has a big opportunity here. They have a lot of time remaining, and they just had a full hold against Sydney Surfers.
Yeah, that was the DPS line for Majesty's really showing up. I'm eager to see them on attack. Let's this could end in 2 ways. Either Sydney Surfers pull something crazy and, you know, maybe it's some wacky comp, or they really just go back to what they know best and try to tough it out. But really, with how Mars and Yamcha are playing, I'm just not sure I see that happening.
If Majesty decides to take a little bit of that dive composition with Tracer going to back in, distracting that's definitely the winning condition for them. They, like we said, a lot of time remaining. Sydney Surfers, they're going to play with no shields, so already a very big risk factor. They have to be very comfortable into the heroes that they're playing right now. There's going to be the Roadhog, there's going to be the Zarya, that they have to depend so much on the rotations of this point to guarantee that they're able to win. Majesty, in the meantime, even if they run the same composition, at least they can get away with the creation of space that they need so bad.
I think this is a very, very bold move of Sydney Surfers, picking such a comp in which they don't have shields, basically proposing a pure battle of mechanics. With this Zarya, Hog, the Hanzo, the Ashe, I think it's very bold considering the last round. So let's. But right as I say that, Mara really delivering with the Hanzo, getting both the Zen and the Hanzo. So.
Yeah, for this, everyone from Majesty all the way back, they have to wait once again, and this is really good for them. Just a lot of time consumed. Only one tank that's going to be necessary for Majesty to take the victory here. So any sort of picks that the Hanzo is able to get, they're going to be enough, and they have to just keep coming. So a lot of pressure that they're going to be having. Majesty once again trying to come in. They do have, seems like a Widowmaker, so even getting any picks is not going to be easy. Mactaco gets taken down, but it's a 5v5, so still an opportunity. Doesn't seem like it's an opportunity the Majesty wants to play though, as slowly Sydney Surfers is creating the space, is trying to delay them. Break's still alive, but they can't get taken down. That's going to delay them even more.
Mars falling there is so detrimental as he gets that stray pick onto Mara. That was definitely an opportunity, but just got a little too greedy. We'll definitely see how they can adjust here, though.
2 minutes 15 seconds for Majesty. No really any ultimates that we can see, except for Texas Manager does have the Bob that's going to delay a little bit of that push, and that's exactly what's going to happen right now. Bob into the corner, making it a little bit harder for them to push in. Max Tackle first pick is able to get that Bob very early on, and now with that they create the space that they need. As long as that Bob is unavailable, then they can create the space. Jack in the meantime takes the high ground, no one else is looking, and gets two. Sydney Surfers has another opportunity here for the defense. They're just creating the space. This is going to be yet another research for Majesty, and it's not looking too good now.
Yeah, that was just a really clutch play from Jack, getting those two picks. That's really going to close out the fight and just leaving them two, maybe one fight.
Yeah. They're going to have the same time remaining that Sydney Surfers had. And we can even see a draw. Wait, I just realized that there's definitely a possibility for this match. Majesty, they have to be very smart. It seems like they're going to go into that rotation for the high ground. Playing this very carefully. Everyone just trying to stay alive at least for a few seconds is going to be key. But amplification midterm coming through for the side of Sydney Surfers forces everyone to wait. This is very smart for Majesty. You're going to wait a few extra seconds, making sure that no one gets picked out. Mortality and amplification field are now down. So this is the opportunity for them to push in. Really good hook, but the bubble as well, keeping Mac Tackle alive for a few extra seconds. Transcendence as well. And no one else was able to touch from Sydney Surfers. No one else. They were all alive, but they just didn't jump into point.
Yeah, I definitely think Sydney Surfers had the right idea with the window there up top to waste some time. But, you know, to waste some time, make it only one fight remaining. But in order to have one fight remaining, you need to, you know, participate in that fight. So I guess that's really where they fall flat on this map. Unfortunate.
It could have worked though. It could have worked for them. They were alive. They just had to touch a point and they didn't. I don't even want to say it was like a C9. Like, I just think I don't know. They completely forgot that it was only one tick for them to lose.
Yeah, they
good for Majesty though. They have another chance here. This means that it takes us through 3 maps. So let's go.
Yeah, that was just. I guess they, you know, they thought it would be a bit reckless to jump from, you know, the balcony. It's more civilized to go down the stairs. But I just don't even. I'm just confused. You know, I'm just confused. 6 people, all in the same spot, all forgetting that the point exists. I find it a bit fishy. Who's fixing the match?
And like we were talking about the rotations, and it's good that, you know, they want to rotate from all the way back into touching point, but they didn't have time. So it doesn't even make sense. And I get, you know, that the sense of you don't want to jump right into the enemy team, but at this point, like there's nothing else you can do. I just want to see if I just want to know if it was like something that they all talked about, like, yeah, let's have the rotation going on, or they just all 6 of them decided to completely forget about the point.
Well,
many questions.
Now that I think about it, I think MacTackle whole hogged, but again, that still begs the question. You know, there's 2 potential people that can get on the point there with that Zarya. You have bubble management that's so crucial at the end. You know, again, a great play with that window, but those bubbles are so important.
I don't know. It was very interesting to see, but again, like it just gives the teams yet another opportunity to define it. Is going to be once again Legion Tower, taking us to this map, and I'm sorry, I'm just not over what just happened. So.
Yeah, no, it was honestly, I could not tell what happened until a minute, and then I was like, well, I mean, they are playing Hog, so Hog was definitely on the table, but yeah, so we're gonna go into this map with Night Market. Maybe it looks like they're not gonna roll out on the Sims like last time. Just going out on the Echo Tracer. Is that a mirror I'm seeing? A mirror saved the Briggs N.
Yeah, it's going to be the break coming through with Lucio there, so not a lot of heals are going to be available for Majesty. They have no run now with discount, going to be playing a little bit of that Mercy, of that bait that we see, and already Majesty's in point. Really good rotations that they have, trying to take the point and trying to control as much of the area as possible. Sydney Surfers in the meantime just trying to push in. They do have the Sigma to do so, as well as the Wrecking Ball, but the kills are going to keep coming through for this side of Majesty, looking really good so far. And with that, it's just a cleanup that's going to happen very early on. Even if the few kills keep coming through for the Sydney Surfers, it doesn't seem like it will guarantee for them to take control of the point. All 6 members of Majesty alive already, passing the 60% for the rally as well, looking really good for the next fight. Everyone, it seems like, is going to be ready in that percentage that keeps gaining up.
Yeah, and with the comp that Sydney Surfers is running, it makes MacTackle's life a lot easier compared to, you know, how Sydney Surfers has to deal with Quantum with that brick pick. So they ultimately come out on top, very close to mines. They already have the Valk going for them. Bomb right in a second here. But pretty even ult economy still, regardless of the fight result. We'll see who really, you know, who gets the kill with the pulse bomb, who gets the better, you know, echo ult.
Yeah, they do have, you know, a few of them. The rally is going to be the one initiating for the side of Majesty, and on the other side, Sydney Surfer is going to initiate a little bit with the Valkyrie as well. Looking really good in the meantime. That minefield is still on point and delaying a little bit more of that attack. It's not going to be enough, though, as 50% is going to pass for the side of Majesty. Valkyrie as well, still available and pushing forward. Good rotations at least that Sydney Surfer is trying to get here with the minefield, and once again now coming from the side of MacTackle is exactly what they were waiting for, to push everyone all the way back to actually minefields that we see, especially with the duplicate, that's going to guarantee that Majesty is able to still control the point for a little bit longer.
Yeah, and that echo ult's so dominant, sending Sydney Surfers back to the drawing board. They come back with the Sig ult. The Sig in the minefield is very it's very good for Sydney Surfers. I'm very unsure of how Majesty's gonna deal with this, considering the lack of a ball ult. And again, MacTackle looks very low health here.
Yeah, still able to stay alive at least for a few seconds. There's a Flux still going all the way in the back. Doesn't really get any picks at least. And that guarantees is going to be that 99% going for the side of Majesty. It's just a matter of the cleanup and Sydney Surfers are the ones coming up on top of the kills. And once again, Minefield really curating the space that they needed into point, and that's exactly what they're going to do. A few more that they get, and finally some percentage of Sydney Surfers is able to get. They also have the ultimate economy for the next fight. They're going to have the duplicate. They're going to have the pulse bomb. Both of these ultimates going to the backline could guarantee them at least passing the 50% depending on how long Majesty takes into the fight.
Jack was playing a risky game there, just kind of walking up on high ground, but no punishment given. He loses the pile drive there.
Okay.
Yamcha with huge bombs, pardon me.
Yeah, there's going to be 2 more, and Mars still trying to do anything, but it's going to be a little bit more harder. Majesty does have the momentum going on for them. They are using every single ultimate, every single ability that they can, but at least they're going to guarantee that they're able to take control of the point. Everyone from the side of Sydney Surfer still live trying to touch a point is going to be the Echo. Still no longer able to get any value out of the Flux with the duplicate, so just trying to stay alive in the meantime, takes on the Tracer, and now it's a matter of cleaning up the Mercy, cleaning up the Echo. Everyone just switching into the dive, into trying to touch the point. The rally though for Majesty is what's keeping them alive for so long. Discount level 7 does get taken down, and 3 kills for Jack. What just happened? That's going to guarantee control once again for Sydney Surfers. 3 more, and just cleaning this up. Sydney Surfers will be able to recontest this point. They have another opportunity.
Yeah, and Jack giving them a second chance at life with that triple boop. Very, very good. They gain the minefield. Mac Tackle kind of just chilling towards point, looking to enter right as his team does, you know, create an opening.
53% in the meantime though. Jack definitely gave Sydney Surfers yet another opportunity. They will be using the minefield again, creating the space that they need, passing at least at 70%, taking both teams into the 99. That's exactly what they're aiming for. At least Jack, another kill, takes on the Sigma, and the kills keep coming through. The rest is available for discount MO7, giving them another chance, and it's Mara, the one now being highlighted here. Sydney Surfers gets 2. Majesty hasn't given up just yet. It takes 3 more, and it seems like they will be winning the fight. They have to take down the Lucy, they have to take down the Echo. Gets caught into the Flux, and now it's just a matter of touching the point, into trying to recontest it for a little bit longer. They do have the 99%, but now, can anyone else from the side of Sydney Surfers touch?
Yeah, you know, Mara, regardless with that bomb, you still see Majesty continuously pushing and pushing, and just continuously outplaying despite the ults that are coming out from Sydney Surfers.
Yeah, it's just a matter of the cleanup that Majesty's doing right now. Majesty coming up, taking everyone down with a postman as well, with the duplicate. Max Taku getting the final kill into Jack, and that's going to guarantee the first advantage into Legion Tower. Really good from both teams. With Majesty once again coming up on top, and it seems like the first map that we saw from them was just a warm-up, and now they look like a completely different team.
Yeah, and as much as I described that brick pick, I just think Majesty's entire roster is just playing to their fullest potential, and they're really putting that on display. You know, ults will come out from Sydney Surfers, but they just do not back down at all. You always see them put up some sort of a fight regardless of whatever's happening during the fight.
Yeah, and they're playing this very well as well. Now they have another opportunity if they want to run a different composition here, but Mac Taco looking so much better into the Wrecking Ball. But yeah, really creating the space that the team needed, and this is where everything's going to be defined.
And it looks like they're gonna meet at the right room with it's very dangerous game to play with Tracer, as with both McCree's in play. That flash, you know, one flash and you're done. So
Now Taco already gets taken down, so this is going to be first point. Definitely going for the Sydney Surfers, unless a crazy play can happen here for Majesty. The res does come through though, but it might be just a little bit too late. Majesty in the meantime still trying to stay in the field, still trying to delay the control for Sydney Surfers, but like we mentioned, they have to wait a few extra seconds. They have to wait for everyone to come back. Jack going really low, and Mars is the one that gets taken down as well. A little bit more control that Majesty starting to get. They do have to wait for Mars, but at least the Tracer has the mobility to come back soon.
yeah, just continuously kind of collecting these picks, Majesty, and they all add up. Right when they, you know, right when they're down 2, Sydney Surfers just eventually crumble. Majesty keeps on pushing and pushing, and ball's gonna fall on a point, giving the point to Majesty.
a little bit more control. And one of the key parts of this map is that it's very hard to have that recontest happen, and that just means that the control that Majesty just had really shows the level that they had right now. Majesty now also has the ultimate economy efficient. They're going to build the Flux very early on, along with that Mind.Hive for Mac Tackle. That's going to guarantee all of the space that they need, especially because Sydney Surfers want to go on the right side, and there's not a lot of space to work with in that area. They're going to pass the 34% for Sydney Surfers, and it's going to be Jack in the meantime on the other hand, trying to get that minefield to be more effective, but the Transcendence also destroying a little bit of those mines. The High Noon as well getting 3 kills. Sydney, and also Mac Tackle getting 2 kills. If we saw before from Jack, now you can see from Mac Tackle a lot of control and just spinning into point with the duplicate, guaranteeing more control. And Majesty is able to get that duplicate as well coming through. And in the meantime, the kills weren't quite enough, and Sydney Surfer is able to regain a few of the control. Majesty, it's just a matter of trying to touch point, trying to delay it, but it's not going to be enough.
Yeah, Sydney Surfer's coming in from that little room on the right with, you know, both Minefield and Flux just barely on the horizon, and it just wasn't in time. And right before they could get it, Sydney Surfers just takes the point.
There's going to be another rotation that Majesty wants to take here. They did use quite a few ultimates with Mac Talk already with a 52% for that minefield. Also, the Sigma is going to try to push in to initiate the fight with this Flux. Doesn't really get any picks just yet, but Mars does get taken down in the meantime. This is not the first time that we see this happen, and in the meantime, Majesty wants to engage here with the Flux. Doesn't quite have the connection that they expected to, especially with their rally. Having that protection, Mir's doing an amazing job passing the 70% for Sydney Surfers, and only 53 Majesty is able to get this. Going to be a cleanup. A few more kills are coming for the side of Majesty, but even with those ultimates, it doesn't seem like it's going to be enough. They have to regroup for what could be one last fight for them.
Sydney Surfers pushing just a little too hard with that rally, getting a little greedy, a little ambitious, but just getting that punish coming from Quantum onto Mara is really what's making the difference here. But right as I say that, they bounce right back, like, you know, defying all odds, really.
Yeah, they just use every ultimate and it happens to work. The High Noon also, and this is just definitely taking us to the distance. It's going to be defined by the last map, where we can expect a lot of the Reinhardt coming through. Now, this is the last opportunity for both teams to take that 2-1 against the enemy. And it can be with the Reinhardt, it can be even with the Junkrat. I feel like we haven't seen as much. Mara already locking the Junkrat might be the opportunity where we see it.
Tackle onto the Rhine and Jack onto the Rhine. We're going to see Rhine here.
Let's go.
The Junkrat's coming into play as well. This is going to be a little bit of a clown fiesta. Both sides sporting the Junkrat. I'm very interested to see how this plays out in the very first fight.
Yeah, very, very standard composition for what is this map. Is going to be the Reinhardt, is going to be the Zarya, also coming from Majesty, playing a little bit more of that brawl, having that protection as well with the bubbles, and Mars as well with the Junkrat, trying to push everyone away. Does take some damage as well, but able to stay alive for a few extra seconds. Majesty playing a little bit more defensively. They don't want to push forward too fast, or that's going to get them taken down immediately by the side of Sydney Surfers. A little quick damage, but the space is going to be controlled by Sydney Surfers at least for a few extra seconds. The charge doesn't quite connect, and then amplification, immortality field. I'm sorry, that actually does really well for Sydney Surfers. Gets taken down though, and Mag Tackle gets 3. That's going to guarantee the control of space for Majesty. A little bit more of a cleanup is going to happen, but now there you see the power of Reinhardt.
Yeah, I think that's where the Junkrat kind of shines through, is where that spam towards the end. Because I respect the idea of Sydney Surfers putting that immortality up in the front to try to enable Jack and then maybe speed boost out, but it just doesn't work out when you got all that spam behind you. Somebody's going to fall, and that's where, you know, it's all going to crumble.
Yeah, definitely passing that 20% in the meantime, and it's going to be that tire trying to connect. Amplification as well, and the tire does take down the Lucio. No speed for the side of Sydney Surfers, and this is not looking to get a few kills. Mars able to get Mars
but doesn't seem once again that it's going to be enough for the team to engage properly. That block coming through for Sydney Surfers, trying to lift some of the members up. The Baptiste does get taken down, and Sydney Surfers, after using their ultimate abilities, after using that tire, finally guarantee some space for them, finally guarantee that they're able to control point, and only 48 for Majesty. They still have an opportunity to re-engage.
Yeah, we're gonna see grab come up for Majesty, but not much to go with it, especially as Mars falls. You know, you don't have that possibility of the tire coming in. You have the high noon, but it's just a little too risky, especially with the presence of a Junkrat. You know, Trans coming up as well, and we're just gonna hope that that can come and play to when Jack shatters here.
Yeah, the Shadow's going to be ready. It doesn't seem like he gets anything. Actually gets blocked by MacTac. A really good job. Now the Transcendence keeping everyone alive. The Dragon Search as well, connecting really well. Immortality feel absolutely no value at all for the side of Sydney Surfers, but they do get some value out of the high noon as well. Able to push in a little bit more. It might be enough for them to take control of the point, at least for a little bit longer. They're already passing what Majesty had at the beginning. Mars does have that tire if they want to use it early on, and Majesty not really working together. Now have the time to regroup very early on, pushing everyone from Sydney Surfers all the way back, but they're still alive.
And tire gets nothing as Mac tackles kinda in the enemy backline. Mac tackle falls, and it looks like Majesty is once again on the back foot here.
And this could be one less fight for Majesty if they're not able to take control of the point. It's going to pass that 80% in the meantime. A few kills that are happening for Majesty, but again, it has to be the regroup that's going to be effective. And they're going to jump into the map. They're going to jump into that last fight with the high noon that's going to be ready, with the tire, with the flux. And it's not going to be easy. Sydney Surfers could just take the victory here, passing that 90%. Majesty, they have to figure out a proper way to engage. You hear the high noon coming for both sides, and Mortality Field used just for protection on the side of Majesty, but no kills have happened so far. They're just trying to force everyone from the side of Sydney Surfers to wait their ultimate ability. It's really good shatter though. Back tackle trying to stay alive, and Mortality Field now for the other hand. Sydney Surfers are the ones coming up on top. They already have the 99. They just have to clean it up. One of he hasn't been up just yet though. A kill that Saria is able to get, but unfortunately for Majesty, it doesn't seem like it's going to be enough, even with the Transcendence still on point. The Shatter, on the other hand, no one else was able to touch from Majesty, and Sydney Surfers take the victory.
Yeah, it's just such poor timing at the end. You see the Zen come out with Trans, and Saria just falls. Yo, there was a great Shatter that came in too, but again, just no luck.
Mac tackled it. But it's just like it was such a close fight that we saw at the end, and Majesty had the right tools. It wasn't just the right timing. Unfortunately, Sydney Surfers does take that 2-1, and I think this is the best first matches that we could expect from BPL. We already saw 2 matches that take us to 3 maps with a lot of high level plays from both teams. Any of these teams, not only between Majesty and Sydney Surfers, but between when we saw NightDrive and Sovereign, could have taken the victory. It was just a few mistakes here and there, but really sets up with really high expectations for what's going to come.
Yeah, no, honestly, excellent play from all 4 teams today, or you know, the 4 teams that we're covering today. They were just it was always back and forth, and whenever they, you know, shined, it was just very, very apparent. So you know, with Mara, honestly, I cannot.
Okay.
Wait, shit, I'm doing. Oh, unfortunately, I was just waiting for Dust to count. But hi, hello there.
Hello, what's up?
I'm electric right now, to say the least. Fucking hell. Oh, pain.
Run us a little bit through, you know, the comms happening for this match. I feel like there was a lot of action going on. Yeah, chaos. I can imagine.
Chaos, screaming, a lot of Texas just calling shit to do. Like it was a lot. We pulled it out at the end there, but that was way too close. That Hollywood was, oh my gosh. That Hollywood. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So yeah, for that map. So specifically, how did you guys decide what you wanted to run, what sort of compositions, and what sort of heroes? And especially because, like you said, it was so close that you guys could have played anything. And and it just felt like it was so even that even the heroes didn't make a difference. It was just a matter of that synergy that you guys had.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so our plan on Hollywood was we were expecting them to run a lot of ball because MacTackle is known for his ball. So we were double bubble is a pretty good counter to that comp, but they pulled something out completely different from that, and we just got flashbanged. At the end there, we definitely pulled it out on that stall, or sorry, in the overtime rounds. Like we mirrored them very well. If I had gotten like an inch closer to the point, we probably would have at least been able to win that map with the grav we had. It was rough. That Hollywood map was just so very, very confusing for us.
Yeah, the end was just like we were so confused. We just couldn't even understand what happened at the end.
It's a turbulent map.
It was a mess.
Definitely a turbulent map.
Yeah.
We definitely weren't expecting them to pull out the hog sig. Like they put so many resources into killing our ball. It was impressive. We tried to keep running it for like the entire rest of that round, and it just didn't work. Then we tried running rush, which also didn't work. Oh, pain.
So were you guys just trying to counter MacTackle with the Wrecking Ball the entire? Like, was that part of your biggest strategy, or what was the main thing that you were focusing on?
Okay, so basically, MacTackle is really good at ball. He's really good at ball. He got second in sub tourney 1, second in sub tourney 2. Sorry, second in sub tourney 2.
Second in like everything.
Sub tourney 3. Second in goat tourney. This he loves getting second, but his ball is truly something terrifying. And we were planning on just countering his ball very, very hard. And I mean that it sort of worked because he did swap, but it didn't work well enough on Hollywood, I guess.
I mean, it worked out at the end, right? So that's all that matters.
We almost exclusively practiced double bubble on Hollywood because we knew we were expecting a lot of teams just to hard run ball generally. Okay. I'm sorry, I've never given an interview before if you can't tell. But,
no, it was good, don't worry. Good.
I've never casted or given an interview.
That's okay,
before,
man.
You guys are doing great. It's all good.
But yeah, good stuff today. You did really well. You just deserved to win, so.
Thanks. Okay. I mean, I think I don't know. Any other questions you guys have? Our comms are just currently incredibly chaotic, but I
can imagine.
I think that's better than no comms from certain teams.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, that's what we were talking about how important it is, that communication as well. But especially with the compositions that we see right now, you just have to communicate with your team. And even if that means, screaming and everyone just being a mess, and at the end, if it works out for you guys, then go ahead. And, maybe one question that I did ask before. So was, one team that you're really, really expecting to play soon?
Expecting to play soon? Well... So I have my predictions. I'm getting the feeling we're gonna get lucky in next week's draft. We're gonna get NightDrive. We rolled them in warm-ups. We're gonna roll them again. Easy.
All right.
Easy.
Okay, but we'll see. We'll see how that goes.
GG's, gamers. Sorry, Freya. I love you. I'm kidding. Maybe. I don't know. I'll make that decision later. Okay.
Honestly, I think it was Mara.
Oh yeah, for sure it was Mara. Getting those pulls when getting that. It's just DPS is such a highlight so far. It's very interesting to see. I think MacTackle also deserves being highlighted. A really good job. It seems like everyone was hearing MacTackle and the Wrecking Ball, and even under Reinhardt getting a lot of kills. So depending on the team that you're looking at, it would be MacTackle, it would be Mara as well. Both of them had a really good performance, and yeah, like I mentioned, just had expectations for what's going to come from these teams. Yeah.
Right.
What's up?
No, I was just saying. All right. It was nice being here. So thank you for having me, guys.
First cast. Let's go. Yeah, and okay, so we're gonna turn into a break. When we come back, you guys are gonna have other casters, other matches as well, so definitely keep an eye on that. And yeah, see you guys.
No one ever sees me, I'm losing every battle. No one ever sees me, I'm losing every battle. No one ever sees me, I'm losing every battle. Can somebody save me, I'm losing every battle. No one ever sees me, I'm losing every battle. No one ever sees me, I'm losing every battle. No one ever sees me, I'm losing every battle. Can somebody save me, I'm losing every battle.
Hello everyone. We're having a quick short break. We're having a bit of technical issues, so I'm here to talk with you. How are you doing, chat? Yeah, it's me. Those were some very interesting games. A lot of fun. Very close games, 2-1 each, and even 1-1 on the third point as well. So very excited for more close games like this. And these are random seeds as well. So as we get further into the tournament, we might get even closer games as we get the Swiss format up and running. But yeah, a lot of fun games. And our next game also looks very fun. It's Nemo versus Joshin, the classic. Very excited for this game. There's a lot of shit talk happening in lobby chat right now. While we figure this out, so I mean, you can see my jacket. It's right there. I can put it on. It was getting a little warm, so. Anyway, chat, how are you doing? How are you liking the game so far? Sane Girl again with the Sane Girl has gifted like 50 subs since I started looking at chat. So thank you, Sane, as always. Look at all these BPL players getting subs. So which team do you guys think looks strongest so far? You know, we've seen 4 of them. We still have 12 more to go. A lot of teams. Mine, of course, Taylor. very unbiased as always. Fortnite Pancake, I agree, Spookies. Fortnite Pancake is definitely the strongest team, unmatched. Hello, Drop.
Hello, what's up? I just remember on the desk. What's up?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing. I saw you asking about the strongest teams. It's just like I'm so happy because I feel like this was the best possible way to start this league. I think everyone looks so even that it's already very, very hard to tell who's going to come up on top. But we can definitely say, like Sydney Surfers took the victory, but Majesty, when they were playing more aggressive, when they had the tank lineup, it was just unstoppable for so many times that I know Majesty is really gonna make that comeback for other maps. It's just and NightDrive as well, Sovereign, that match as well took us to 3 maps. So
yeah, I mean all the maps basically ended with one fight right at the end, and it could have gone either way. So very close games, very exciting. A bit of hard games to spectate because there's so much going on with the ball and echo, and this meta is very very fast. It reminds me of old Dive in a way, where it just gets very hectic after the initial dive. You just don't know what's going on. Just wait like 2 minutes and see what happens. It's kind of like that, but I think a bit more, even a bit more hectic because of the ball and everything. But yeah, very close games. I'm very excited for this upcoming game. A lot of storylines going into this. Nemo versus Josh, and I want to see the shit talk throughout the game.
that's definitely one of the funniest things about this. Just like seeing what everyone is fighting against, and we already saw it, right? So for the next 2 matches, you can definitely keep expecting it.
Yeah, I mean, we want to see more of it. Nemo and Josh have been going at it in lobby chat. I don't know if I don't think you're in lobby, but there's at least 200 messages back and forth.
At least 200 messages. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell them, please save some shit talk for the game itself. Let's not get all of it done. We're also seeing the return of Amir, the sub-tourney extraordinaire, 2-time sub-tourney winner. Amir himself, finally in BPL. A lot of very exciting storylines there. Amir has basically hard carried both sub-tourney teams to victory, and a very, very popular player amongst the community. He didn't join in sub-tourney in BPL 1 because of uni, I think. But now he's here, and now again looking to be a star DPS. Unfortunately, his favorite hero, Widowmaker, is kind of not meta right now. So
kind of just not.
Yeah, he'll probably be playing Tracer, and apparently his Tracer is not as good as Widow. That's as far as I'm gonna say. So we'll see how that works out. He's also going up against Lux, another very popular community figure. Great DPS, Lux. I think they're both of their Tracers are pretty evenly matched, so we'll see how that works out. They will be joined by Joshin on DPS, so a bit of a handicap there, I would say.
I mean,
like what do you think? Like even if there's like a Widow main or like a Soldier main or whatever, do you think they're gonna keep playing sort of whatever they feel comfortable in? Because we did see the Widowmaker coming through in Havana before, and it worked out, right? So it can possibly, that's one of the things that I was talking about with Risa. Like if we're comfortable with those compositions, then like try it, maybe. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, Amir is really good at the Widow. Probably the best Widowmaker we've had in Subtourney/PPL. So if he wants to play it, he definitely can. But I don't know if he wants to go that route and focus on the Widow instead of switching to the more meta comp of Tracer Echo or Ash Echo or whatever. Hello, Solomon. Have they fixed their issues yet, or? Okay, well, thank you, Triad, for the quick analysis. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow or whenever for
I think I'm just vibing through the rest of the day, so yeah.
Yeah, so we'll throw it over to our casters. The next upcoming match, as I mentioned, is Joshin's and Nemo's team, which is Hog and Ball Dynasty versus Malding Inc. So we're gonna quickly throw it to our casters, Dust and Mara.
Welcome to the third game of BPL Day 1. This is very, very hype. Hog and Ball versus Malding Inc. Everybody's, underrating these teams a bit, I think. Definitely think these teams are a little bit better than people give them credit for. Right now, also, hi, I'm Mara. I'm here. I was in the last match, I guess. I don't know. And we have Dust here too, I guess.
What's up?
Yeah. Let's talk about the, Let's talk about the elephant in the room, I guess. So Hog and Ball Dynasty has Amir, and Amir is, he's kind of a gamer guy. He's pretty decent at the game. Yeah. Do you think? I mean, it's Amir versus Lux, like for the DPS here, but I don't know. It's really a big difference considering Lux isn't even mainly a DPS player. It's going to be like a clash of the titans, like in terms of known DPS players in the BPL community.
It's going to be a clash of the titans on the keyboard, but as we all know, Lux is about 4'2", so I don't think we're going to have to call that if they ever go up to face-to-face, but definitely both freaks of nature in the game, both playing the hit scam role. Me, being on research, I have been speccing some of the scrims, and we have played Malding Inc. a few times. They look pretty decent. I think they have a good understanding of the meta, their comps that they're running, so I think we're going to be seeing a lot of that ball stuff. A lot of the Echo, Joshin coming out on that character. We know he specializes in the flex DPS, so I'm excited to see that.
Going into Gibraltar here, what are you expecting for them to pull out here? Any pocket shots of maybe? I don't know.
I think they're both going to be rolling out on things that are pretty standard. I've actually played both of these teams in
scrims?
Gibraltar before, on scrims. Sorry, I just got surprised because something just started happening.
Okay.
But I've played both these teams on Gibraltar. They both run pretty standard stuff, but we're seeing Lux roll out here on the Kree with the Mercy, so that could be pretty interesting to see how Hog and Ball Dynasty adapt to that throughout the map. So
yeah, this is definitely going to be very I'm expecting this to be pretty close. I don't have any predictions really. Like both these teams, I could definitely see doing okay in the league, at the least. Maybe Malding can pull something out we won't expect. But yeah, both teams running very similar comps, except it's just the Kree instead of Ash, Straight instead of Echo, Drake instead of Mercy, and then everything else is basically the same. And they're rolling on the high ground here. Let's see, where is he going? Where'd he go? So right now, Amir's just trying to poke them here. They're all being put in that corner. If Panther can get a roll through there, that'd be massive. Pushing them all into the car wash, that would be great. If they can get the follow-up on that. Right now, Panamon's spamming that really hard. The Echo, or the Zeds are getting really low in this fight. A lot of pressure being put onto Amir by the ball, but the ball's taking a lot of poke damage. And Joshin, on the other side of the map, dies to the Zenyatta. Like, this is perfect for Hog and Ball right now. Not for getting stunned, getting discorded, should be able to live through this with all the heals from his supports, but, I mean, anything is possible. Lilith goes down for Malding Inc. Everything right now is just going is what... Sorry, everything that Hog and Ball could want to happen right now is exactly happening. They're getting all the picks. They're starting to build so many ults.
Yeah, and I think what happened there was there was a lot of pressure early on onto Anubis from Malding Inc. But so they felt the need to counter dive on the side of Malding Inc. But that didn't go too well as Joshin lost the duel to Too Lazy to Heal. So
Well, does pick Nemo's mech, but there's still just more picks coming in for Hog'Maw Dynasty right now. Patamon is a menace on this Echo in the sky. I don't think they can stop this man right now, especially with the rest coming in on Nemo. This is really just delaying here. I'm not entirely sure why Too Lazy to Heal Trance, but like, this is a very obviously one fight. Mind used for Rafiki as well. Now, this is just stalled. The Trank is used. They're trying, but this is just a waste. They're down so many people right now. The Echo is, or the copy is destroyed to Patamon, but like, it's just picks.
yeah, when you use the Transcendence there in a stall with the mines, you definitely expect to get a few picks to come back into the fight. It's a very powerful ultimate, but they didn't really muster up any defense there.
And they
Kinda
get the
just
late
getting
kill on
rolled over.
Anubis too. There's so much staggering on right now. And Joshin gets killed by Amir! What? What? Okay. Alright, sure. Alright. There's so many picks right now for Hog'Maw. They are just spawn camping them. Panther does get picked up by Lux, so that maybe could give them a little bit of breathing room, but still, they have nearly 5 ults. Sorry, 4. 3 ults there.
Yeah, I love the aggression coming out from Hog'Maw. Panther maybe got a little too into it, but still, it's going to have a big advantage for them coming into this next fight if he manages to get back soon. We're going to see a bomb.
Shouldn't get any picks. Bomb thrown in for Nemo Coffee might lead to a little bit more. Nope, nothing at all. Panther again dies to Lux on this Kree. Really, it's just the bane of his existence right now. And then now Anubis finally gets a clap back on the Patamon as well. This does get picked late, but it should be finally a stabilizing fight for Malding Inc.
Yeah, it's going to be really important for Malding to hold this corner specifically. If they get onto third, that first turn of third, it's pretty easy to push for the offense, so they're not going to have many fighting chances after this. Really getting chances to defend.
Malding Inc. need to control the high ground. If they let Amir get high ground with a Mercy Pocket, it's over. Patamon is getting so much done right now, and there's the Bob coming in for Amir, going on to the point, providing pressure. That's really good. They're all being cooped up into the ship like chickens. What are they going to do? They have to pressure point. Nemo gets very low. Both the portals used, overlaying the support ultimates, but now everything's just being used for both teams. Support traded for an Echo, but Nemo's demeched, and then the Echo's res. It should still be a decent chance. Really, this fight could go either way right now. Right now, I think the stall is going for Malding Inc. sort of, especially with the mines. Yeah, this is a very good fight for Malding Inc. right now. At least holding on for dear life against the endless onslaught from Hog'Maw.
Pretty much every ultimate used there for Hog'Maw, their highest is at only 55%.
Both
Even though
teams use
Joshin's going to be coming. Yes, that is true, but when you use every single ult, you want to be coming out on top in that fight, and Malding, they're already farming up to both their DPS. So they're going to have a big advantage coming into this next fight if they manage to prolong it so that Lux can get his Deadeye. We know he's very proficient in farming those, so we're going to have to see how Hog'Maw take this. They got to go fast, but Panther's taking a lot of damage already, and that's going to slow down.
Right before that fight. They're down in 2 minutes now. If they can just keep delaying, Pulse onto Nemo as well could lead to a DMAC, and that's just even more stall. Rafiki just zoning out the supports that are stuck in top right mega room right now. Nemo Coffee still is pretty low. The tanks of Hog'Maw are dangerously low right now. Nemo Coffee coming back on the cart. He might just get, yeah, he got DMAX. That was an interesting positioning choice there. But both teams trade max, but now that the Zed of Anubis has died, Amir is killed by Lilith of all people. Maybe this fight's winnable if they can continue to keep Amir down, and Amir got revs up. But I mean, Lux is still just getting pick after pick right now. This is Lux difference right now. On this Kree, he's doing so much. He gets 3. Can he get more? Can he get these staggers? Don't think so.
Lux didn't even need the Deadeye there. Really just doing work with his revolver. But we're going to see in this next fight, Hog'Maw with at least 5 ultimates. We don't know, 6 ultimates here. So we're going to have to see Anubis get a lot of value from this Transcendence. Hog'Maw got to take this, like, pretty slow, I think. Try and force it out before they do anything major. We're going to see... They're forcing card.
Wait, no way, no way, no way.
They're forcing... Oh, no! Oh, I'm molding at molding. What is happening?
Alright, let's go, lads. Okay.
It was a great bomb to force him off.
That
but-
was a very good bomb. That was very, very, very well played by Hog and Ball. They forced them to either make a choice, either die on cart or stay on cart. So they either they put a lot of pressure on the point and then they put a bomb on it. So your choice is either you die, you get to cart, you stall and you die, or you stay alive and hope someone makes that decision that I talked about before. And now Hog and Ball still has 3 ults going in this fight, which is nothing to scratch your nose at, really. Like, Malding is coming up to some ults, but it's going to be hard for them right now. Elon comes in for Harui, does get a pick onto Amir, but that shouldn't get rezzed up almost instantly unless we think he can make a big old boot play. Doesn't seem like it.
I think Joshin's gonna try and deny that res there.
A res onto Anubis as well.
They've caused a lot of chaos in the backlines.
The mines from Panther are doing a lot right now. Like, the left side spot is almost entirely unable. You can't get out there. And now the supports, Panther and the supports are just cleaning up right now, really. Like, what are you supposed to do here? Your entire team has died to a wrecking ball. Cringe.
Zen coming back out with the Transcendence.
They should stall for a little bit, but I mean, yeah, Amir just picks it off almost instantly. Once your hit scan gets set up on that high ground, like, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, this really all just snowballed from that one disastrous fight on the second point. 3 ultimates there, the Diva Bomb. Really, it can be big, but it's not gonna happen that often. So getting that much value out of it, an entire point capped, plus like a few minor ultimates on the side, really allowed them to snowball this. Where Malding, they had both their support ults, but they kind of just got rolled over. The ball in the back line for Panther doing a lot of damage in that fight.
Do you think there's any changes that Malding could really make here, playstyle or hero-wise, that could lend them better to countering this chaos comp of Hog and Ball right now? Okay. Dust, you there?
Dust is dead, Sag.
Oh, Dust is dead, alright, I guess I'm solo casting then. Well, this is gonna be fun. Okay, well, oh, Dust is gone. Alright.
Hello? You're gone. I could hear you the entire time. Can you hear me now? I was saying that I wasn't sure how much success Joshin's going to be able to get on this offense on the Tracer. I think you might want to go over to that Echo pick. Definitely a lot stronger. But you know, if he plays his corners, he could maybe find some value, but it will be hard. It will be hard. Not quite yet, but they are going to get a lot of push here as the supports and the DPS for Hog and Ball Dynasty playing blue box. He tried to contest point, I thought, but maybe overstayed his welcome.
Alright, Amir still has blue box right now, yep, and Amir kills him.
Rafiki's also real low, so he can't go back in.
Oh,
Pandemon, though, the flash.
Maybe? Oh, with the res on Pandemon, I think this is just an open and shut fight. Like, they have high ground control, they have cart control, then both their tanks are back up. What are you going to do here? Amir taking a lot of damage, especially with the Discord on them right now. Pandemon as well. Pandemon does get picked up by Josh, and maybe?
Lux with the first ultimate of the game, of the offense, I should say. That Deadeye, he's really been farming that one up.
She lets you to heal, doing a lot of damage on this high ground right now, just chunking down these tanks with that Discord orb, doing so much damage to Ruri. Both tanks now for Hog and Ball are dead though, with the Diva DMAX and the Ball dead. Maybe, but Amir just doing it to him. Amir was taking so much damage. Lux does get res, but Amir just killed forward. I don't think they can even back up this. They need to kill these tanks really fast. Do is heal, but they're still getting kills. This is winnable. This is totally winnable for them. They need to continue focus firing them.
Nemo Coffee anchoring. Gotta anchor the point right now.
Jeez. The bomb comes out for Nemo Coffee. Oh, and it kills Josh, and that's the end there. You gotta get out of this fight. You just feed them ult at this point. I don't think this kind of went wrong there at the end. Like, they had a really good shot there, especially. Oh, the trance comes up from Anubis. Oh no!
They got mine and the bomb. They're gonna try and do the HPD.
No way! No way! No way! Okay, the dupe under the wrecking ball right now. Maybe if they can focus fire this dupe fast enough, they can probably kill like
Amir's
the Echo.
back.
They need to get them off cart. They need to get them off cart. They can do it. They did it.
Oh, the exact same thing happened to Ball Dynasty that they were doing to Malding Inc. last time. It really forced them off the cart with all the ultimates, and they had to funnel back on with not a lot of resources. It really looked like a back and forth fight. I thought that one was going to go away with Ball, but too clutch from Malding.
Right.
As I say that, Lux died instantly.
Yeah, you're cursed them a little bit here, I must say. I didn't think they would win that fight investing that many ults. The pulse comes out, does see next Nuno Coffee. That's a good start here, but they need to be able to kill Panama, or Perry in the backline. Exactly happens. Now they have no tanks. Oh wait, never mind. I thought Panther was in the backline. Excuse me. Now they're going into shift. Rui's taking so much damage early. It goes Lux falling to Panama's Echo. They really should just disengage her unless they are very confident that they can win this fight. Rui gets C-Max on card. That really just should be the fight, especially with Anubis in the Josh and maybe? Anubis built up a second trance? Is this possible for Josh to clutch up here? Amir taking the slam, the Valk invested from Mango, excuse me. And now Nimokov is taking so much damage on the point. They need to get him out of mech here. Has a bomb, uses bomb, probably just to clear point here. If it gets any picks, that's catastrophic here. Mango using the wings still. Panther dies again. They need to keep this man alive. The ball traded for at least, but Nimokov gets the best. The Baby Diva killed you and the res of Vicky. They do res the Baby Diva, but if they can kill him before he gets mech back, that's great. Amir taking a lot of damage as well, has a Discord on him. They really, okay, and there's a transfer to ready to heal. That's definitely a good move here. They need to be able to secure, at least stabilize this fight somewhat. Unfortunate problem Rui. Now, I mean, honestly, I think it might just be a lost fight with that pick onto Anubis and the mines and the copy invested from Ball. Okay.
Yeah, we're really seeing the same things happen over and over again in these fights. Both teams trying to get aggressive and getting a lot of kills onto the tanks, but neither of the teams are able to push.
All right, Amir wins the Ash Jewel now. The Bob comes out from Amir, but Lux then does kill Pandemon, and they need to melt his Bob, or else he's going to deal
Bob on Bob action.
Panther in the backline again. Joshin gets a pick up and too late to heal as well. Nemo have to get C-Mech. Like, this is exactly what you want from all the ink right now. This is the exact fight you want. If you really didn't use any ult other than the Bob here as well. Anubis does get picked late by Pandemon. That could mean something. As long as Josh can continue getting these picks, it shouldn't be too much. Pandemon still getting picks, but really it's just a last-ditch effort to really get some more ult charge, I guess. You can't do much when your almost entire team is dead. Bomb is invested from Nemo Coffee. That's an interesting play there, considering they don't get hit and melted. Oh, but then we're thinking that's mines. Why? You won the fight.
Yeah, these fights are so back and forth that I don't think either team feels comfortable, even when from a spectator point of view. We might think they haven't won. They're kind of nervous, shaky. Their mental's
I think everybody's
cracking.
a little shaky right now. It's okay. You know, it's first day. Everybody's getting used to, you know, being on screen for like 200 people. It's all right. I'll get used to it.
I know I'm getting used to it, but as we come up around this last bend, we're going to see both DPS ults and support ults on the side of Malding Inc. Meanwhile, Ball have to respond with the DPS ults of their own, but they're going to have to trade a support ult.
Oh,
Mind here.
the way to kill is massive. If they can get that res, all right, Amir does trade for Josh, and as long as he can get that res, this is probably fine. The bomb invested from Rui doesn't get any picks, as well as the bomb from Lux getting nothing done. This is just 6v6 right now still, with 3 ults invested. Lux does kill Amir though, and they're continuing to follow up from the ball and the Diva. As long as they can keep putting pressure onto these tanks, it gives Lux a perfect silence. That's exactly what's happening right now. Lux is continuing to dominate their supports. Is he going to be able to kill Echo here as well? Nope. But like, they're capping with more time somehow with that, with such a shaky second point. Panther.
There's going to be a powerful recontest.
They need to be able to get this dupe out. Josh does die. That's massive, because that's like half your damage is gone. Rui gets C-Max as well. This should just be a fight lost for Malding Inc. But it was very explosive, I must say. Lux does kill Mango and the res on the Josh.
It's
Lux,
looking winnable.
Lux? No, no way, no way! Again! They do it again!
Oh. That's, yeah, quite a forced C9. Had the mines and the Bob, but you hate to see it. Really, it was a disaster for Ball, where Lux killed both of their supports before Too Lazy to Heal could use his Transcendence, and they really had a powerful recontest, like I said, with the copy and the Trank I talked about, but somehow Malding Inc. managed to sustain through it. Props to their supports for that. But it really allowed them to pick up this fight with 20 more seconds on the clock. An exciting map 1 so far.
You could say that. You really could say that. I am
scrappy fights.
These fights are so incredibly back and forth. These teams are fighting tooth and nail to get even a tiny advantage in these fights, and I'm living for it. It is making me very excited to watch this, honestly.
Would you say that you're Malding?
No, I wouldn't. I say I'm very glad with this map currently. It is very fun to cast.
I don't know. I heard you reacting to some of those ultimate usages times, so
those ultimate usages are questionable.
Somebody might have to correct you on that one. Pull up the clips.
No,
Malding compilation.
I mean, you could make an entire movie out of that, honestly.
Definitely could, but nothing really new coming out from either side. Really just Lux on the Ashe, although he was playing that a bit last map. He was
last round
playing quite well.
All right. That was an interesting stand from Rafiki there, I'm not gonna lie, just going to the low ground. And now,
it was the fear.
They need to put as much pressure on the card as possible, just get it as far as you can. That's all that matters in these overtime rounds. Winning fights, I mean, Panther, again, taking so much early poke. I don't know if it's worth taking with how much
the slam! Panther walked in place, but Rafiki.
Oh my gosh. And now, they're just in the backline. Amir, dangerously low right now. Lux making the difference right now, especially with the follow-up from his tanks. The pocket's gone, and now you need to hard kill this D.Va. Get him out of mech. Oh, that's so good for them. Now the D.Va has to go back into spawn and switch, or just go into the next fight without an ult. Or without a mech, rather.
He's gonna swap back. So we're gonna see both DPS ults on the side of Malding Inc. really outpacing Hog and Ball here, and they're gonna have to swap to Lucio too, so it's really looking like
the bot from Lux is a difference maker here. If they can kill it fast, they're probably okay. But Lux,
they don't have the Discord for it.
Yep, their entire team is gone. They cannot touch point. They can't touch point. And that should clean up Malding Inc. with a surprising, that was a very dominant hold in that overtime round. As long as they can just clean up these staggers, this should be really it for this entire round. He does get his mech back, dies before he can get fully in it though, and now it's just staggers coming in here, and that should just be this round after this Lucio eventually dies. And he has.
Yeah, I think Lux definitely getting away with murder here. He's just got the Mercy Pocket, playing super aggro, not really getting punished all that much by the tanks of Hog and Ball, but you gotta cut him some slack. Not the strongest characters right now. Really hard to dive into that Discord and Mercy Beam. So maybe that's why we're seeing Panther take a lot of damage. I'd like to see them start rotating off the high ground. You're seeing them having to back off, and then maybe Malding Inc. go aggro at that point, and they make a lot of space because the resources are already gone from Hog and Ball. So maybe playing the very, very start of those fights a bit better would help them out in the long run.
I mean,
but it's still winnable.
If Lux can just commit war crimes again, it'll be fine. Lux is this team's, Hog and Ball right now is a lock, and Lux is their key. If they can get the key into the hole and turn it, yeah, sure. But they gotta get the key there first, and they're obviously not very good with their hands.
Malding Inc. really gotta get Lux into their hole, but we're gonna see the car actually did make it pretty far under the bend, past the washing machine, as people like to call it, the mega room down there. So it's still looking fairly winnable for Hog and Ball, especially considering Malding's time bank. Not that much stronger than theirs. Maybe a bit extra time for a recontest if it goes disastrously for them, but
if Panther
still fairly even on the field here.
As much pokey as he has been this entire map, this is going to be easy for Malding Inc. His positioning has been interesting. He gets discorded and just gets poked down to half health almost instantly. It's impressive, honestly.
Yeah.
Right, Rafiki going up to the swing, gets the slam into the high ground. Rafiki taking a lot of damage here. A lot of Malding is very low right now. I mean, this is just defense on Gibraltar. It just happens. They're not contesting it though. They need to deny them space here. Panther rolling into the back line. Nino Coffee kind of feeding right now. Can he get out? Barely. That was very close for you. Panther slimming back in. Panther very low. If the Panther dies here, Amir. Alright, Amir, yeah. Okay. So Amir does just casually kill two.
Yeah, but we're going to see the same advantage that Malding Inc. had. It won't be on the side of Hog and Ball. Their DPS really didn't farm as much ult charge as Malding Inc. in that first fight. They won't have the Bob. They won't have the Pulse. Well, they are not running Tracer, but they won't have the copy.
Lilith, no, you can't die like that. Oh no, that is so bad. All right. I don't know how they're going. They need to put a lot of pressure onto Too Lazy to heal, kill him instantly, and then go back there. Or kill Panamon and deny the res. You know, that works too. Can we close you guys? Can deny the res. Nice from Rafiki. The nice res. And even gets melted. And Panam's getting melted. This is it. Melding has one map one. I don't think there's a way they win this fight. They need to continue get these staggers. No. That was incredible. Oh my gosh. That was wild.
Yeah, I gotta wonder how Pandemon died right next to that cart there. Kind of maybe a positioning error from him. So, I don't know. It's looking... Both teams so even right now.
Very scrappy. I could definitely see this going to a map 3 or a map 4, considering we are playing hybrid next, I believe.
That is true. We could be going to a map 4
but it's possible.
if they draw. It almost happened to you guys, so...
That is a very good point, actually.
Lux 36%. Yes.
Okay. You know, we're gonna head to a quick break before map 2, so just, you know, stay in your seats. We're gonna try and ride out this entire car ride of a series for you. Why, hello there. We've returned from this very, very weird, like, family road trip of a series we're on right now. I guess.
And the same kind of stuff run for the teams, a lot of the ball, because we know we can play a bit more of the Ryan comps on the first and third points especially, but do you expect either of these teams to do that? Yeah. So, really, Uh-oh. Oh, I think we're back. I heard myself on stream. I unmuted it for a second. Can somebody in chat tell us? Wait, people are saying Mara is dead, but I'm good. Is Mara still dead?
I don't know what's going on either. Hi, chat.
Solomon does not know what's going on either, and people are still saying they can't hear Mara, so... Mara was just essentially saying that he was leaking the scrims.
Oh, yeah. How weird. Let me... That's very strange. Give me a sec.
Mara was essentially... He knew that Vegas was kind of a freak on the Reinhardt. Vegas going to be coming in with the subs.
Mara says something? Okay, there we go. How weird. I don't know what on earth happened there.
We're getting
Discord
bogged.
just only didn't... Oh, okay, whatever. Welcome to BPL, everybody.
Yeah.
Lost to Discord.
Lost to Discord, Pepe. Oh, thank you, Gerald. Yeah. Rush. I think if they were on attack here, they'd run it on the rush, but I would not be surprised if they just run more of what they were running last map, except with Vegas in on off tank instead of Harui. Also, speaking of the devil, a couple of subs were made. Jam came in for Lilith. Dong Wagler came in for, I believe it was Mango, and that should be it.
Dong Wagler, did you mention him?
Yes, I did.
I kind of zoned out for a second there. I'm sorry. But...
All right.
Yeah, we also played Malding Inc. on this Eichenwald map, and we thought it was definitely their strongest. Not to leak anything, but we could see a 2-0 coming out here, but you never know in these games, you know?
Nemo Coffee, I swear, if you lose to Joshin, I'm going to endlessly clown you. Maybe.
Lux and Amir really showing their skills in that last map, hitting all the shots there for their teams. A lot of fights going either way, so there's no real good way to call this series quite yet. I think we're going to have to get in-game soon, but...
We'll get in-game at some point. So, Dust, you know, how the game's been today, if I may ask? You know, what's going on with you? Excuse me. Oh, we're going in-game. Never mind. Sorry.
You know, you got to fill time somehow. I respect it. Kind of unlucky there, but
yeah.
Before these teams assemble their heroes, I know you were talking about how you might want to see...
Ready for battle. Attackers incoming in 30 seconds.
Hello.
What? Hi, chat. I don't understand what's happening. Like, it's just me. I can see them lighting up on the Discord, but I don't know.
I can hear
I'm gonna throw him around a little bit.
People still hear me? Wait, the game is starting. Gerald, pause.
Yeah. You should be alive.
Are we good, or I don't know?
I don't know what's going on. Alright, well, rolling out the Rush Mirror here. Both teams exchanging shield cooldowns. Bubble and...
Wait, are we pausing? I paused the game.
You don't need to pause.
That's kind of a late pause.
Right.
It's a little bit late. I'm sorry.
You gotta ask
my bad.
now.
It's fine. It's a late pause because we have a stream delay.
Yeah. Joshin is
also
also
is Gerald
passed.
listening through stream?
No. Gerald is not. Gerald is here.
Okay, well, we're gonna go back in. Joshin already died to Amir, so an early advantage here for Hog and Ball.
I don't know what this comp they're running is, by the way. It's interesting. Alright, so Josh is making this up with a May. Alright, Vegas already gets a shatter? What? The shatter's massive! Vegas, what are you doing? Oh my gosh. One-man army. One-man army. This guy built up a shatter in like 40 seconds.
You talked about him before the map started and already proving himself out on the Eichenwald here. Massive shatter. You really expected Hog and Ball to be coming out with that one after the early pick onto Joshin, but
no, Panther has a responding shatter and Nemo has a flux in case that doesn't go through. But Vegas, you know what? I'm expecting this Giga Chad to absolutely block everything. Joshin not taking so much poke right now. Window High Noon should be coming out in a second here as long as they can get it on approach. There goes the window. Oh, but it's not in a great spot. There comes a flux from Nemo. Should get responded by the lamp. The Lux does die to a mirror. The shadow from Panther is relatively sizable,
Massive.
but the rally from Jam, they might still be able to hold this out. They continue getting picked on Panther right now.
Another shatter from Matt.
This man is built differently. What? All right, sure.
Vegas, time and time again, coming out for Malding Inc. and really, you know, showing everybody in the lobby that he's at least 6 feet tall, 400 pounds. He's kind of cracked. I think this. How much do you think he can bench? This guy is muscular.
I'm gonna say 180.
I'd say more, but you know,
They're coming back in. With the window High Noon, but I mean, Malding right now still has to grab in another window. If they can get it off early enough, this is another free fight. The lamp should not be able to get killed. They can still get stunned, taking a lot of damage here, but should be okay. Joshin as well gets an early pick on the Panamon. The window committed from Hog and Ball might lead to some picks. Another flux comes in from Nemo Coffee. If Regan can stay up here, that's great for them. Data comes out from Amir as well. Maybe? Vegas also dangerously close to really shatter. Panther, watch out! You gotta get this one, brother. Come on, you can do it.
The wall's a decent split, but Vegas takes a lot of damage, so they're not going to be able to capitalize off that one. Almost to another shatter. We're going to see if he can have some repeat success here. Another 6-man. So, coming around the bend now, they want to go aggro.
Hit 2, but the B... Oh, sorry, the shatter from Vegas rather hits 2. And the B comes out from Dungwell to respond, but it's too late to save Pandemon, and now Amir is dead as well. This is just another lost fight for Hog and Ball. These guys are built differently on Rush. This is terrifying.
Lux coming up with 3 on this fight. Really doing some work with the window there. Great coordination from him and Anubis. You're seeing they're running the brig backline with the rush, so a lot of extra sustain, but Hog and Ball, they really got to get in there, you know?
Makes more sense on this defense here, considering you can sustain for a lot longer, and you don't really need to engage as fast, considering you're playing defense. Nemo Coffee with another flux, though. Again, if Anubis can answer this with a proper lamp, they'll be fine, but they need to answer it fast. The wall comes in from Josh, and this wall off like half the team there, and now they should be able to, like, Amir on the flank.
Josh kind of in a dangerous position here.
Lux and Jam both die, but Vegas, okay, the shadow, or the grab from Rafiki comes out, and now that should finally be a wrap for what honestly was held for way too long, but purely off like the Herculean performance from Vegas on the Reinhardt right now.
They're gonna make the swap over to the Lucio on the side of Malding. Really, the brig was only for this enclosed point here on first. We might see it get pulled back out again if they ever make it to third, but we're gonna see a great flux there from Nemo Coffee in that fight, really catching a lot of them, forcing a lot of cooldowns, and allowed Pandemon to come in later with the Death Blossom. So we're going to see Josh in here with the freeze. They might want to go fast. Already amped for Jam. They're going to go onto the point, try and rush down Nemo, and the Lucio...
Damage gets walled as well. Nemo might just die here almost immediately. That comes out from Amir, but I don't think it's going to be able to do too much. Vegas... Oh, maybe not, though, because the landfall is in Vegas and Lux do as well. Panther does get traded in return, but they need to keep themselves up. Amir is fragging out on the tree right now, hitting heads like it's nobody's business. They need to keep Josh alive, and this happens. All right. Well, Amir carried that fight, and I'm not going to like beat around the bush.
Not going to sugarcoat it.
No,
but
absolutely.
You saw a great initial engagement from Malding Inc., recognizing that maybe the Rhine of Hog and Ball Dynasty trying to get aggro there a little bit around the bend and then dropping down and isolating those 2 targets.
Vegas
but they
has another shatter. We got to watch out for this one here. Panther mirroring as well. Let's see. Shatter goes into the shield. I think they're both blocked, it seems like. Yep, they're both blocked. All right.
Lamp comes out for both teams as well. Window for both teams. These teams are doing the exact same thing as each other, but the difference in comps, maybe Malding Inc. sustained a bit better because they're going to feel good. They're going to go aggro. Great wall, good split.
The Panther and Pandemon, Nubis does fall in return, but I don't know if that's going to be enough being down both your right and your Reaper is catastrophic in these fights. All right. All right.
Yeah.
So currently, everything is just... Wow, all right.
They're gonna come back in for on the side of Hog and
Late
Ball with
picks,
this Flux
though.
again.
Late picks are just going to delay this fight even more. Being down both your supports is catastrophic. And now we're coming in this fight with a Flux, a Beat, Blossom, and a Deadeye, as opposed to nearly, basically 5 ults. Considering Vegas and Josh can just spam at them for like extended periods of time and get their ults.
Yeah, Nemo's really been great with the Fluxes, like forcing out the lamp, getting multiple a lot of times, like really what you want to see. And we're gonna see Amir's gonna try and clean it up. It's huge.
Deadeye can get huge. And let's see. Doesn't get any kills. Rafiki does get uses the grab on card, gets the beat though from Jam. Should be okay. Panda taking a lot of damage here. Should get traded out. Amir and Lux are just trying their hardest, but it just seems like right now Hog and Ball has an ult advantage and is going to win this fight. But this Riki test from Malding Inc. really shouldn't happen, and I'd hope they don't, but anything is possible, I guess.
Yeah, their Lucio died pretty late there, so I don't think they're going to have the speed, nor the violence or momentum to be able to get back out here. They're going to try, but this is really bad for them now if they end up staggering themselves. On the flip side, they could end up just winning and spawn camping Hog and Ball, although after Vegas dies there, I don't think that's going to be the outcome. So, a Shatter coming out, trying picking up the staggers here from Panther. Catches Anubis, which is a good target to get, so maybe you can go even a bit deeper here, but they have the Reaper on point, so they don't really have the frontline contest. So
again, Nemo Coffee has another Flux coming into this fight, and there really is only one answer to it right now. It is currently the lamp from Anubis. Window used early, a lot of spam being put into Panther's shield. It's walled up by Josh, and strangely enough, and now Lux does kill. Wait, that's a great pick on the Nemo there. That means there's no Flux in this fight. Lux is using this window so well, kills both of the tanks of Hog and Ball Dynasty, and now they can take all the space they want and get these staggers. This Hanu is massive, getting even more staggers there. That's a great play from Lux. Nemo does have a Flux coming to this fight, as well as Amir and he'll having their ults, but I mean, you're down 2 players still. You have 20 seconds to take this fight. Vegas and Rafiki come up on their ults, as well as Jam. If they can keep this fight on for long enough, they get 3 more ults here. And match Hog and Ball Dynasties mostly.
you saw in the previous fight a bit of miscoordination from the tanks on the side of Hog and Ball.
Oh no! The shatter from Vegas and the grab from Rafiki is absolutely massive. And that should be the end of Hog and Ball Dynasty's push.
Yes, and so I'm going to continue what I was trying to say before. A bit of miscoordination on the side of Hog and Ball between the tanks. You saw when the window came out, Panther wanted to take the corner and play a bit more defensively, try to get their resources back and wait out the window. Meanwhile, Nemo Coffee wanted to go forward and tank the window with his shift and his shields, which both ideas, you know, they have their merits, but not both at the same time, you know? And Nemo Coffee ended up getting caught out by the wall. Almost managed to sustain with the lamp. It was a great lamp, but not quite. And so we're on the offense. Do you think that Malding are going to come out with the Lucio and maybe a swapping comps?
I just see Hog and Ball was continuing to run this, or sorry, Malding continuing to run this rush right now. They're looking excellent on this comp. Like, this is just, I don't know if Hog and Ball is just not great at rush, but Vegas is just doing so much on this Ryan right now. It's a little scary, man. This guy, ouch.
Yeah, he's definitely making his presence felt, but we're going to see on the side of Hog and Ball, Pandemon going over to that Mei, so maybe trying to make Vegas' job a tiny bit more difficult heading into this next round. Maybe he'll get caught out a bit more. Really been building those shatters fast, so you got to think he's been playing a little bit aggro, so...
Key difference between these comps still, by the way, Rafiki on the Zarya can give Vegas a lot more direct support. Panther with Nemo Coffee on the Sigma, though, less indirect support, but very good damage in CC. So it's really just a battle of these off-tanks right now. These comps are exact mirrors otherwise. It's definitely going to be interesting to see how this plays out. Rafiki taking a lot of... Dang, that was a very good early fire strike, getting like 10% there. That's exactly what you want for Ryan that early. Now Vegas taking a lot of damage. Panther gets walled, and then the lamp comes out in response. Panther and Nemo are so low right now. If they walk at them, they're going to perish. They're going to fall over. They are a house of cards in this very second. If they blow on them, it's over. Jam, though, does get killed early by Mir, but the tank from Hog and Ball Dynasty are also taking so much punishment right now. Panther gets, I believe, flash, but the window from 2 guys in the heal might make enough of a difference to hold them, at least for the moment. Amir trades for Lux. Oh my gosh, Panamon with the icicles to the window are just deadly.
I thought that Malding might have been able to come back in with the shatter there from Vegas. He managed to farm that up pretty fast, but maybe they played a bit more defensive. Maybe they didn't think they needed it because they only really counter windowed. Not even the Ryan there at that point from Hog and Ball. So you think it would have been a free shatter. Interesting
Panther's
choice.
still currently slacking behind Vegas right now. This man just slapped his phallus on the table. He's going in. He's ready for this shatter. It's time for Vegas.
Definitely some big dick energy on the side of Malding.
All right, Lux. Oh no, the fucking Nero actually kills Laser to heal. But Amir does trade for Lux. Lux turns out from Panama, but that shouldn't be enough to win this fight unless maybe Amir can get enough of these picks. And it seems like that was able to happen. I mean, off the back of that Blizzard from Panama and Nemo Coffee's damage on the Sigma, they barely held on that fight, especially with how good that early pick was on two lasers to heal.
Yeah, you gotta think that Malding really don't want to be trading Ryans in the middle of that game. Maybe you favor the Zarya over the Sigma in the neutral and the punish, but when it comes down to like the scrappy situations, I'd really rather a solo Sig than a solo Zarya. It helps out your backline so much more in those situations. So
Waggler now, I mean, Hog and Ball have a very good ult advantage right now. Really only having the grab and the Blizzard and the beat from Malding Inc. actually coming up on the window as well. Maybe they have two very good ultimates winning this fight as long as they can pull them off and get value out of them. And Rafiki dies early, so that's probably not happening. Josh does use the Blizzard early as well. So when it comes out for Anubis, if they can get it to expand, they're investing into this fight so hard right now. They just block the shadow from Panther, and the beat comes out for Dog Waggler. Now they just need to continue getting picks here, but Vegas is just passed. Then Panther gets shot. Okay. Well,
I don't think that Malding Inc. Obviously, you want to be winning that invested a ton of ultimates, but on their side, they did force out the beat, the counter beat coming in from Dong Waggler, and they will have the grab. So maybe they can make something happen, force out the lamp a bit early, but
Lux on the Hanzo, Gem on the Mercy.
Flux coming in. They're gonna have Flux Noon on the side of Hog and Ball, and a bit of silly stuff coming out from Malding.
Interesting swaps, to say the least. Rafiki just trying to get as much value out of his grab as he can, I suppose. Grab into the wall though! Oh no! Rafiki! Vegas hits a massive shadow, but there's no follow-up. And now, Vegas dies to the Flux and Nemo Coffee. A lot of poke being taken by the tanks of Hog and Ball Dynasty right now, but that should just be enough, at least for the moment.
Last fight.
Jeez. Malding Inc. just look lost right now. They can't get anything going here. I think this is going to map 3 dust. Unless some last minute incredible heroics from like Lux, I suppose, comes out here. This is really just map 3.
Last fight, 4 ults to 1. We're gonna see if Lux can make some magic happen, but
this res. Okay, Amir and Panama taking a lot of damage. Amir still has a Deadeye though. Vegas dies, and now I really think that this is just the end here. I don't think they're gonna be able to win this. Josh and Rafiki do combine. Oh, what? It could be a moment they can keep Rafiki alive. Rafiki's taking so much punishment right now though. Rafiki's still alive, and Josh and lucky Cham's still alive as well. But Panther just goes all for them because they were all really low. Actually, there wasn't much exciting going on there. And now this is really just cleaning up here. Unless something incredible comes out from these supports, it's really just going to be map 3.
They've almost killed Panther.
Panther does die, but there's nobody on the
yeah. Kind of a crazy fight there. You don't really want the Ryan getting too much value in the mid-fight situation. Like with Josh and on the Pharah, maybe you want to stay a bit higher up, but it's hard now with that fuel management. Oh, Vegas. We're gonna see the shatter.
I just want to see this excellence coming from Vegas.
This was the very first fight.
Oh, that was gross. That is so good. I don't know how this man lost.
As they say, that's Crocs.
That really is Crocs right there. That was a 5-man shatter. Hey, Shred. Shred. Here, please give somebody Crocs, please. Okay.
You know, that performance was so inspirational. I might just order some Crocs for Vegas myself. I'm not gonna lie.
That's a very good idea right there, I must say. Map
3 is gonna be coming
up.
Busan. What do you think of this Busan map? Because we're gonna be seeing some points you can play the Hog, not the Hog, but the Ball. I said Hog because Hog and Ball Dynasty really confusing me right now. But we're gonna be seeing maps where you can play the Ball. We're gonna see points where you can play the Rhine. So what do you think this map favors here? Which team?
Okay, Hagen Ball looked okay. I think how this is gonna work is that Hagen Ball is going to run out on like the Ball Diva, Ball Sigma, or something like that. Is going to poke them very, very hard. I don't think Malding can respond. I think the DPS from Malding or from Hagen Ball right now are just outperforming. They're performing very well. I wouldn't necessarily say they're outperforming. Josh is trying his hardest right now, but it's going to be pretty hard to like do much, especially against Amir and Pen. Two I'd say pretty well-known DPS in the BPL community.
Definitely been here since the start. You can say the same for Josh and Lux though. A lot of veterans on both sides of these teams. So subs, we're doing some subs right now. And I think we're going to get right into it afterwards. Very exciting conclusion. A lot of close games today.
So I believe the only substitution here is Lilith in for Jam. And that should be it, actually. I'm surprised Hagen Ball is not putting Mango back in, because he was, I don't know. I mean, I didn't really notice a difference between their main supports, to be honest. But that's just main support right now. So, who knows?
You peel for your Zen.
And Mango's in. Okay. Speak of the devil.
And there it is.
All right.
Getting back into this map, we saw that on Gibraltar, the DPS from both sides really got a lot more done than I think, especially the hit scan players, Lux and Amir, really got a lot more done than that Eichenwald map. Not to say that they were underperforming, but they really weren't, making their presence known quite as much. So are we going to see a return to the first map where it was who can pop off the hardest, or are we going to see some dominance from like the Zenyatas? We don't really.
Anubis
such a chaotic match.
Too Lazy to Heal have played very, very well this entire series. I think Anubis, or Too Lazy to Heal rather, has just gotten so many good picks, but Anubis has just been very consistent, not really dying too often. It should just be okay, really. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like this map is beyond me. I don't think I could call in like 10 years, like knowing these players for how long I've done the winner, like at least at the moment, between these two teams, because this has been pound for pound a grudge match. Like this has been I guess Eichenwald wasn't that close, but Gibraltar was.
I was gonna mention I could see an alternate timeline here where on Eichenwald, Malding Inc. full held and then maybe had the momentum because they were on the last fight of the first point. So really, this could be a 2-0 right now, but Hagen Ball, their mentals,
of course,
uncracked.
That's in another galaxy currently, another timeline. Going on to Busan Megabase here, though, I'm expecting just more juicy rush. Vegas, please bless me with your childlike Ryan play. Oh yeah, baby.
I don't even know how to respond to that.
Rafiki's still sitting on the Zarya right now, really putting stonk into the Zarya. I don't know if I respect it or not, but you know what? Let's see it. Let's peep the Ryan here,
I think they're both playable, but really Nemo Coffee's been really good at farming out those gravitic fluxes. You saw that
fluxes every fight. You're right. That is a very good thing, a very notable thing to think about. And now
Amir's gonna roll out on the Reaper. Very enclosed map, so I could see it working, but maybe Lux can get a lot more value now that this DPS counterpart's kind of more out of the picture.
Alright, Warriors early Lil dies very fast. So much aggression being from Hagen Ball Dynasty right now. I don't know
both teams, but Nemo overextended.
If Vegas is taking so much damage right now, that's a good wall from Josh and just denied the spam onto his Rhine, acting as sort of a pseudo shield. Anubis already has a window. If they can get this window down, this fight's easy for them. But Vegas, again, taking so much damage, getting pushed on so hard, but they're not killing him. Alright, there it is. Panther getting punished very hard by Josh, but they just can't seem to secure this kill. Lux does kill him at the end there, but that should be the first fight won for Hagen Ball.
Yeah, the walls from Josh have not been too efficient for splitting Hagen Ball right now. You saw that when they use the window, you really want to be able to burst down the tanks before they can get into your backline, but you really couldn't escape. The wall from Pandemon was too good, and then Amir just ran into you with the speed boost and Panther. really denying the value of the window. So that was very good play from Hog and Ball.
Lux has a high noon, Vegas has a shatter, Panther has a shatter, and everybody else on Hog and Ball is very close. Taking the left approach rather than the right is actually very smart considering they have Lux on the high noon with a high noon right now. Oh, but they're baiting them! Now they can take the high ground here for free, basically, as long as they can. Oh, and they get
wall though.
Alright, I was getting hyped there.
They're gonna come out.
Shatters gets blocked. Vegas shatter gets blocked. Lux with a high noon to break the shield. The lamp goes down for Hog and Ball. This is a very equal fight now. Vegas dying though as well as Josh, and that wall from the Panama was incredible, securing so many kills for his team. This is just amazing right now. Hog and Ball winning that fight with really no ult other than that shatter that is went to his shield. That's great for their economy right now, coming up on 3, fight with ultimates nearly 5.
And you think that on the defense here, they're going to be getting a lot more poke, but as I say that, they do have to back off, so maybe Malding Inc. with a bit of a fighting chance.
Oh, and Leslie doesn't have a beat yet. So much damage being done to the entirety of Malding Inc. The CK is still very low. With the fire strike, he just gets the 3K. Alright, yeah, that works too. And Vegas also gets a shot. Yeah. Yeah, that works. But now, like, you can just recontest with a Blizzard, a Death Blossom, a Window, a Barrier, a Shatter, and a Blizzard. Like, Malding Inc. has to make this Blizzard and this Shatter count. Like, I don't think this Noon's gonna do much here other than maybe break shields. They need to get a lot of value out of this right now.
4 ults to 5 right now. We're gonna see who can use theirs better, but they've allowed Hog and Ball to get in for free. Not really noticing. Oh, the great split.
That's massive, actually. They can kill Nemo. They killed Nemo. That's so good. And Emil, and the Blizzard is actually from Panama as well. That's making a lot of damage.
It is a good
right now. He might be dead.
But the beat is there.
Flashed. Alright.
The beat is there. It's still a scrappy fight, winnable for both sides. Panther's going to be dropping down to about half HP, while on the side of Malding Inc., they're going to be dropping down.
Maybe they didn't even secure the kill. Sorry, it's okay. Alright. Panther really dangerously low in this point right now. Nemography's still getting picks. He got back by the time that fight was even in the mid fight. And now, Lux maybe can clutch him here. Freaky with another grab. Actually, that was such a fast grab. He got it. He used it last fight, got another one this fight. And now Hog and Ball. The bank is empty. I mean, but they're both actually sorry, that's not true. The bank isn't empty, they both have windows. Alright. Now the defending window is generally a lot better than the attacking window. As long as they can get value out of this, this is exactly what they need to do right now. They need to get an early window here, get a lot of spam damage, maybe get a window fire strike, get that shatter for Vegas, make the difference. That's what's gonna have to happen here. Alright, their entire team gets walled. Alright, okay. There's the window, both windows, both lamps.
They get overextended.
And pin him on traded. And now Nemo with the flux does a lot. Very timely lamp from Anubis there. Does keep him alive. And Lux, Lilith, and Josh are combining to still kill the rest of Hog and Ball. I think this is a round for Malding Inc. That was a nail biter right there. But this should just be a lot of cleanup right now.
100 points of overtime unanswered.
Oh my god, that was such a good wall there. But now Panama's just gonna die, and Panther as well. The beat from Lilith really is just icing on the cake. It's just cleanup, and that is round 1 going to Malding Inc.
Yeah, you saw that when the Rhines got traded out there in the middle of the fight, Vegas died. So Malding Inc. really recognized that when the Rhine dies in your comp, it really doesn't. It's not a rush comp anymore. When Hog and Ball's Rhine dies, you still have the Reaper and the May. But with the Kree, you can really just disengage and play your angles. So I really like how they played that fight, working out for them in the end. And they're going to be going over to a double bubble comp. Not sure. Okay, they're going to go over to the Ana. And Hog and Ball going to be sticking with this Rhine comp maybe. Or maybe changing at the last second. But
what? Okay, I don't know.
On this point, it's kind of weird.
I think he would run a Winston here instead of a Rhine. Rhine just gets rolled by the high ground right now. If Malding Inc. plays fast enough, they can just do whatever they want. This is a very interesting comp to run, especially on city center of all maps. Fiki getting the point very fast, taking a lot of poke though. And now the entirety of Malding Inc. should just be able to get the point pretty fast. Sorry, Hog and Ball rather. Panther getting discorded, taking so much damage early, should be getting healed on point. And now, how are you going to attack this as Malding Inc.? Really, like, they are just taking so much map control. And Anubis gets left in the dust by the rest of his team, and now he's dead. Panther and Nemo taking a lot of poke, but it's not going to be enough to get secure any kills. And now, I mean, they just got out-rotated there.
They really did. And on the side of Malding Inc., you really can't leave your Zen to die like that. It's hard, yeah? Like, you have to peel for the Zen with the Mercy and the Diva, but Rafiki really couldn't get the boops over on Hog and Ball. It kind of booped them in, which is not what you want to do against Thrash.
But this is really bad because they have ults. So this might just end because of Eco.
Yeah, early window
right here. If they can take point control, they can maybe win this because the window's gonna be hard to use. Panther taking so much damage early. Lamp used from too late to heal. Window committed. Panther taking is still quite low, but the window is very good. They cannot cross right now, other than Rafiki. Rafiki's getting blamed on the right side here. And the walls and junction is decent, but it may not be enough to secure enough kills being down your Zarya that early. They get taken so much damage, and the entirety of Malding Inc. just falls because of that unfortunate rotation from Rafiki. Just cleaned up with the shatter from Panther.
Yeah, you saw it was almost turnable for Malding Inc. when Panther decided to go aggro. Took a bit too much damage, I think, and almost made that fight winnable for Malding Inc., but they managed to clean it up. And now they're going to have another big ult advantage coming to this next fight, and probably only about 2 more fights left.
Advantage right now, having all of those ults. Like, look at their bank right now compared to Malding Inc. They just could not commit to their comp, and now they might just take the fall for it. They just have to come up massive the Shatter. They just get sandwiched in between 2 ice walls, and the Shatter does actually hit 2. It could be enough here. This is exactly what Malding need. 1-2 ult eco fight. Like, that's really good for right now, considering that window can be used to get more ults. Having the beat, getting close to the Grav, getting close to the Blizzard now as well. Maybe they have a chance if they play this perfectly.
Yeah, really with Hog and Ball, you want to be playing aggro there and not letting Malding Inc. farm up their ults, but really it was a fast fight, but not for their side. Like, probably one of the worst case scenarios. And now Malding Inc.'s gonna have the beat and the Grav. So they're gonna try and drop this one out of bed.
Dangerously low already. Has to use that ice block almost immediately. Was it window committed as well? Beat committed as well. All of the ults coming out for Hog and Ball, and they're not getting any picks. They just fall late, but that's just everything gone.
Questionable Grav.
But I mean, that really is just an open and shut fight from Malding Inc. That's what you need. You have Blizzard, you have High Noon, you have Shatter, you're getting close to another window. Hog and Ball, all they have is a Jedi. I don't know how that fight went so poorly, but it went real bad.
Best case scenario here for Malding Inc. almost. We're gonna see if Amir can get any value with the Deadeye, but not really the most powerful ult. Lux using his early.
It actually is split. It should be able to deal a decent amount of damage to shield. The Blizzard from Johnson is massive, catches both tanks. And they can use that Blizzard to farm up yet more ults.
They're gonna have the window again. It's almost last fight territory for both teams, chasing it to the spawn.
Hog and Ball have put themselves in an awful. Oh, literally, the heal dies and spawn. Oh, that must sting. Is this going to be a 2-0 shutout from this position? I wonder. Let's see. Let's see how this next fight goes, because Hog and Ball finally have more ults. Maybe? The Shatter comes out from Vegas, gets blocked. Panda dies! And now all the ults coming out from Hog and Ball. Oh, they see 9! They didn't get to the point! Oh, Hog and Ball, what are you doing? What are you doing? Vegas is built differently. Oh my. What are you doing? How did you lose that round? How? You had everything going for you, and then you just waste it all. Their hair has been gone for so long. Their skin is hardened. It's the hair. It's turned. Okay. I want to talk about that City Center round. Hog and Ball ran out on Rush, which wasn't optimal. Malding Inc. ran out a comp that was good, but they couldn't really win that mirror or sorry, win that like competently there. Then, oh, okay, that was weird. Sorry. Then they get ult advantage on point. They cap first, and somehow, I don't know how. It's genuinely beyond me. This team manages to flub every single fight that they had a clear ultimate advantage in. That was just sloppy. That was... Dust, do you have any parting words on that round right there, I must say?
It was something. It was something. I think an MVP of this match, can we both agree? I would say it's between Vegas or Lux. If you want to give it to Vegas, I'm fine with that.
I think it has to go to Vegas. Vegas just... He's built differently. Mans is a train on the Rhine, unstoppable. All right, I think we have some interviews coming up here, actually. You know, give it a second. Hi, hello. Hi, Amir.
Hello.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I really want to know what happened in second round on Busan. What happened? Everything just seemed to shatter for you guys.
I mean, we stayed focused. I think it was just the Mei that kind of screwed us because we didn't, for some reason, we just kind of ignored her, like her walls. It's like every time the fight started, we just kind of forgot that they had a wall, and then we always got split from it. So I think that's what kind of screwed us over mainly.
I definitely want to know, how is your comm structure coming into those last few fights? Both the control points, they seem very winnable for you guys. So was there any panic, or were you guys stone cold?
No, we were... I can say, like, even though we like got like what is it, O2'd, we stayed focused till the end. We didn't really like fall apart or anything. We kept calming till the end.
Yeah, I mean, it was just kind of unlucky, especially with the scene at the end there. That was just pure unlucky. But
yeah,
I mean,
they just held us well with space.
Yeah, that wall from Josh, and I haven't been complimenting him too much this series, but his Mei honestly was quite good.
Yeah, I agree.
Question, what's your opinion on this Vegas guy? You know, comes
this
into
Vegas
the lobby.
guy? Was that their main tank?
It was. That's their main tank.
I think Vegas is pretty good. I think we can... I think we definitely, like, played around him, though. A few fights after the first one on Eichenwald. Because, like, he got a shatter... he kind of got it, like... unexpectedly, and we kind of got rolled like once or twice.
Yeah.
But then we started keeping him in check, and I don't think he managed to get a shatter after that.
Yeah, that IQL defense from you guys was very, very solid. That was airtight. I don't think anything, like anybody at this point, could have broken through that.
Everyone in box is waiting. Put him in.
All right, I guess we have another challenger.
I'm not putting all of them in. Just
okay. Can you get Rafiki then?
Why not Vegas? You want to talk to Vegas?
You want to talk to Vegas?
Yes.
I can add him.
Okay. Sorry, I want to talk to the man, the myth, the legend.
Broadcast waiting.
I'm sorry. I really need to speak to this
Wait,
man.
can I talk to him real quick? So he can come in here? Okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, there goes Josh. And
I'm sorry. I really want to talk to Vegas. I just want to get the vibe. Like, I've seen him play. I want to see how he, you know, who he is as a person. I mean, right?
Yeah, not to
Herculean performance.
Not to say we want the other team in front of Amir, but thank you, Amir, for the interview. It was very.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm sorry. You played
very good.
well.
Thanks, you guys have a good rest of your games.
You too, man. Have a good day.
Get the run back. It was so close.
All right. The man, the myth, the legend. He's here.
Ah, hello.
Vegas.
The man you simp for.
I won't lie. I am. I'm a Vegas simp. That was very impressive rhyme play, honestly. Oh wait, sorry. Yeah. You're built differently, brother. I don't know.
MTD. MTD.
Mild, very mild MTD, I would say.
No, big MTD.
Oh yeah, it was. I'm being humble. That guy just absolutely dominated it. I mean, what am I allowed to say?
Anything.
You can swear. You can say whatever you want, brother.
No, not
slurs.
anything.
Not
of course not.
Well, yeah, nothing obvious, but
just you know, like, just spicy. But that's about it.
Spicy.
You know?
It's okay.
I think my stocks went up, and I think certain main tank stocks went down after this game.
Ouchie. That's a little painful.
Lost to a Diamond Rhine, by the way.
You're Diamond?
Somehow, yeah. I mean, I got an account in Masters, but right now my main, we're not having a good season. You know.
It's not the time for Ryan. It's not the not in this economy, I suppose.
No, definitely not. Great Depression going on.
Josh, and also, your May, kind of clean.
Debatable. But most importantly, Nemo Coffee made a bet before the game started that he would retire if my team won. So I am waiting. I am waiting for Nemo Coffee to announce his retirement.
We're waiting.
I think Nemo is trying to retire, so we're gonna try and not let that happen.
Really?
You have a good point.
Again.
I mean, he lost all of his staff before day one. He's tried to retire every single season. So let's try and keep him for like 1 week, right? Let's try and keep him.
Can he retire after a week?
Solman,
no comment.
1 week? You mean like today and tomorrow, right? Because like that's it. And he's not gonna play tomorrow.
I'll allow Nemo to play. No, wait.
Yeah, I just don't want him to retire.
So you're saying you control Nemo now, Josh, and you own his soul?
Yes. I want him to retire, but Solomon won't let him.
Souls, of course.
This is actually rigged, honestly.
Well, congratulations, Vegas, on your MVP.
That was the manliest Ryan.
Apache of the match? Is that what we're going for?
I guess so. I guess so.
Yeah, we'll
I got MVP.
We'll do something pretty for next week's broadcast. We'll have it. We'll pop it on the screen. I don't know. Put some claps in or something. I don't know.
Not gonna lie, your
get some
Ryan play
graphics
and Icon just carried it. Honestly, that was incredible.
Yeah, I was a little sad when we got full held, but I mean, I got what was it? I got a 5-man at the start.
You got a 4-man immediately after that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess it was pretty aight.
Humble as always.
Yeah, I'm very, very happy. But
GG's, man. You played
here. Yeah, GG's. You know, I was actually expecting to come into an interview and like talk mad, mad. You'd say bad words, right?
You can say it.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I was expecting to come in and talk mad shit, but honestly, I'm just content. You know.
Nice. That's good.
You love to hear it.
You love to hear that. All right.
Thank you, Josh, and thank you, Vegas.
Yeah, of course.
Bye. Have fun.
Sorry, I'm
All
away.
right.
Okay, we're going to get this moving as quick as we can because we are considerably overscheduled because we had 3 back-to-back map 3 matches. Next up, we've got the Solomon Island Sharks versus Mind.Hive. Don't go anywhere. We'll bring that to you after this very short break. See you in a little bit.
back from the break. You know, we've got another banger coming up here. Yeah. Mind.Hive versus Solomon Island Sharks. Definitely two very highly rated teams. I'm wondering how this is going to shape up here.
I'm so hyped to see this, especially because on the side of Mind.Hive, I'm going to try not to be biased, but they have a couple of my boys, a lot of people who I've played with in the past. So I think I have a pretty good idea of what they're going to run, along with a few other people. Some might call them rush one tricks. I like to call them Reinhardt specialists, okay?
I would call them rush one tricks, yes.
Kind of a freak on the Rhine. Jeff is great at the Mei, and we all know Airtrek still good at Lucio. Those are core of the that's a core of the team that I know have all played with each other before, like a lot in the past, and Rymax as well, also on Mind.Hive version 1.0. Andrew and Infinity going to be new addition to the team, but I know that they're both extremely talented players, so we're going to see how they mesh in this game.
I've seen a lot of stuff from Andrew, like as a player right now. He's a very pop-off sort of flex support player. He goes in, gets kills on Zen, probably dies, but you know, we can brush that aside. Just, you know, he's a good guy.
Definitely. From what I've heard, Andrew kind of cracked, but on the other side of the field, we're going to see the Solomon Island Sharks. They got Jen on the ball. We all know Jen. And then on the DPS line, Garden and Farmer. And then on the support, Indra. Those are just a few names that I know a lot of people are sure to know from their performance last year in BPL. Not last year, but last season. Jen, obviously, on Solomon Island with Indra. Am I getting that right?
Well, Farmer was on Bronze Berries. Indra wasn't in the league.
So Indra wasn't?
No, Indra was not in the league.
Oh, well,
Indra, by the way, is absolutely disgusting. Mans is a goat on the Zenyatta. He is terrifying. We should probably get into rosters here, honestly. Tekogen, Infinity, Rymax, Seismic Jeff, Airtrack, Andrew for Mind.Hive, and Jen, Zazlak, Garden, Farmer, Emmy, and Indra for the Solomon Island Sharks.
Starting off the Gibraltar once again.
I have seen them pull out the rush here on attack. I don't hope they run it again. Please don't run it again. My eyes. Okay, they're not running it again.
Offense. Maybe not the smartest of picks, but...
Alright. Jeff's, you know, he's walking out on the Bastion. Jeff on the Echo. This is a very cut and dry comp, you know. This is something you see quite a bit. Solomon Island Sharks, on the other hand, you know, I'm playing with the Orisa here probably for just to see if they can get any value out of this top right bridge area, sort of, I guess, to see if you can get a pull and maybe get some ult charge, get a pick. But other than that, like, he's just going to swap to the ball, Farmer on the Ash, you know, this is pretty standard stuff, I guess.
Yeah, Jeff, kind of a flex god. He can play the Mei to a very high level, although I know he's been practicing his Tracer, Kree, and Echo, especially recently, and we're going to see if they can get any value with their pre-built synergy, a lot of coordination.
Here's the Hog and the pull, nothing. All right. Now, they go back into spawn, they swap to Baldiva. Or they don't swap, there it is. There you go, just a little bit delayed. All right, rolling out here, though. This is probably going to be this is going to be a battle between Jeff and Farmer here on this DPS. It's going to be very... This is going to decide the entire game. Jeff already getting a very good amount of damage, though. The roller from Jeff dealing from Jen rather, dealing so much damage, getting early pick on the Andrew. Jen dangerously low, though. The follow-up from Zazlak getting both the supports and Jeff following immediately. This is how you want to start a series as the Solomon Island Sharks. My God.
Yeah, I think Mind.Hive definitely had hopes of engaging with the pile driver a bit earlier on in that fight, but things didn't really come together, and maybe all the targets just kind of scrambled away, but very good start for Solomon Island Sharks here.
And now Farmer is set up on the blue box. Both their tanks are on high ground. Indra taking a lot of poke from the other side. Should be okay, though. Garden as well on the high ground taking poke. I mean, they should be all right. Jen on cart again, like he's getting discorded, getting melted. Zazlak getting D-mech, getting caught out of position there. And now Jen slams in, doesn't get too much value out of it. Airtrack, Infinity, Tekogen, and Rymax are all so low in that corner, though. They need to get some healing there. Airtrack has the Valk. Jeff dupes the Ash, but might just get knocked out of it almost immediately with Farmer just sitting here getting the blue beam. Good fire, I believe. Actually doesn't hit anything, never mind. Now Airtrack, all of the ults being used right now, but they may not even be able to touch with all the mines. Transcommitted from Andrew, Tekogen dying as well as the dupe being killed. 0.8 away, Tekogen does get a res though, but Airtrack gets fragged by Indra from across the map. And now, I mean, this is like DEFCON 8 for Mind.Hive. This is not what you want to happen right now.
Yeah, you saw there was a very crucial moment where Jeff got the copy onto the Ashe. Maybe not the target he was looking for, but managed to die before the Bob was available to him, and that was pretty massive on the side of Solomon
Andrew as
Island.
well staggers himself so hard there. This is not looking good for Mind.Hive right now, I must say. That's like he's out of mech right now, but he's going to get that back soon. So this should just be another fight on the high ground, or for the control of the high ground here. Jen booping them all off. They get it back there, up there pretty fast. Garden with a pulse bomb, probably looking for Andrew as the prime target here. Tekken taking the Discord as well. If he gets poked out early enough, Infinity taking so much damage. Discord being swapped back and forth from both the tanks, and they're both dealing they're both being dealt so much damage to them right now. This should just be a fight taken by Mind.Hive purely from just hits. Maybe with Farmer getting res, they have a chance here. Garden uses the pulse bomb, doesn't hit anything, it seems like. And now Andrew taking a lot of damage. Garden does get picked out by Infinity in the Badlands, so that should hopefully be enough. But tries to pick Jeff again. He gets picked out, and then Andrew dies as well. The bomb thrown in from Zazlak does an out of card a little bit, but they need to get on this card. Applying more pressure. Andrew does get res, but air trick dies. Bomb coming out from Infinity just clears point. I don't know how they're doing this, but they're just winning this fight off of mechanics alone at this point. Farmer is doing so much. Gets that Bob, gets 3 picks, I believe. Something like that. Coming into 3rd point with 4 minutes. I don't even know if they can touch here. Alright, they're going for it though. Dupe on the Diva, the Ball, the Trance, everything's just trying to come out here, and it's not going to be enough. They just get picked immediately. Mind.Hive is just lost right now, staggering themselves over and over again into the behemoth that is currently the Solomon Island charts. And now, Infinity just walks in the mines.
Yeah, I definitely think you saw there back at the very start of point 2. Mind.Hive managed to establish control of the ship, but really, once they had the advantage in the fight, the first 2 kills, they weren't able to push off it.
Andrew does
great early pick from Andrew.
Farmer. Sorry, continue. Let's just do this here.
It's alright. Start of this fight, Mind.Hive going to be trying to take control of the high ground near the Mega. A bit of an overextension maybe from Zen, but...
Garden does trade for the Zen, but it may not be enough here. They need to continue getting picks in these fights, and they're probably just going to have to disengage off this.
Yeah. That being said, coming into the next fight, well, there's still fighting chances here, although that should shut it down.
What is Andrew doing? This man is built differently, getting the early picks when his team needs them the most. Bomb comes in from, I believe from Zazlak, yeah, just clear some space. Farmer and Garden both have the BPL sword, as well as the Trance and the Valk, and the Mines coming up for the rest of the team. Mind.Hive is kind of screaming for an answer right now. Valk getting close to the Echo. The nice stick onto Emmy that might just ward them off for enough time to finally stabilize on Gibraltar here.
And you know, that fight was pretty good for Mind.Hive. They only exchanged 3 ults on the side of Solomon Island Sharks. So they're gonna come in with the ult advantage and the defender's advantage too. So we're gonna see how they can make use of that, really playing this high ground efficiently. See how much value Jeff can get out of the copy.
Just splitting them, that would be like, this is exactly what this team needs right now. Jeff taking so much early damage. Jeff gets killed by Farmer. They need to get that res, or else this is exactly what Sharks want if they don't get that res. And it doesn't seem like what's gonna happen. Popping the Valk. Andrew does kill Jen though, and Garden falls to Rymax in the Tracer duel. This should be enough to ward them off for a little bit longer here. Like, I don't know how they're doing it. And then Farmer gets killed late by Tekken. That's even later, or say that's an even later reset for them now. Oh, and Zazlak gets demeched. That's so bad. They're getting staggered so hard right now.
And somehow Mind.Hive managed to hold on to that without using any ult, so massive advantage coming in for them on this last fight. They really got to salvage this map by having a bit of a defense here on this 3rd.
Alright, Zazlak gets his mech back. It's time for the fight. Farmer gets this one very early. If Andrew gets another early pick on him, it will be disgusting. Jen drops some mines. I didn't see where. I'm not entirely sure where. The dupe onto Jeff onto the Diva should be a good enough spot. Yeah, it kills the... Oh, wait, never mind. Excuse me, it's Infinity with a bomb. I was confused. Oh, there's Jeff getting killed the Jen with his Echo Bomb, and now again, Mind.Hive are just getting the picks in this fight. I don't think Solomon Island Sharks have gotten a pick in a very long time.
No, all the kills going the way of Mind.Hive. They're gonna have the Transcendence to make sure that their no death streak continues here. So Rymax maybe can go for an early pulse here, but if the fight drags on, I could definitely see Solomon Island Sharks having the advantage as they are closer to 4 ults than Mind.Hive is.
Rymax needs to get a good pulse onto maybe Airtrack or Andrew here. Get juices flowing, you know, get the lactic acids flowing in for this fight. Mine's from Tekogen rather, excuse me. Oh, and Rymax just one clips Intra rather, and then Zazak falls on the other side of the map. Bob comes flying in from Farmer, but he's gonna get melted almost immediately. The Bob does kill Infinity's mech, I believe, but that's about it. That's all the only value they get from that.
And we're coming up onto the last fight territory for Solomon Island Sharks. They're gonna have 4 ultimates here, but
and
that's not good.
Farmer again. What is this man on? Oh my! Jen is
coming up big.
Feeding right now, though. I'm not gonna lie. Oh,
that's an aggro Transcendence from Jen.
That
is Andrew. So many Gens. Even I'm getting confused now.
Jeff scoops the ball. Oh, and Jen takes so much damage. Gets melted immediately. That Discord Orb doing so much. Farmer coming back right now. Indra uses the trench to try and get there, but it may not be enough for them to get this fight taken. Jeff gets the mines out on the cart. He will be taken out soon though because the dupe has ended. Rymax does die to Farmer, but it's traded out for the mech of Zazlak and Zazlak himself. They need to continue getting these picks. The Discord's on enemy right now, but the DPS from Solomon Island are making a difference. Jen as well. Tekogen does pick Andrew! What is Andrew doing? How do you... What? Okay. Bomb on cart from Zazlak, I believe. Oh, from Snooty, rather. It clears it! Oh... Chaos.
I'm not sure what just happened there. I might get this wrong, but I think Andrew charged a right click as he dropped down from the high ground and killed 2 people with 1 right click. So, amazing value from Andrew there. Really great hold on the 3rd point. You saw they were playing a lot more aggro with Tekogen and Rymax, isolating Indra a lot of times on that push, but coming up on the offense here, how much progress do you think Mind.Hive is going to be able to make?
I mean, if they're playing anything like they were in that last defense, I would assume a pretty sizable hold or a pretty sizable push. But Solomon Island Sharks have shown some signs of life, even on that brutal 3rd point hold. Solomon Island Sharks also pulling out the Zarya here.
You have to think the only reason that they got held for that long on 3rd point is because they made it there with that much time. So maybe a repeat performance on the first 2 points and they'll be able to come out with the win, but they're going to be playing Ball Zarya. Interesting comp choice. So
simply don't get to 3rd with that much time. It's not that hard. Also, they're not running Echo, which is interesting, but I mean, they don't have an Echo player in, so it's not that surprising.
Yeah.
Andrew is a superstar in the Zen right now, by the way. This guy, oh my gosh.
Good pickup. Gotta say.
God bless him. He's going on flanks. He's getting the kills. He's doing what he needs to be doing on Zen.
All right, the rollout now. Let's see where Tekogen decides to go. Where's he gonna get the slam from? Seeming like nowhere right now, but
Jen just seems to be scouting the high ground here. Mind.Hive taking
there it is.
a little bit of early poke. Tekogen getting dealt so much damage to him almost immediately. Yes, they're starting at that high ground, but they're getting into car wash, and then Jeff dies to Farmer. I mean, yeah, that's kind of what happened. And Infinity does get DMAC too. Even if Jeff got res there, they're still down 1. If they can get a kill onto maybe Andrew or onto Andrew or Airtrack, like this fight's probably just over. Zazak, by the way, able to do absolutely nothing on Zarya here because he doesn't have any range and he will not get much charged.
Yeah, Mind.Hive are going to be playing pretty defensive here. Never mind.
What? All right, sure. Enemy dies.
I was gonna say they might play defensive until Infinity gets his mech back, but Tekogen.
Andrew is traded though, but I mean I think that's Zazak who falls after that. And Zarya, it's just kind of sad with the noodle sitting on high ground, not being able to do much. Andrew just dealing so much damage from that top. I think no. Yeah, that is Andrew. Okay, sorry. From the top right. I presume that Andrew somehow got up there. Yeah. And nobody's on the cart, but I mean, do you really think they can recontest it? They are very set. It's going to be close, and they won't be able to do it with their ball.
Maybe if Garden lands a fatty pulse, but I don't
That
know.
wishful
The bomb
thinking
could
right
be
now.
huge, but
The
they're gonna go
mines
for
are just-
it. The mines just shut it down. They just
Farmer
shut it
gets killed by Jeff.
Jeff gets a copy. Jeff copies the Mercy.
Interesting play. All right.
I want to see the double Valk pocketing each other. That's what I want to see right now.
I've done this before. It goes well. All right.
Really a quick play strat.
Here. It really is. Solomon Island are kind of just getting daggered really hard right now. I mean, that fight was just sloppy. Farmer taking so much damage from the stickies from Jeff, getting dangerously close to dying. Solomon Island do have 6 ults right now.
Good staggers.
Garden then, Indra does
Teku.
trade onto Teku at least. And they should not be able to res that considering he's ball. Bomb comes out from from Infinity rather. I keep thinking Zazlak's from Diva, I apologize. Now Zazlak has the grab on the high ground. If Infinity can eat this, that is exactly what you need in this fight. Bob under the cart from Farmer with a response to Transcendence in return.
So much pressure on
Mines
Andrew.
are answered though with the Trance as well. The Bob is melted. Andrew is stuck by Garden though. That's what you need here. But Garden is killed in return by Teku. Everything. And Andrew gets rezzed. I mean, alright, sure. This fight will just go the way of Mind.Hive, I suppose.
Mind.Hive really got to stabilize
Andrew
right now.
was killed and okay, yeah, Farmer, please continue. Okay, yeah, Infinity dies as well. Yeah, okay, this works.
Yeah, Mind.Hive were really all low when Airtrek had to go for the res on Andrew. They didn't have any healing and they couldn't really push the advantage that they had. And we're gonna see both teams with a few major ultimates, so it's going to be a fairly even fight coming up. We're going to see how much Indra can sustain with his Transcendence here. So if they play this right, it could be a powerful hold.
Mines, Bomb, Copy, all with one Transcendence. But is there anybody who can do it? It's Indra and Garden dies right next. Not a good start for the Sharks, I must say.
Not ideal, but if they stall it out, Garden's going to get it back pretty fast.
Zazlak still has the grab, just waiting in the wings for the moment to use it.
Copy on the Ashe in the backline gets solo grab.
That's actually a really good play there. At least getting something done with that grab, because their comp play is so split, he's probably not going to be able to get much. The Valkyrie from Farmer, and Garden comes back, claps onto the air track, onto Mercy, air track on the Mercy. I mean, that's just the whole Solomon Island, but that fight was a little expensive, having to use, what was it, the grab, the Bob, the Valk.
Only Copy used, and Mines on the side of Mind.Hive. So,
Mind.Hive.
maybe they can muster up an offense here on this next push. But maybe Garden can shut that down. Garden with a big pulse onto Andrew or Airtrek. Really, that could
Jeff,
happen.
where are you? Jeff, why are you so far up? Oh, Garden with his triple pulse! What's happening in the back line? I'm so confused. Alright, I guess they
Garden.
just got trapped in a room and all died. Or somebody rolled back into him. Maybe we'll never know.
Garden, formerly of the People's Plats, really showing the rank difference here. That's a fatty.
He's masters on tank. That's all
He
I
is
can say.
now, but still doesn't change his past of the People's Plats.
Jen has Mines. Indra has Trance. I mean, that's really all you gotta say. And Andrew kills her. Alright, not a good start. Oh, and the bomb might actually be massive here. It kills Farmer and Emmy. Oh, and oh no, they committed so many ults. Oh, that's so bad. That's horrific.
They gotta chase Zazlak here. Yeah,
They got chased, but it doesn't matter because it's fights one. When your Ashe and your Mercy die that fast, that's just over. That bomb won them the fight. That is, I don't think there's a way they recontest here. The Trent is committed, but that really is just kind of a overcommitment, I'd say, because that bomb kind of carried them.
I don't mind it. Rymax and Jeff were in danger of dying, so maybe just want to commit that. You think you can push this third. Cart didn't really make it all too far, so I don't mind the play. You're going to get a lot of free push right here. Close response to the cart right now. And so Mind.Hive going to be coming up to last fight territory. 2 minutes on the clock. Pretty much the same position that Solomon Island had on the same end.
You could say that. It's just that they have a significantly lower time bank. So
and an ult advantage on the side of Mind.Hive.
That is very key, yes. The copy, the mine, the pulse, Everything can make this spicy.
If they go very fast, which it looks like Jeff wants to do, but Jeff gets booped.
Jeff's getting bullied so hard now.
Value in the coffee and the solo grab.
Technically kills both supports from Fallen Island, and Rhymax follows up with another kill on the Zazlak. Rhymax comes up with 2. This is it. This is map. There's no way you're coming back from this.
Jen's gonna have to have the greatest stall in BPL history.
Wait, if the Andrew does kill Tech, that's a start. The farmer gets picked from Andrew from across
portal.
the trans coming out here though, and Infinity gets devac as well. They have a chance here, and they're getting pushed out. They're getting routed. They need to continue with the pressure though, because as soon as that trans ends, they just right back into it. Tetragen taking so much damage from mines. The trans comes out from here, from Andrew as well here. It's clear out their mines. Seismic Jack gets picked from across the map by Andrew, I believe. Andrew does, or Seismic Jack does get res.
Jeff on the leg, but Andrew still fragging. This could get the belt.
The bomb here is massive. I don't know how they have no kills. Emmy needs to stay alive or else this fight's just over. That's like taking so much damage. Like he's not even in right now. And they've somehow held this.
Yeah, the clutch double support ultimates coming back from spawn. They managed to stall just long enough to get that. But Jeff coming up on the visor and Rhymax with the pulls could just end it here. Indra almost with another Transcendence though, so that could be clutch.
Indra has to get this trans or else this fight is... There is no way they sustain through a visor, like a down wicked visor without trans.
Oh,
Andrew kills Jen! Oh no! And then Zazlak is getting melted right now. Hope comes out, Andrew gets the trans. Infinity is the mech. It could be a chance here. Jen also gets red, but Emmy dies to the visor. Andrew dies as well. Maybe? I didn't seem like it though. It doesn't seem like this. They're not getting enough. They don't have enough ults really to win this fight. They just have bodies on the point to throw into the meat grinder. This should be the first map for Mind.Hive.
This is definitely over for Mind.Hive. Transcendence to clean it up. Wow. Close games today.
Indra does kill Rhymax? Maybe? No. Stop it. Alright. I'm getting giddy right now. I'm thinking, oh yeah, we're gonna get a really good stall here. I mean, Jen's still alive. Andrew's getting bullied into a corner right now. Wait, no way. Jen got mine. Infinity's so low on card as well. This is insanity. How do you come back from this? Jen getting dangerously low on card, but just cheated on the end. They C9! He saw him out of the church, somehow pulled it out of the fire.
Oh, Jeff nearly got the visor there. Unlucky on the side of Mind.Hive. Maybe they got overconfident, thinking that they could pull that out pretty easily. Like, weren't at all expecting Jen to come back with the mines there. Andrew, frag it out.
Jen was alive for entirely too long there. They should have killed Jen. I don't know why they didn't. Jen getting mines there saved that for them. That was... Pain.
Crazy. These games are just leaving me speechless right now. We're gonna have to see some subs on both teams. Robbie for Zaz, it looks like, and Ishiki for Farmer. So they're gonna be running Garden Ishiki on the DPS line. Maybe they want to put Farmer in on the support, but Hinson gonna be coming in for Infinity here. Hinson, we all know from Sub 23. Played for Froggo Mode M1. And Ibushi, also for Mind.Hive, for Air Trek.
For another People's Plots member today, Garden has just officially gotten his first map win in the BPL, by the way. Congrats to him.
Truly a historic moment for all of BPL.
Let us recall, how many PP players have we seen today?
I couldn't tell you.
Let's just get a thinker in here. Let me
My memory is not that good. I'll tell you that right now.
I'm gonna quickly look. So it was like I really want to find this to see if anybody else got their first win, because that's like it's a good thing. Nobody on HBD, nobody on Surfers. Okay, technically on Surfers, but that's really stretching. Eisendrak. Oh wait, no, he didn't get. Oh, Eisen didn't get his first win. Oh,
got a map win.
He didn't get a map win when he was in. No.
Oh yeah.
He wasn't in.
His team got the map win. Unlucky.
So it just seems to be Garden currently.
Wow.
Going on to.
Well, Garden
map
also
2
hasn't got
is
the.
Hollywood.
Yeah, Garden's not got the map win, but gotta get the match win right now as we're heading
Gotta
into
get the
Hollywood
dub here.
pretty soon. It's our next map.
What do you
And
expect?
on Hollywood, honestly, not still the best map for the rush comp that you think Mind.Hive would want to run.
Rush on first, and like you can run it on first. It's a little sketch. You can run it on second pretty well, and third as well. But like this, unless you like hard running double bubble, I don't know why you would really run rush here. Hinson coming in signifies to me that they're just, well, other than the fact that he has to come in.
He has to.
They're trying to play more.
Signifies to me that they're trying to not get rule booked right now.
Yeah, I mean that is part of it.
But Hinson, we all know, has a very powerful off tank, and really not many major changes to the key parts of Mind.Hive.
I mean, the only substitutions they made were Hinson and Ibushi, also known as Yusio, and then Robbie and Yoshiki come in for Farmer and Zazak respectively. That's just it, you know.
Yeah, I don't know how.
Think anything different comes out from Sharks here, though, is a real question.
I know that Ishiki really likes the hit scan. He really likes to click heads, and he's good at it too. So, I don't know, maybe some Widow coming out for SIS. Don't know how effective that'll be. Maybe he's been practicing his Tracer a lot more, but that's just, you know, all I know about Ishiki coming in. I don't know all that much about Robbie, though.
Robbie is just the off tank. That's it. He plays Sig and Hawk, from what I can remember, playing against Sharks and Scrims. About it. Robbie is, I mean, just a sub, really. Map 2 player, you know. Let's see if they can close it out here, though, you know, subbing in their Map 2 roster.
Heading into Hollywood now. We're going to see what the teams decide to come out on, although it could be misleading. Who knows? Mind.Hive on the defense, so we'll get an early look at what they're actually going to play.
Okay, I'm going to consult the globe here. I'm going to say that they are going to hard run rush, and I'm going to be wrong, but that's okay. That's perfectly fine.
I'd put all my money on them running rush, and here it is. Hinson on the Rhine, actually.
Oh, wow.
See this?
I was not wrong. Interesting. Jeff on the Sombra, though.
No.
No. Okay, no way. There you go.
No.
Not happening.
And yeah, a little bit of debate coming out from SIS. We're not going to be seeing the Rhine or the Doom. The Rhine is more plausible, but you got Jen in, so
Why would
you're not
Rhine, Pepe laugh.
Yeah, you're not going to be seeing this unless they're going to be playing Rhine with Jen Zarya.
Don't play this. Oh dear lord.
It's not something that we've seen before.
What? Okay, this is. Okay, there you go. That's what I expect.
We really did get baited. We really did get baited.
Bait hard there. That was impressive.
Yeah. Oh my god. They did the triple swap.
So much damage. That was fast. And now you see the rush. I wonder if they make any counter picks here. The Hog might just get kind of walked at, honestly. What are you gonna do?
Definitely gonna try and isolate the Hog and the Ash on the side of Solomon Island Sharks.
Farmer just PP hopped up to the high ground, and now maybe they have a shot.
Where might have going? Okay, there they go.
All right, yeah, that's where they are. Bushi gets a very early pick on the Indra, like, but Jeff is traded out by Robbie, and then gets clapped himself. Maybe not happening. Not happening. Not in a million years. Not happening. I've called
Bushi gonna be going back to Taxi from the deaths of Mind.Hive, Tekugen, and Seismic Jeff. So we're gonna see if Solomon Island maybe can get some early positioning and convert that into a fight win, although no ultimates for them yet, and Andrew's gonna have the window. Deadly aim on the Ven, so.
Jen getting taken back down so low already. Robbie as well, just getting CC'd into oblivion right now. Robbie just getting pelted out by these rocks from Tekugen. The mines go out to the cafe, I believe, from Jen, but can they follow up? They do kill Jeff, but Garden and Robbie fall in return. I don't think this is going to be enough for them to like solidly win a fight here, especially with the ult that they invested.
That position looked like a fight win for Solomon Island Sharks until Jeff came out with the rando icicle onto Garden.
That's actually a very solid
clutch.
Jen gets out with the smallest amount of health I've seen a ball get out with in a while.
Engage
Now,
with Bob here from
there's the
Solomon Island Sharks.
Maberto is providing point pressure. If Guardian can get a good stick here. Oh, the early Blizzard, though, just routes them before they can even get there. That's just a fight one. I don't think there's any way to come back from that.
Yeah, although next fight is really going to be the one that you want to win if you're Solomon Island Sharks. You're going to have double support ults, double tank ults, and the pulse bomb from Garden. So we'll see if they can get any value from that. But the stagger's coming in.
dies so late, though. That must hurt.
Tekujin really needs a clutch flux here if they want to take this map. This win.
has to get a trance here that is just perfectly timed to deal with the shatter and the flux, which is a lot harder said than done. But I mean, if anybody can do it, it's Indra. You know, this guy's a little bit legendary on Zenyatta, if I do say so myself. Garden in the backline with the pulse bomb. If you get an early pick on the Bushi or Andrew, I mean, that's what you need here. Pulse bombs out,
They don't need to transcend this though.
Yeah, that's the perfectly Oh, but Garden dies again in the backline to Rymax. And Robbie taking a lot of damage on this right here. Ashiki, I don't know how much you can really do as an Ashe into this comp. You're just not getting enough time to poke and follow. The shot from Henson, it just seals the deal. Oh, and maybe that's
deciding to res here.
A lot of ults there.
This is staggering.
I don't know what's happening right now. They use Window and Shatter.
We're getting...
What? No way. Indra and Farmer, or sorry, Indra and Ashiki rather. Okay, you can't win this.
So sandwiched, but it looks like it's gonna be fine. Oh, so tight there for a second. Mind.Hive could have completely fallen apart, but they managed to pull it out like they should have. But
and Jen gets killed.
On the ball, he'll be back for the last fight, but
he'll be back. But
big ult advantage for Mind.Hive.
Mind.Hive have nearly 4 ults, 5 ults-ish, if you count Teku.
And big value ults.
That's about it. That's it. This is a full hold. Andrew does die in the backline to Jen, but Garden is still taking so much damage in the backline. Ranox is picked out as well, but I don't think they can do enough here. Robbie swaps to the Ryan of all characters to contest. Jen's on the cog. If she can get on the high ground, a little uncontested here, but Emmy is the only one who can really touch here. Robbie's just gonna set a point. Robbie gets rolled by Hinson in the line 1v1. Ouch.
You know, as long as Robbie had the shield available, that's an MTD. That's what I like to say. A full hold. So the worst they can do is a draw. Are we gonna see another map 3? Please, I want to go to bed. I
haven't eaten dinner yet, bro. I've had my burrito
play the game instead of watch the game.
I've had
this is crazy.
On my desk for so long. It looks so nice, but I can't eat it because I'm casting.
All
right.
So tough for the casters.
So no matter what, we're going
running out of energy.
3, by the way, we're going to map 3.
We are going to map 3. We could be going to map 4, but I pray it's not so.
Yeah.
The cursed map 4.
The cursed map 4. If we ever get there, I'll be impressed. But currently, I think we're doing perfectly fine. Yep, there's the rush again. And Solomon Island Sharks are running the exact same comp that they ran their heads into for 4 minutes into rush.
Should be better on defense now that Jen can
It's better on defense because
like,
Ashiki can actually take high ground and Jen can get good slams. But like,
Garden's going to find it a lot easier to find positioning here along with Ashiki and Indra. So I think they're going to have a lot better of a time. But a full hold, their mentals,
I don't see the full hold. I don't see it. I don't see it at all. In fact, I see them getting steamrolled here and then probably getting steamrolled in map 3. I don't know.
You know what? I'll take the gamble. We're going for a full hold. Let's go, Solomon Island.
Get your telescopes out. Let's see if they can do it. Let's go. All right. Mind.Hive running the exact same comp they ran for the entirety of defense. And
don't quote me on that.
I'm quoting you on that. You've been clipped. I hope you know. All right.
Oh no.
Down mid
no.
on the rush, of course.
My career.
Your career's over here. Jen has to do so much here, or else this is over. They have to contest also. Okay, getting an Andrew kill is a great start to this defense for Salamanders.
That's gonna shut it down.
Sharks, not Salamanders. Different team entirely.
Where could that name have possibly come from?
No idea. It's beyond me. All right.
I've never heard of that before.
That is how you want to start a defense when you just got full held. Just winning a good fight, getting early picks, they just get disengaged. That's what you want here.
Clean dominance on the side of Solomon Island. But we're gonna see an early windrow Window coming out from Andrew here. Even though he died, still got a quite...
He's gonna get it. There's no doubt
Yeah.
about it. They're doing such a big
progress
rotation
on
here.
this ult.
And now,
I like it, though.
They're attacking. Oh, that slam is massive. But can they follow up on the damage? Jen rather is taking so much damage by the entirety of Mind.Hive is wailing on him right now. Garden dies. So they aren't going to be able to kill them. Especially with the lamp coming out. Yep. And it's done. Map 3 has turned on.
I told you that they were going to roll. Why didn't you listen?
Gosh, why didn't I listen? I was so naive.
Yeah. Unfortunate. But now, Mind.Hive with the momentum, we're going to see if they can carry this over into map 3, which is going to be Oasis. Is this the first Oasis we've seen, or?
Yes, I believe so.
Maybe. That is going to be exciting.
Lijiang. What was? Yeah, Busan and Lijiang. So this is the first Oasis.
Lots of Lijiang. Lijiang will be our 4th map, but we're not going to go there because there was no draw.
Well, I mean, if we stall long enough for overtime, we can go there.
The legendary control draw, as said by Invictus, if no team caps for 45 minutes or longer, the server could just go down.
Yep.
So, let's
see it.
You see it?
I see it.
Let's hope that happens. That would be legendary.
That would
Some
be
tiny
extremely
Overwatch.
entertaining, and also
Tiny Overwatch, literally,
annoying.
not the other one.
Yeah.
With the smaller models.
Tiebreaker. All right. So SAS making a couple swaps here. You know, we got Zazlak back in for Robbie and Farmer back in for Ashiki.
Yeah.
Patrick comes back in for Ibushi, and Infinity comes back in for Hinson. So these are just the map on rosters.
Yeah. All the map on rosters coming in, and honestly, I like it. Air Trek and Infinity, both really cracked players. And Zazlak, we saw, was kind of farming on the Zarya on that map 1, as well as the D.Va. And Farmer also really made his presence known with a lot of early picks onto Jeff.
I must say. Quite
Yeah.
literally farming.
Also, I don't think anyone's mentioned this yet, but we have Farmer and Garden on the same team.
Yep. Oh wait.
Wow. On the same role, on the same lineup. That's crazy. That's crazy. Farmer and Garden.
That's crazy. But don't remember asking.
Wow. Okay. I guess I'll shut up then.
Yeah.
That's great.
I'm sorry, that was really rude. It just segued quite well.
Yeah.
On Oasis, you
I
have
don't
University.
think Mind.Hive is going to be pleased with their RNG. They would have much rather gone to Lijiang, where they have Control Center, to play the Rhine.
And
there's no real other, like...
I mean, you can run it on Garden,
Control.
it's just not good.
No. So we're going to see what they roll out on here. Maybe a bit more ball play for Tekujin. Really been liking his ball play so far.
Yeah, he's definitely improved with ball from the last time I've seen it.
Maybe he'll clank balls with Jen a few times on this map.
Can you never speak again?
Okay.
Alright. Map 3 going in Oasis. We should be going in a little soon. Alright, I think that's everybody ready. I don't know. Maybe. Yeah. I just think the Sharks are going to run more of the same, considering they can't really run much else.
Nope.
With Jen being the, I guess, ball one trick that he is, you know.
Seems that both teams are ready. So we're going to get into this map pretty soon. The first point could determine everything. I, myself, am a big preacher of momentum. I think that momentum is one of the most important things in Overwatch. So the point that we start out on, the comps that you can run on it, is going to be really important.
Let's see where we're going. We are going to City Center. Have fun running
good for Mind.Hive.
here,
Yeah,
because
that's
you
not
won't
good
be
for
able to.
Mind.Hive.
Okay. So, if they run rush, I'm just gonna say playing out, they're throwing. If they run rush on City Center, they will be throwing, and I don't think they will be. But you know what? Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. This is Bad Pachimari League. Only the highest quality gameplay.
Okay. Thank you. That's cool.
Solomon Island trying to debate us once again, not falling
I don't
for
fall for your tricks.
Not
Third run Emmy on break, but that's about it.
Not that stupid. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. It's not happening.
It's not happening.
It's surely not.
No, they're not running this. What? Why would they ever run that?
Why are they still going out on the? Yeah.
No, they're teleporting. That's it. All right.
Yeah, but I don't
the
know.
roll, despite the fact that they teleported, the rollout was so slow, which is a little funny. Now,
Mind.Hive also teleported.
Oh yeah, okay. Sharks running the brig here instead of the Mercy. They've definitely opted into running, but the 3 also helps with that. Garden getting rolled instantly by Rymax there. That was fast. I think he had a Harmony on him and a Discord on Garden. That's not a good start to this round. Sharks.
Jeff couldn't get equalized. Ooh, but Jen
though. Oh, Andrew, I don't know where Andrew
on the
is
side
right
of
now.
Mind.Hive.
Zazlak just gets C-Mac. This is just getting worse and worse right now. They need to just... This is a fight that they clearly just need to disengage from. There's no way you're winning this. Infinity getting D-Mac is a good exit frag though. That is good. And
Yeah.
back running down a mid on the brig. No.
Could get isolated here, so far up inside the point, but they're gonna.
Jen, what's happening, buddy? You can't be doing
Jen,
this.
a
And
feeder.
Guardian dies too. Oh no, the shards, they're falling apart at the seams. The blanket. Oh no, Jeff gets the dupe under the Kree. And I mean, that's
They're
just
feeling
BS.
themselves.
They didn't
Yeah.
need ultimate fight whatsoever. They were up 2. That is just rude. Oh my gosh.
Let's see if their hubris comes back to bite them.
I mean, Farmer with a dead eye. Let's see. Does he die instantly? Likely. No, actually. Doesn't seem
You
like
might want that copy right now, though, if you're Jeff. We're gonna see if Rymax can get anything done, and Tekujin will have the mines soon enough too.
Tekujin taking a lot of damage with that Discord on him.
And your force trans.
Oh, that's really good, actually. Forcing that trans out that early means that your mines are pretty free. But Emmy gets pulsed by Rymax. Maybe? Tekujin taking a lot of damage as well, but Jen gets traded out. There's no way you're winning this fight.
Tekujin runs into the mine.
Tekujin may be a distance racer, but he most certainly can't steer very well.
Yeah, Teku. If anyone, go follow Mind.Hive. I'm just gonna say it right now. But if any of you saw the clip that they put up from their scrims, Tekujin really likes clearing those mines. I don't know what it is about him, but
Teku drops mines on the high ground, which is actually pretty good considering he's denying Farmer any space to like exist at the moment. Because Farmer just gets rushed down by their entire comp otherwise. Infinity having the bomb here is definitely going to help him clear the point. Jeff coming up on nearly on another dupe. Bomb loaded in the back line for the Sharks, just clears space back there. And now Jeff taking a lot of damage. He can't get the dupe out. He can't get the dupe out. Infinity uses the bomb as well. Andrew very dangerously low in the back line. Farmer does get traded out back.
the valve. You gotta res Jeff.
Where is the valve? That is a good question.
Oh, Jeff gets the respawn, so he won't be back for a while. Andrew's gonna die, but this fight is gonna go the way of Solomon Island. Now you wish you didn't use that.
No, Andrew has trans. It's very winnable for them now. That's
Jeff's coming back with the dupe.
Jeff's coming back with dupe. Farmer does get a kill on Tekujin though. I'm not sure. Like this is
It's not
very
happening.
right now.
That's bad for Mind.Hive, but at least they didn't give up point control. This, at worst case scenario for Mind.Hive, they lost that while using ults, and Solomon Island have already built like 20%, 30% by now. So they can't be, they gotta be pretty upset with themselves, but not, it's not over just quite yet.
They have mines, they have Trank, they have Pulse Bomb. I mean, this is still pretty winnable. Mind.Hive really only have a Pulse Bomb right now. Like, the ult economy, at least for the moment, is in the favor of Solomon Island Sharks.
Rymax has been deadly with these so far, though, so.
If you can hit a pulse into Emmy, like, that's just everything gone there. You can't do anything. Great minds from Jen, but Garden dies so early to Infinity. Infinity might get traded out for it. Tekujin getting dangerously low, getting discorded again. Trans is forced, and Zazlak gets demeched. That's awful. I don't know. Okay, Jeff does die to the mine somehow, but that might just get rezzed up by air track. Tekujin as well getting discorded and getting melted by the pulse rifle. And now Jen does trade out later, but they should be okay for the moment. They're so
Farmer's gonna have the visor. We're gonna see if he's gonna opt to use that one. He is gonna go in.
No, where's Emmy? What? How did Emmy kill? All right. The supports from Mind.Hive are somehow dying? I don't know what happened there. That was interesting.
Okay, but for this last fight, if Mind.Hive if the fight even extends a tiny bit, they're gonna get all 6 of their ultimates. So close to everything here. And Solomon Island, they're gonna have the rally, but that's pretty much it. So Emmy's gonna have to get a lot of value out of this one, but with this composition, it's hard to...
No, Emmy! You can't go out like that. Andrew does get killed pretty early on, but Garden falling as well is catastrophic. Unless they somehow don't manage to touch this point, which they do, yeah, this is very likely going to the favor of this Mind.Hive right now.
Jeff gonna choose a soldier. Interesting choice, but you know, the aimbot's always good to clean up.
Farmer somehow up there, but it's not going to be enough. And that should be round 1 for Mind.Hive.
The rally to stall and the transcendence to stall, but with the counter trance, they won't be able to pick up any kills. Except for air trek apparently, and the bomb on point. Teku could just go down right here.
Please. Not again, not again. I'm not having this happen to me again. I refuse.
They're all trading.
Finish the fight, Indra. Okay, Andrew. Jeff, no, Farmer. Please. Farmer, how do you do this? What? Okay, sure. Yeah, okay, yeah. Mind.Hive just.
Oh, Rymax runs into the
Mind.Hive are picking themselves right now.
It's over.
Floppy.
They're boomed.
That position.
They're boomed. No. I can't see Mind.Hive winning this match anymore.
No, that was.
Oh.
How do you let Jen live for that long? How do you let Jazlack live for that long? Why can't you kill tanks?
Pain. It's all pain.
All pain.
I can't even imagine what it's like to be on Mind.Hive right now.
Mind.Hive can, yeah, they can get themselves in positions to win fight and then just don't finish it off. Oh, and they can't play rush. Have fun.
Yeah. Yeah.
Farmer and the soldier there, by the wait, no. No way. Okay. What? No, they're actually running it. They're actually running it.
They have to.
They don't. What? What is this comp?
Oh no.
Toxic maim. Okay, there. This makes sense.
But
he got off hard.
Maybe if Teku comes out and plays super aggro, we could see it happening. But after that last fight,
all right.
I don't know.
Hey, we've gone to university. Okay.
Which point? Don't worry. I don't know either.
All right. Mind.Hive taking the high ground with a rush is going to be very good for Rymax to be able to have this high ground, especially just to pluck away at Indra and Farmer and Emmy.
Jen? I'm going.
All right. What is happening?
This doesn't happen. This isn't Overwatch. We're watching Valorant right now. I refuse to believe this is Overwatch.
We're on a different map. There's no way this is happening. How do you win a fight like that? Jen, what are you doing, buddy? Jen, you good? You just feed them more ults? Jen, what are you doing?
Air trek already 50.
They're not shooting Jen. They're not shooting Jen. They're stalling this.
They're gonna come back into this.
Oh my god, Guardian is straight out though, but I mean, you're losing your Zarya like that is disgusting.
A high charge Zarya player.
Might just be able to win this. Oh, not enough to prove off Jeff there. That must be the fight. I don't think there's a way you can win this fight from this position.
Unless Jen just keeps not getting shot at. But they're gonna cap, so it doesn't matter anymore. I imagine they'll take the high ground here, and then Solomon Island, they actually have managed to farm up a couple of their ultimates, but they're gonna be answered with the fastest beat on the side of Mind.Hive. Air Trek and the boop onto Gen really helping them out. So I don't think they're gonna have that much of a chance in this next fight.
From that just big old fat ball, you know, kind of helps. Air Trek needs to get down very fast here, or else they're gone.
But he's gonna feed. And the window, they're just gonna poke them all out. I think
good, actually. That was very
good. Transcendence, they're gonna try and win this. Full spawn for Garden, catch Infinity.
That's good. It means that they don't have grab anymore.
Shadow Protection catches nothing, but that's a good thing.
Okay, that's it. I don't think you can win this fight. Mind some Gen's committed. They're committing to this fight, and the tangles are used, and they're getting picks too. Why? How do you lose these fights? How?
Who is not dead for either team?
Not many.
I feel like the death count for both teams is like tied with the Elam. Like, what is going on?
Farmer on the legs again. Andrew going into the Moira. All hell is breaking loose in this game right now. I really just want to eat food. Can this, can this end? That'd be cool. Ramax swapping over to the Reaper.
It's not possible, but I feel like there's more deaths than Elims in this match.
I wouldn't be surprised at this point.
So, they're gonna come back in with the grab, maybe on a solo grab onto Jen, but
they need to solo grab Jen, or it gets eaten by Zazlag, which I guess is also possible. You know, like,
yeah.
that can happen.
They only have the Moira here.
Very. The double hoop? How do you lose? What? And then you're gonna grab.
Infinity's going over to the Hog now. Are they gonna play Hog Sig?
They're playing Hog Rhine!
Hey. Well, what are they doing? No, there's no way Teku doesn't swap.
What happened there? Infinity, how you doing, buddy?
I mean, I understand it if you want to swap to a completely different, like, Ball or maybe even Sig Hog. I understand, like, you might want to just grab to, like, throw it out there, but it's so questionable playing Rhine Hog, but...
Like, dies.
It's like, bombs in and dies. The pulse bomb...
Alright, Andrew has the Colt here. This should be a Mind.Hive. Yeah, it looks like it.
Okay, they're gonna burst out. Jen gets froze. Transcendence.
Andrew picked up the Transcendence, but, I mean... Is this enough? No, it doesn't seem like it. The picks are finally coming in for Mind.Hive here, making this even remotely close.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to be able to just barely clean this one up. Or not just barely, it's pretty dominant, but it took a while. And 90% for Solomon Island Sharks. One more fight for them. But on the other side, Mind.Hive, pretty powerful ultimates here.
There's no way Farmer gets any value out of this visor. I'm gonna be real with you. That's not happening.
I know.
He's been holding on to it for so long. He's so sad. He's been stuck on Soldier.
Honestly, you probably do more damage just shooting like with headshots than the visor.
Yeah. Okay, Jeff's getting dangerously low right now. If they can kill Jeff early, the wall from Jeff as well, it forces him to rotate further to the right. Okay, the Blizzard comes out, catches both the tanks. Oh, and it catches Intro. Okay, well. Okay, B comes out as well, Shatter, Hoggle, everything is being used, everything except the kitchen sink has been thrown currently, and that kitchen sink is named Rymax's Death Blossom.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it again, I don't think there's a way Mind.Hive lose this fight, because I don't think anybody's alive to touch.
No. And it continues. The match will never end. You will never be able to eat food.
I've been starving for 2 hours.
Your hunger will never be satisfied.
Pain.
So how many? Okay, I know every single game today has gone to map 3. How many have gone to like map 3.3? Because I know it's at least 2. Like,
yeah, all but 1.
All but 1 did.
Oh my god. Jeff committed a war crime.
Nice.
Monka W.
Also, they're going to get rolled here because this is the one map here that Rush is like actually just really good on. Unless there's some magic formed here, like I don't see a way they win this. Garden, please, just get off Trace. You're not getting kills into their comp. It's not happening. Their DPS.
Well, he doesn't know that. He kind of knows that, but he doesn't know that.
He knows it, but he won't accept it. All right, taking an interesting approach here, going to the high ground. Definitely expecting the farm on the 3, but like.
Jen just dies. Jeff would freeze. Jeff froze him.
Jen, stop. Please.
Great freeze from Jeff.
I hate to be negative here, but Jen has died so many times this series just to existing in the enemy team where his team isn't. And, oh my gosh.
Jeff trying to feed Jen trying to feed the homeless.
Right now, I mean, that's hungry. Mind.Hive using a lamp very early. Jen gets a big slam in. Airtrip might die here. Very, very low. Infinity rather dies. Tekujin as well, getting very low in that left room. They need to secure these kills though. If they leave him alive, they're just gonna snowball back into this fight. Tekujin getting damaged and low. Please, kill them. Kill them. They can't. They use window. What? They haven't gone in there. Oh no, Garden has a pulse bomb. It could be massive here. But enemy dies and the lamp is out. The lamp is out and
Jeff frags Garden, but
wait, what?
They're gonna clutch.
Oh, they all got grabbed. Alright, Zazlak coming up big there with that grab, timely as ever.
Jeff's freeze was a bit too far.
Don't have ults. Alright, Andrews makes us off to the Moira. Definitely making a lot of sense considering how high their burst damage is in this comp with the Kree and, you know, the Zen just being able to, like, just being able to keep your tanks even for a little bit longer.
So, what? Huh? Hello? Did Air Trek get a boop? I didn't even see what happened.
No, I don't think he did. Alright?
Did he DC? What's going on here?
There's been no pause yet, so I don't think there's an EC. Mind.Hive got ball control. Indra's running out of trance.
Indra's gonna die instantly after this is done.
Yeah, that's right. No, I'm not gonna shoot at Indra. Don't worry. They ignore Indra. They ignore
But Emmy is like behind them right now.
Emmy is fine, I'm sure. Emmy has rally. Look, Emmy's rallying right now. Emmy's perfectly fine. They're not getting kills. They're playing so split. What are they doing? What? I don't understand how you...
Wow. Zazlak trying to gift Mind.Hive the round, but...
You mean the
Island.
series? The series.
The round and the series. Both at once.
Hey there. Hello.
But...
Infinity gets staggered so late, though. Okay, Mind.Hive have a lot of ults coming in this fight. The Cold, the Blizzard, the Death Blossom, the Flux. Really only a Pulse Bomb coming up for Solomon Island Sharks. This should, on paper, be a very open and shut fight, as long as they can use their ults. Andrew, okay, shouldn't get
this
whole
so
year.
far, though. The pulse from Garden could be huge.
Alright, Jen's getting very solid.
Flux catches Zazlak. Could die here.
Oh no.
Trade on Pekogen, the Transcendent.
No way you lose this fight. No way. How? You had such a big
Only Rymax and Solomon Island Sharks are gonna be coming away with the win in this series. It ends! It ends! The day! We're an hour late, I think. Is that right?
Oh yeah. Okay.
It's so long.
How did you lose a fight when somebody just SDs? Like...
This was a huge grab, though.
Clutch grab. Very good grab, yeah.
So, are we gonna get some interviews, or?
Okay. First of all, let's
are we
decide
gonna...
on MVP, because I don't think there is one. Honestly, nobody wins here. Nobody wins here. Nobody wins here. Okay. Indra, sure, Indra.
Yeah, we can give it to Indra. Indra, I felt like Indra had a lot of transcendences, like stall out the fights.
Indra just built up trance instantly, came in, killed like 3. This man just built differently on the Zen.
Yeah. Sure.
I guess Indra's the player of the match here. Andrew, by the way, making a run for my heart with all the Zen picks, but Indra just something's built differently about that man.
Yeah, I'm honestly, I'm boom.
Hello, Jen.
I can't.
Hello.
Hello, Jen.
Make me sit through.
Jen?
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'd like to say that this is my 3rd time playing against the Jeff main. It's my first time ever winning. I lost. It was like 2 of our only losses in the first season. I lost to Jeff May twice, and I guess the 3rd time's a charm. I finally beat them.
Congratulations to you. Also, congratulations to Garden for getting his first series win in the entire vast tournament multiverse, I guess.
Let's go, People's Plats.
Let's go, People's Plats. Okay, comrade.
You love to see the People's Plats succeeding.
I'd like to say that my team was like really clutch that game. We had many fights that we probably shouldn't have won. Indra especially, he was like actually popping off so hard that game. He got trans like literally every other fight. He had trans. I see him use trans, and then next fight he had trans again. I don't know how he built it that fast.
Indra's the MVP for a reason.
Jen, if I were to tell you that Mara repeatedly molded at you feeding, what would you say?
I'd say that I played like that. I knew I played really badly today, but sometimes you just gotta die on ball. Like that's just part of ball.
Yeah.
That's what the John Overwatch says. Sometimes to play ball, you just gotta feed.
True.
Yeah.
And wise words.
If you make enough of a disruption and you make them look at you for long enough, then you win the fight. Indra builds another trans because everyone's looking at you while he's shooting at Ryan or someone, and they're all dead.
I mean, that sounds about right. What happened on Hollywood, if I may ask? What was the theorem there?
on Hollywood, we just kind of like every single other team that we've been scrimming on Hollywood, we've been like playing really well, and we just didn't really expect that kind of rush. We had like a pretty good start, but then we just after that first fight where it was like pretty close and they got like respawns and all that, we never really re-engaged properly. We kind of got boomed and let that go to our mentals. We just never really engaged after that. So we basically had one engagement the entire game, and after that, we kind of just boomed and reset for Oasis.
Hollywood is a very, very like defend your favorite map, especially like with the comp they were running, where they had so much sustain, especially to be able to take all the bursts that came from your comp. Did you guys think of ever? Actually, no, I'm asking another question here. Where's the Echo? Where is she?
We just felt more comfortable playing like Tracer, McCree. Like we could have gone Echo there, but we were scrimming mostly Tracer Cree, and we had a lot of success with it, so we just stuck with what we scrimmed with.
Jen, who are the teams that you are most afraid of, and who are the teams that you want to play most?
Well,
like, is
the
there
team
anyone
that I
you
want to play
beat?
most is Klein, of course, because it's Recurve, and Recurve's a cool dude, and I want to play against him and potentially beat him if we manage to play better. And another team that like I think I really want to see more is Resurge. They didn't play together, I'm pretty sure, and
They did not.
Yeah, and I've heard good stuff about Resurge, but I've also heard like almost nothing about Resurge. So I'm really excited to see how they stand and everything.
No bias, but I think Resurge is pretty good.
Yeah, I wonder where that could come from. Research dust.
Bias has not existed ever. This BPL desk is entirely unbiased, except for the players who come on here.
I'm not biased. I'll say it. But yeah, Research definitely gonna stomp every other team. Look out for their first match tomorrow. They're gonna be playing against Drip Difference. So that's gonna be an exciting match, I should say. And also follow them on Twitter at Resurge_BPL.
Okay, all right.
We're getting a little.
That's his Research social media manager. Or
yeah,
whatever
I can
you
tell. I can tell.
So, not biased.
Not
Jen,
biased at all.
Thank you so much for coming to talk to us. Congratulations on your win.
Mind.Hive, or are they just vibing?
No, that's fine. Prefer winners interviews anyway.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Jen. Hashtag chomp bitches. Oh, that's what the whole thing was. I mean, I can see in Discord was hashtag chomp, but there's actually chomp bitches. Nice. Thanks, Jen.
I mean, our official hashtag's nom, but that's our unofficial one.
That's a very good hashtag, Jen. You must be very proud.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'm gonna throw it over to the desk. And by the desk, I mean me and Invictus. I want to have a huge thanks to Dustin and Mara today, who have taken you through these final two games.
I'm free.
And also,
free. You can eat your burrito.
Have we already thanked Dryad and Riza?
I think
we
so.
can thank them again. I mean, I'll do a whole bunch of thanks at the desk, but yes.
Okay.
Thanks to you two. Let's go and see Invictus. Hi, everybody. Welcome to the desk. It's me and Invictus. He's putting his jacket. What series we had today? 4 3-map series. But one went to 1-1 on the control map. That is quite a way to start BPL.
Indeed. Somehow we're only an hour past schedule, right?
Not actually too bad to scheduling, but it is an hour later than it should be.
Yeah, I mean, we don't expect every map to go to map 3, but it happens. Very excited though. This just proves that all the teams are really well matched, and all the maps can go either way. We did see a lot of unfortunate moments, let's say, in the matches.
Definitely, yeah. There were some interesting plays today. The thing is, because everyone, it's the same. Like, I'm just gonna bring up the standings. Like, the standings don't look any different, right? We have tied first, second, and third. Like, that's it, because all the matches went the same way. Everyone has the same win percentages. It's annoying. So this should look a lot better, but they're all the same. So you see, we've got 4 winners, 4 losers. Tomorrow we'll have the same, and then that's obviously how Swiss system works.
Yeah, and how we'll have our Swiss system is the winners will play each other and the losers will play each other. So hopefully we'll have really close matches next week as well.
Yeah, because these matches are random, we should say. We did a draw for these, so these are completely random. These aren't seeded, these aren't weighted, nothing like that. They're just completely random, luck of the draw. And then from next week, it should be getting closer because we'll play winners versus winners, losers versus losers, so it should be closer.
But, I mean, I'm just gonna say it literally cannot get closer than map 3, round 3. You know,
right?
So
it's insane.
We can only get less close from here. So sorry to disappoint you. It can't possibly stay like this. It'll eventually average out. But you know, very excited to see these games. We still have to see 8 new teams, which will be.
We've only seen half of the teams. Isn't that insane? We've had all this Overwatch. We've only seen half the teams. We've got all of that again tomorrow from 4 p.m. Eastern. Make sure you're back here. Make sure you follow the Twitch channel so you'll be reminded if you forget somehow.
Jeff says, "I will fuck everyone." Thank you, Jeff.
There we go. That's Jeff there. I want to say a few thank yous before we go. Thanks to the casters that we had today. Ryad? That's not right. Dryad Rizza, that's the one. And Dustin Mara for casting for us today. Our observers, Invictus, of course, and Mark, who went all 4 games today. All 12 maps. Christ. Our lobby admins of Proster and of... I don't think Pirate Spy did it today. Gerald, that's the other one. And of course... I mean, I was going to say, I guess it'd be me, but not me. Also, thank you to everybody who subscribed today.
A big thank you to Solomon for being the brains behind everything and, you know, literally hard carrying the stream. Always there, always on time, always hardworking. Thank you, Solomon. We love you all.
Also, thank you to everyone behind the scenes. We have social staff, graphic staff who are hauling ass. We have BP behind the scenes doing a lot. Thank you to Sane, who gave out too many subs. Thank you very much.
40 subs, I believe.
Was it 40? That's insane.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Plus all of the other subs of people who subbed on their end. Interviews. I don't know where the files are. I haven't been sent them. I don't think. So we'll talk about that later. But thank you, everybody. We'll be back here tomorrow for more of that. More of some interesting teams. More of some amazing graphics from all the different squads that we have. More Overwatch. Hopefully not 12 maps. But who knows? We could be, you know.
And before we go, this stream is brought to you by Cream Fudge Luxury made in Poland. Very good. You should try it.
There you go. That's what's been keeping Vic alive for this.
Yeah, I ate like 10 of these in the last 4 hours, so you know, because I didn't have dinner, so I should probably.
Yeah, I need to go eat something properly. We'll be right back here tomorrow, slightly earlier, 4 p.m. Eastern, with 8 new teams: Sarasota Seniors, Alpine, Research, Drip Difference, Punk X Passion, Waffle, Catboy Crew, and the Clients will be your 8 teams tomorrow. And then we do it all again. We do have next Friday B League, next Saturday, Sunday A League again, and we keep going. Make sure you follow us on Twitter, BPL_W, and at our website, bpl.solomon.gg. You can check all the times. That's all from us today. We'll see you tomorrow for more BPL action. Thanks for watching.
Bye, everyone. See you.